So, this is technically morning coffee time. We have to do creative ideas today, as per the agreement. Alright, now, we got my snaps, my nutrition assistants, and I bought espresso, stock cold brew coffee, espresso blend. It's pretty good. Tastes pretty good. Anyways, alright, so the creative ideas. I was just talking about one. This one's going to be a way to create, because I was watching Primitive Technology online. His YouTube channel. I'd highly recommend him. He's really nice in the sense that he does a lot of cool primitive technology stuff that I enjoy listening to as kind of like a visual, you know, and auditorial ASMR, because it's all nature sounds, calming, relaxing, and it's not a bunch of boom, 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 boom. It's a nice little break to a lot of it. So I like that. Anyways, I wanted to talk about organic mortar. So he uses ash for his mortar mixed with clay. Okay. And I'm like, oh, that's a way to do that. Yeah, I did the whole thing, like, in my mind, how pearls work. So it's like hard substance with like a bunch of, similar hard substances, but are different in the sense that they have long strands. So it's like sap with ash, with long strands of vines, a little bit of rock aggregate, and some clay. And I effectively made, for like tree branch, leaves, long strands of organic material, and the sap. This one, I was just making a joke about how to tar and feather someone, and this is how it came about. So it's like, if I had hydrogen, alright, and I'm gonna soda bubble, so I'm gonna use some air pressure to soda bubble sap. I've already heated up a little bit. And soda bubble sap doesn't really mean that I, put it under pressure like the soda bubble contraptions. I just blew some, because it's a thick ass, barely a liquid, that if I properly push some air into, and then put a little bit of hydrogen as well, just start straight hydrogen, then I build the vessel with a percolating setup, so kind of like a heat exchanger, where like something runs through it, but then it's got a bunch of holes through it, right? Well, if you do it the right way with this given setup, and you have the right percolation, layers, meaning you have to have multiple, the one from the bottom will feed the one at the top, and then you can feed something in at the bottom with hoses that are there. And so like that allows for you to create layers and supportive percolation layers that are hollow, that allow for the air that you're pushing through to go into the liquid volume in the vessel. Alright, so like with the sap, with a little bit of leaves and some tree branches that you peel to get long strands, a little bit of charcoal. This was for tar and feather. This is not for that mortar, okay? Because it's like, well, how to make tar and feather? Well, I can make tar. That's easy as fuck. It's not hard. But we're going to talk about that in a second for the tar. And remember, ADHD, folks. And I will get back to all of that. So don't worry. I'm just leading you from this to that, and we'll come back. Because that's how this works. So, the feathers are aluminum, that's been like mercuried. Like when you put mercury in aluminum, and then creates long strands. You get, fiber optic cable, like long glass fibers. Well, it's like, no, but we're not done yet because potassium and oxygen are in the mix. A lot of people might not know that one. But I swear, if you do it right, they look very similar to certain types of feathers. So, and then if you use carbon nanotubes and you mix them just a little bit with some heat and electricity, they create really similar to fucking feather-looking objects. You don't need a lot of heat. You don't need a lot of electricity. But they will stick together quite well. So anyways, back to the tar. So the tar, this guy, Explosions of Fire, loves to talk about tar, how he hates tar. And I was like, yeah, no, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, tar and feathers, standard stuff. Anyways, for ADHD. But, alright, the tar goes a little bit where it's different than you might expect. So, as the hydrogen gets precipitated, or bubbled, percolated, I mean, technically speaking, it's like it's precipitating, because we're going to be pushing it down, and then it'll break out. And then the ones underneath are going to combine as well, which is mostly just regular atmospheric air. But there's already air that's being bubbled above, too, and it was already in there, along with a little bit of hydrogen. Now we have to heat up the vessel until it will actually start a chemical reactionary process. This is the crux that most people don't like to talk about. You can't just combine them and suddenly get a reaction. You need a slight energy input, which we're already doing because, of course, it's sap with this stuff in it that makes it a little bit more liquidy. So it's like, well, if you do just the right way with those percolation setups, a bit of increased energy, meaning an electrode, will do it. Like spark gap jump will do it in that little area. It then starts a heat pump and a reaction, and then it chemically reacts as it pumps through the whole of the sap, along with the oxygen reacting to some of the charcoal, and the nitrogen reacting to some of the sap. As a heat pump goes up, there's an electron redox heat, flow battery, because that's what we use for fuel cells. So, as electricity moves from one side to another and it bounces around, it creates currents, electromagnetic fields too, and charge field differences. As it also percolates upwards, buoyancy, to back down, but of course it will also add itself in to the sap, because it's water, okay? Some of it comes out as carbon dioxide, but the vast majority gets trapped and starts creating larger and more complex chains of molecules that are binding large strands of fibrous material, lignins, and other organic molecules that are in the tar that start creating more and more of a goopy substance that's more akin to a hydrophobic, electrostatically phobic, insulative, and a lipid phobic, an alkaline phobic, and most acid phobic. So it's basically like you can't get the damn thing off until you get to superacids. Superacids will actually have this dissolve in it. Isn't that wonderful? But you got to do it right. You don't have to put a bunch of pressure through it. You do have to have it do this for a while. And it already creates its own pressure as it will chemically react, create exothermic. It will dump it into the actual liquid, slowly, buoyantly evaporate off steam, right? And some of it will stay in. And so it takes a while. Alright? But there will be a bunch of people, a bunch of naysaying, that didn't even try it, doesn't know what this is, because we're creating a bunch of ionic and then snap to covalent and several double and then triple and then weird singular loose bonds that are surrounded by a bunch of covalent. Like think like the small slight, like it's a loose bond of nitrogen that is contained in a bunch of covalent bond areas around it that doesn't want to let anything try and break the loose bond. But because it tries to, it gives a lot of energy, but then it creates polymerizational styles and then non-polymer styles of chemical bonds. You know what I mean? And like it creates a bunch of things that work together. It's just for tar, and it stays goopy, kind of like a slime, but it's more runny liquid even after. Because the whole point of this that I was doing it for is like, oh, I could be very efficient at dumping heat in, and then get it just to the point where it's like, oh, I can throw it, and then along with the little feathers, and it's not gonna burn them. And then it'll very quickly evaporate out and cool off, and the feathers will stick really well into it. Now, a little shower that's hot. You're gonna have a hot shower, no cold showers here, and it'll come out. But the problem is that it really doesn't break down. It just doesn't. It's not a forever chemical. You can separate it, you can distill it with the right amount of heating and vaporization, stuff like that. Eventually get all the individual multitude of compounds that are there, but it kind of sucks, really, more than anything to do that. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yay! It's a bunch of long strands of weird hydrocarbons, potassium, this, that, all this, because that's organic, for the leaves, the magnesiums, the minerals, all this other stuff. And then there's the charcoal, yeah. So it likes to fucking form a bunch of really cool molecular chain bonds that are very, very big, but also very, very small, and are readily combining in a sense that they're kind of always sort of, but not really. You know what I mean? Like they're all dissolved into one another, sort of situation. It makes it really exceedingly hard to get them separated, so they're emulsified and dissolved and all the rest of it. It's just really hard. So, now the reason why I did that was just for a funny joke. But that's also sort of how I started the process of creating the mortar. Alright, so the mortar is ash, a little bit of charcoal, aggregate, really loose kind of gravel, small amount. Really, you don't need a lot. But it's like sap, the charcoal with the rocks, no aggregate, whatever rocks, you know what I mean? It's really small amounts. I mean, you could get away with like none of it, but like a little will help out. So like screw it. And then a bit of clay. Alright, and those long fibrous strands that you put in there like vines that you break down into the fibers. Kind of like adobe mud houses, right? Right, and then they put hay in the mud, right, in the adobe bricks, right? So it's like sort of a similar situation, except it's not going to be as hard as the clay. The clay is a harder substance, but this substance can bend and flex a lot more and still be relatively hard. And so it was like a pearl. All you have to do is heat it up a little bit, let it dry, and it's good to go. You don't even need to really deal with porosity, although porosity was always an easy one to fix, because it was like, here's a bunch of tree sap. Now stick it to everywhere, along the sides. Just get it warm, and drip it on, and smooth it out. Get some leaves or whatever, to help smooth it out. That was an easy one to do, right? As if you want, I suppose you could just put the leaves there. I mean, it's not gonna be like detrimental, So they'll dry out, they'll crack, whatever. But like, whatever. It just never gave a shit. It was like this was my way of like thinking about having brick and mortar in a primitive technology kind of way. Just because I knew a couple of things. That's all it was. His is really a good way to do it. Like I like his way, and that's how they used to do it. Like, makes total sense. I bet you they probably use my way too, for what it's worth. Just I don't know if many people knew about it, but again, it's that thing where it's like, well, I know about pearls, I know how mortar, and I know how like tree sap, because if you don't know, Native Americans back in the day used to use tree sap a lot as glue. So if you mix it correctly with ash, a little bit of, pebble, right? A little bit of clay, the sap with the correct, vine and fiber structures, it'll harden and create a mortar that's flexible. It's like, made sense to me. But I'm going to move off of that because it's like, well, that's pretty neat. The only thing I ever thought about using it for is really high temperature stuff. So, like, to put it in perspective, it was something that I only really ever needed to put about halfway in to the bricks. And then I was able to get away with kind of sealing it by putting in clay that had, been treated more than anything with a bunch of like really fine dust. Instead of ash, it was just dust. So it's like most clay has like a very specific type of, yeah, clay that's already kind of fine, mixtures of earth, right? Mud, that kind of thing. So it's already like that. But it's like, no, we're not really looking for earth. Dust is more like rocks, pounded into a fine dust. Instead of earth, it's rocks. It's mineral content. It's just dust. So it's like if you treat it with that, then it'll get into these little tiny pores, and then you can seal it up a little better. But the reason why I did it was specifically as a way to use a through the ground approach. So I had a ring of intakes that would go into a chamber at the bottom that would then have a several layers thick series of bricks that were laid specifically to help with charcoal and regular wood, and a recycling of the exhaust from the outside. So it's like it's meant to go in, it's meant to start burning a pile of wood, then there's charcoal above, alright, and then the bricks are arranged such that they help with this vortex, and they separate the vortex into like a separational style of centrifugal um, filtration, right? And so that's where the exhaust is that I'm capturing, that I'm sending back down into the intake area. Since it was already funneled to increase velocity, I'm using that outside ventruli along with the inside ventruli because it has high pressure, and then this is now going to feed into a faster moving current, which is low pressure, to it. Now, you have to do it in a very specific way, like a carburetor. So it's like, it's a tube that goes in, then it goes around that, so then it got pinched, and then rapidly accelerated. And then the tube is hollow, because it's a tube, so, tubes. Anyways, there's some holes, but the holes have to be specifically placed. So a good way to put it is, they cannot be in the middle, they cannot be around the sides, they have to be at the top and the bottom, and they have to be very small. So I got some twigs, and I was like, poke, poke, and I have to do a couple of them. So, just a couple of that, let it do its thing. It'll suck out air as it goes around. Now, the sides are where the majority of the thick part for the tube that we made are. Even though it got pinched, that's where the highest flow, but also the most density is. At the top and bottom is where the least density is, and it has to come back together towards that middle, which is where the lowest density drag zone is. So when I angle those little pokes towards that middle part, and then it's trying to form towards that anyways, it then drags and sucks out more air when done appropriately. I had 8 total, because, even numbers is super simple. Forward, horizontal, diagonals. Oh, that's 8. That's good. Whatever. Done. I don't have to care. That's literally all it was. So it's like the bricks are just aligned to help with, especially with the funnels, it continually wrapping around as it goes up. And then there's as it goes up, a nice little parabolic spike with a hole in the center. Okay? And that's the funnel for any charcoal. So it's like, once I get a little bit of the oxygen in there from a little bit of fire from the charcoal at first to go into the wood, I'm then able to have it continuously burn, take any of the ash and the heat from the top radiating downwards as gasification, and then burning also along with the ash. So it's like at the top of that parabolic spike, we have those little, exhaust areas, right? But we can't have them be too big, and we can't have them be too small. So it's really only 4 for 8 intakes. Alright? And they have to be very much small. We're talking small. They're, to put it in perspective, it's like if it was a full fat 3-inch tube, that's an intake, 8 of them, we're getting 1 inch to 1/2 inch, really, if you want to be more reasonable, for each 4 of those. Now, it's a slight overhang scoop. You don't need much. Like, it's effectively just a slightly raised area at the other end. Yeah, of the. We're trying to get the vortex, direction. So it's like, it's a slightly raised part, and that's the scoop. Now, that was just for the wood. Okay, now, because those funnels have to be funneled in there, right? I had to support it. So it turns out, if you support it the right way, you can keep feeding in and seal off wood. You keep feeding in wood, not just in the funnels, but from around, along with charcoal at the top. So the charcoal brick part was something fun. So it's like, oh, if I just place a brick here that's just big enough, then I put a little dent, then it's like, oh, the pressure of it trying to suck in something, just a little bit of like these leaves and some sap, and then it creates an O-ring seal. Now, granted, I was like, well, that's good, but this is not perfectly sealed, and I don't like it, and so, being me, the perfectionist kind of thing, tendency problem, it was like, well, if I just make one single and then another outside, like a bullseye indent pattern, so it's like I got the one big one, and then I have a ring, and then I have another ring at the very ends, and I put like a little bit of these leaves at the very edges, and then it was like, oh, fucking, mwah, finally, doesn't freaking want to come out, as much. Yeah, no, it was just put a rock there. It's like it seals, and then put a rock there, and it stays. It's good enough. So, the charcoal at the top was really cool, but like, how the hell do I feed it? And it's like, well, that was kind of what the brick was for. You know what I mean? If I'm being honest, but then it was like, I need to recirculate that exhaust from the middle and the top. So it's like each step of the way it goes to a lower area of higher heat, but more flow. Alright, so it's like, so if I do this at the top, because this is the middle where the charcoal area is, I was like, well, I could just feed that in where that brick is. You know what I mean? So this is where the brick kind of thing came in. So it's like, it's a starting process, and then once the brick is something I can remove, it's like, oh, then I just slide. It's a good way to put that. It's not really a tube. uh, huh. Yeah, it's kind of a tube, though. I mean, it's not technically, though. It's not. It's more. Okay, so a good way to imagine it is I have a tube within a tube. So it's like I made like the cylinder, the wall, whatever, right? The one at the top that's actually on the ground instead of in the ground, right? And like then I made a smaller one inside of that. And so all I did moving the brick was like allow for a type of fresh air intake that goes together with that recirculation at the top, because like we have to have that be a particular type of dome. All right, same thing with like that column. All right, so as it comes in, as it funnels towards this area, of course there's a high pressure that's there that's rushing a bunch of air in, and it's going to burn a large amount more of that charcoal, but it creates a very high degree of thrust, effectively, like a bell end, as it pushes a lot of that air through a lot of charcoal, and it can create these vortices of unburnt charcoal, and I don't like that. I don't want unburnt charcoal. I don't like any of that. So it's like burning is what I'm trying to do. Like I'm trying to get it to the point where it's like the only thing I'm seeing is very hot air coming out to the spot that I'm trying to use. So, as it goes through the charcoal and it burns it, eventually it wastes all of its energy because it doesn't have enough oxygen. Well, that's the tube within the tube. So as it goes up at the top, I'll describe the top in a second. It then has to go down over the other tube, and then it gets situated in between the two tubes. When I move the brick, it then allows for air to get rushed in towards the center and then freshly burn a lot of the unburnt ash, provided. So I have to be so careful. Like, no, none of this will work. I'm ready to immediately fucking just. I'm like, ugh. Say, this will be a thing that I have to describe to you before you can say that. Hold on. So, the brick is shaped to be a seal, yes. Right? The top part is not a dome, you can't use a dome. But it sure as fuck might as well look like one from the outside. There are a bunch of little cones that are directed towards a center. Alright? That center wraps around towards the outer, tube, the column, whatever. But it's in the wall, space in between. There are holes at each one of those cones that are fairly small, but they start wide and then they go to a pinch point. And they have little overhang parts. So, that one, how do you make an overhang? So, as they go towards the pinch point of the nozzle, they then create little overhangs because it's a circular little groove that you dig, and it allows for it to go over, alright? It skips over. It'll try and go into that so long as you make sure the overhangs in that little nozzle area are properly spaced. So at first, they're going to be a little bit further away, and then they're going to get closer, and then they'll no longer be there. Alright? Those all go directly to the top. Okay? Where there's lower pressure. But that's just an air hole, effectively. I just made a funnel that sits itself on with a little bit of, like stuck out like spikes that would fit into the grooves. And then I would situate it in that, and then I'd place another funnel, and another funnel, and another funnel, and that's how I layered it. And it allowed for air from the gaps that are there. Now, that top part happens to need to feed into this spot, which is where that is, yes, but it also happens to have that lower pressure. Remember that little hole? Well, that's like the dome part, remember? That's going towards the walls. Well, there has to be a way for that air to be fed back in. That heat there, alright? So, there are those little funnel overhangs as well, which means I just made a couple of pieces of slightly domed clay with ribs that allow for it to be separated and overhung again. Now, once it gets hot enough, it'll actually do this really cool burn effect, right? Or like, that's a lower pressure, yeah, and it'll rapidly accelerate as it tries to go into that area, and then it'll skip off of each one of them and go in. Now, that little dome, that little part there, as it moves over, does that again. Where it's a lower pressure. Now, as it goes to the place in between the two walls, it's getting cooled, even though it's getting accelerated. It's being condensed. The seal doesn't go into a view of the center burn area. It's really just a big funnel in between the air intakes that are already a part of the center to begin with. Alright, so the outer and inner walls here have a standard air intake style. They go straight through into where how does that work? I don't. Oh, he just said it. Okay, I'm just gonna. The bell end column funnel is. They're angled down with an S trap. So they're down, they go back up, and they go back down again, and then they go forward. Because they are never meant to feed charcoal in. They are meant to create a Tesla-like valve for pressure not coming back out. Now, the air that came from the dome as it skipped over and condensed a little is then going to go in between the walls and accelerate. The seal brick that we were using is actually the funnel for charcoal back into the bell end. It goes straight through into the bell end. Yeah, I know. Complicated, but not really. It's sealed. Now, the air goes back through the two slots of the funnels because that's what supports the inner wall. It then creates a constant convection pump current of flow for the pressure while getting fed very fresh air from outside, making it burn better. You can then open it. Once it gets hot enough, it'll start burning even more quickly as you can feed more fuel in. Like a rocket stove, exactly. Now, those little holes create a pinch point and they accelerate into an open area above, right? Okay. Those just go bounce off the top, so they curve along the sides, kind of like a cylinder wall of a piston, right? Except they're domed now, back towards the center, like a torque converter. That's all we're doing. Now, because they did that, they'll try and circle along the side of a regular little funnel, except it's this parabolic spike, really, if I'm being honest, because there's a dome underneath. Remember that? Didn't go anywhere. So it's like this goes onto that heats it up, and then it goes around the sides, in between where the intakes are, as an exiting exhaust, because there's a whole shroud that goes up before they're able to come out into this area and then curve back down. Now, as it moves out to that side, it's cooling, right? It's also heating the entire vessel, which is a good thing. You're going to want that. Alright? Now, remember those little overhangs that I was talking about? Those little overhangs suddenly have a very fast, much hotter, but much lower pressure, by extension, style of gas. Because they're condensed, they're cooled off to a degree, right? Because of how fast they're moving. Doesn't matter that they're very hot. Doesn't matter they slightly cooled off. and creates a vacuum pocket as a result. And they try and race towards that and have their own version of an overhang that captures centrifugally the vast majority of any unburned gases or very heavy or even fine particles now of ash. Which is a good thing. You're going to want that. We're going to burn that. Because once the vacuum can no longer support, because it has all this gas and all these particles in it, it'll dump it back in. And it'll oscillatively push it into the intake or into the recirculation exhaust intake area for the bell end below. Burning them again. That's a good thing. You're going to want that. It's clean to burn. Anyways, since it went off the side, it now slowly goes up towards a singular diffuse, which isn't really a diffuse, it's more of a, I'm going to just go into a single area, right there, that's going to diffuse all of the hot burn gases as a boundary layer towards a central pinch point. All that means is it's a teardrop-ish shape. That then has a little overhang, like a grate. So it's a bunch of bricks effectively at the top, laid correctly. That's the diffusal part. They're a little on the thinner-ish side and, vertically lined up. So that way you can just either put anything underneath or on top of that to heat up, burn, or even melt if you wanted to. I happen to use it for smelting and forging, as it's not very hard to put a bunch of sticks together and logs. And the charcoal was really kind of the worst part. But what I found was you can just start sticking a bunch of the wood, regular sticks, no charcoal, into that charcoal area, and it'll still burn it just as well. It's pretty darn hot still, to the point where you can still melt things. So I was willing to just use that. That's really all I used it for. But what comes out at the top is very clear but insanely hot gas. It's fully burned, very dangerous because you don't know that it's burning in that sense. Except you also had to make the dang fire, so I would imagine that you'd remember that there's a fire burning and you can hear that constant sucking Venturi effect. So, especially with the recirculation exhaust intake Bernoulli principle styles of efficiency for centripetally separating using the standard process that applies for that, and the vacuum effect that helps reintroduce both speed and efficiency for those gases, and also redeliver particles that can still be burnt. Now, this is the worst part. What comes out at the very end, after you burnt a lot of wood and some charcoal, is some degree of mineral content that drops to the bottom in the earth, which is now much easier to get to because you can just move the funnel and then scrape it all out. Works out just fine that way. But it is a very statically fixed thing, and it's fairly involved. That's the reason why most people probably wouldn't do it. But for me, it was pretty simple. as an idea and concept. It's like, wow, yeah, no, that makes total sense. It works just fine. It does. All the principles have already been used. It works just fine. The best part is, it's small. It's fairly fucking small. Now, it's involved, sure, but it's small. I don't need something massive. You know what I mean? I have a very high efficiency burn now, which means I can make it much smaller and with thinner material because, of course, I'm using something that's sealed and also is going to keep its heat retained by having constantly fresh new air introduced. Mostly, except for the middle part, which is down by the ground, which then turns into just don't go that close or put anything near it. I don't know, man. Like, it's not that hard. I can just use it to dry my wood or something. Point is, it's not super high pressures, it's just very high flow rate, which is great. That's all I need it for. Very high flow rate, great fuel use efficiency, and an easy ability now, much easier to continuously gain using regular air pressure the ability to melt and or forge iron, which is great. Also happens to have enough heat and pressure that I was able to gain that percolation setup. That's where the tar thing came in. Remember the whole percolation thing that I was talking about? Well, I want to describe this thing after that thing because this is how I got steel. I made a bubbling cauldron of hot carbon dioxide that I was able to forcefully add in some charcoal since it was fully burnt, more or less. I was then able to add in ground up charcoal powder into the exhaust and then have it percolate into a little basin. So, like, you know, what do they call that? Something with a C. Casting basin thing. Doesn't really matter. Point is, effectively that. So it's like a bunch of that, it bubbles through, it then percolates through, and then together with the exhaust, which some of it will break out and add in carbon to the iron. When you manage the amount of time and the amount of charcoal, you could have it then very easily, especially as it's got a very hot, very cleanly burnt gas around it. It acts like its own version of a, hey, fuck off, any and all oxygen, especially as I pour in a bunch of carbon dioxide and then unburnt carbon. It keeps it steadily hot. Then I'm able to allow for it to cool in a sealed environment for the basin, you know, the little casting, little pot basin thing. Seal it, leave it alone. Pressure from the outside air goes, I want in! Meanwhile, it's still hot there, and even if you do want in, I don't care. Suck it up, air. And now I have an ingot that I can then use to forge. That's all I did it for. Often I would just take it out, though, after it got cold enough that it would seal, and then I'd dump it into some water to immediately harden, to a degree, the whole thing. But really, I didn't care about the clay pot basin thing. I was going to fucking make others later, so it's just like, whatever, I don't care. So then it's like, well, it's relatively still hot. I get some basic tongs that are made out of some stone and some wood that I fire hardened with some sap. with the mortar and on all that. So it's like, then I can do that with a little bit of a stone that I put together into a stick, tomahawk, or the opposite of a tomahawk. So it's like, the axe head goes down the length of the stick, the handle, right? And then it, stays there. But if you make sure to put a little indent, and then you add in like a key, so like then you hammer that in for the handle, then it stays there even more. Well, I don't have a lot of that, so it's like, well, sap and some ground up like leaf paste will do basically the same thing as an O-ring. So I decided to go do that as a thing. That's literally what I decided to do. So I was like, alright, I'll just put a little indent and I'll just dip this around there, and then I'll just make sure the stone happens to be more flat and more conducive. So, good way to put this is, I threw stones at stone, and one stone lived more often than other stone, no breaky break. This the harder stone, denser, more usable for stupid hammer stone things. Less breaky apart stuff. I then heated it up in the new oven. Which, yeah, no, I do that. Because it's like, well, yeah, no, it'll make it even, more congealed, effectively. So it's like, if I get it really hot, if I'm able to melt iron, I can fucking melt some stone. Fuck off. Well, yeah. Anyways, I get a little bit more congealable. I then stick a bunch of fucking, like, charcoal around it. I then proceed to put it into a stone, like, hydraulic press, which isn't really, I just had a very heavy stone underneath of another stone that I fucking tried my damnedest to just make it the right shape that I'm looking for. Put some water on it with a little bit of earth, alright, like mud. And it's like, right, so this is basically the equivalent of a bunch of pulleys in my ass with a couple of rocks trying to fucking pound this fucker in for the stone. And so it's like, ding, and then it's like, more rocks, add the more rocks, more rocks, quickly, more rocks. Pull the crank, go down, motherfucker. Anyways, turns out it's a great way to shape stones. And then it was like, right, so I'm going to now need to somehow, slowly, grind out a hole in this stone. So I proceeded not to do that. I then had that, the exhaust, right? The really hot exhaust that could melt practically anything. Get funneled into a really small little, like, area, right? And then I added in these little ventruli, like suck in more air. But then I just, like, crush up some charcoal into that little funnel. I then put a bunch of wet towels, which isn't really wet towels, it's mud. But they might as well be wet towels, so I don't care. And I placed the stone right there, and then I kept changing out the mud as it would dry. And so, like, the center would slowly but surely burn and melt away. As I then effectively oxyacetylene kind of like thing burnt through the stone. And now I had a hole for my stone hammer that was denser and harder and sounds very similar to steel. Ding, 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 ding. That kind of thing. Kind of same thing for the process of the stone anvil that I made. So I had to get a big old stone. Really, it's a boulder. That chipped away slowly. That took forever. It takes forever to do this shit. Anyways, I got that one done. That's flatter-ish, round corner-ish. Then it's like, right now it's time, pour in any and all, like, liquidy rock bullshitter stuffs. Like, literally, it's like, heat up the top with the little, torch thing, but this one's more of a longer tube thing, more than anything, which isn't really, it's just like I built it specifically to just go to this one spot, so I was not moving that fucking stone. So it's like, alright, I got there, and it's like, I'm gonna get it to be flat, because this is the base to the anvil. And this fucker has to survive lots and lots of blows for long periods of time. So it's like a bunch of charcoal with a bunch of mud, and then I need it to be very hard with the ability to be, because porous in this instance was better. So if I heat it up really hot, along with the charcoal and everything, it then turns into something that will slowly condense, but you gotta do it like you're walking a sword through a forge, like from front to rear, front to rear, front to rear, as you try and evenly heat it. Took a long time, because it's a stone that weighs probably like 500 fucking pounds, and it sucked, because it started off as a boulder that was heavier. Anyways, dug it into a pit of multiple bricks laid around, deep with mortar everywhere, and then brick and mortar, bunch of congeal stuff to the boulder that's there. Heat it up, let it cool off, slowly to dry it, re-sap everything. And then that already had to have a bunch of, like, a trapezoid, so it's like there's already a bunch of laid bricks, sapped and mortared, all this stuff on the below that holds the boulder, that extends like a trapezoid. So this is smaller, and then it goes wider out, and then I made this at the top of it that holds the boulder, which took a long time to get to. But it's like, I got it. I got the thing. It's done. It was a bitch to fucking do, but I got it. And this was after I treated the boulder to being a flatter, harder, denser substance. Which, again, took for fucking ever. Literally 3 days of constant doing this thing. It was sucky, but I got it done. Now, the reason why the charcoal's there, and the reason why this was a particular type of porous stone, allowed for a chemical reaction when it heated up and then reduced porosity and increased density, and lessened its likelihood to split, which is a good thing. You don't want it to split, you want it to stay very unlikely to split. Now, it's flat enough at first to then get melted into complete flatness. And then it gets placed. It's done. That took a lot of dead-ass wood. Like, a lot of the wood. From like a mile away, I had this whole pile where apparently there's this dead spot. It's just like, it's mine now. It's mine now. No one else is gonna use this. This is mine now. It's not even getting into all the sap that I had to collect during that whole thing. So, anyways, I got that one done. And then it was like, alright, so now it's time to get the actual anvil. Which, no, there's no, like, I'm going to make a bunch of iron or steel and then make an anvil. No! Get out of here. I don't have any ability to do that. So I was like, what stones look very much more like they're probably full of iron? Proceeded to be sad, as apparently that's like an iron, like, bloom ingot thingy. Or ore deposit. So that didn't work out. But I was like, I can melt stones together. Which then turned it into, well, I don't need it to be stupendously heavy. I just need them to stay together for a very, very long time. So I was like, alright, we're going to throw some fucking charcoal, because apparently it's always, like, decent at making things stick together when you heat them up. We're going to cast a bunch of fucking, this much easier to turn into liquid stone with this much denser, goopier stone, and this stuff that's tacky stone. We're then going to dig, like, effectively a brick and mortar kind of situation that's the shape of the anvil I'm looking for in the ground. We're then going to just simply allow for this to get poured pressure-wise, because I have the fucking, like, stone hydraulic thing, which isn't really, but whatever. And then it's like, this will go into this, and then I'll dump these fucking ridiculously hard, like, ones. I have no idea what these fucking stones are made out of. I don't know. But they're basically not as good as my hammer, as they're too brittle. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever this shit is, and I can't really fucking melt them. You know what I mean? Like, they're not even tacky. Like, they'll just fucking get really hot, and it takes a really long time. I don't know what kind of heat situation needs to happen, but they'll barely melt. You know what I mean? Anyways, stuck them all together in the right little, like, ways, and then I poured all of this stuff along with a bunch of graphite, and, well, they're not really it's charcoal, but, yeah. I put already in the little cast mold thing that I already had. And so it's like, then I pour this in from the sides, it goes towards the bottom, and then it goes towards the sides, and then I pour on top of it. I then squeeze all of the things. It gets rid of all of the side stone stuff, as I had already heated that up, all of it, to near melty stuff levels. I then squeezed everything. It gets rid of all the stuff on the side, gets rid of all the stuff at the top, and it then forms as it then spreads out into all of the shapes that I have as the little layers slide, and then all that, and then it makes the anvil shape that I'm looking for with the hole that I have that I've already pre-put there. I've got a horn, I've got a base, I've got a flat part, I've got a little bit of round, whole thing. I've already heated up the stupid press part too, and then it was like, But wait, there's more. Because the moment I press this down, it's like, right, it opens up a bunch of air area for the exhaust to go into that air area around the fucking thing and keep it warm. Because I need it to be warm. As I then proceeded to hammer the shit out of it constantly, as I was already pressed, and then it was like another fucking bunch of stones that I just keep fucking hitting as I crank it over and over and over and over and over. just keep fucking hitting it. Just fucking get rid of any and all of the air. Just get rid of it. Boom, 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 boom. Literally, it's hot as fuck. It's pretty much as melted as it could really be. Pound, pound, pound. It's squished, but then it's like, right, then I need to bum, 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 all the time as hard as I can. That proceeded to be my entire day. Just cranking that fucker the entire day. It was a 16-hour job. I started at 5 in the morning with the pour. I had to keep cranking it while I continued to add in more and more wood to keep the whole thing continuously hot, get rid of all air, congeal and weld all the stones while allowing for all of that heat to then continuously soak towards the harder whatever stone that was, and then have it diffuse appropriately throughout all of it instead of being a one large mass. It would then slowly turn into other stone stuff and mix together and then forge itself into each other and then create a much harder, denser, heavier, acts very similar to steel substance as my previous experiments showcased with the brick that I did, which the solid brick worked out. I have no idea what I'm going to ever use that thing for, and I don't care. But it worked, so I don't care. Anyways, I then went to bed and let it cool off. I didn't care anymore. I was over it. Done. Especially since it was like, that was an 8-hour, and this is effectively this stupid amount of cube law versus square law shit. And so I have to do this extra long period of time calculation bullshit to get all the heat diffusal. And I have to have it be this much hotter versus that much hotter. Which then just turns into, so it's a whole fucking day of just constantly fucking doing large amounts of laborious labor work. Yay! I then proceeded to wait a whole other day while I went and replenished a whole bunch of other stock for wood and charcoal and, just fucking doing anything other than this thing because it had taken up like a solid 2 weeks of my time to do. Like, and that's not even counting all of the stuff I had to do for making the fire, the forge, the whole thing, and all the rest. Like, it took a whole fucking 2 weeks to do this thing. This anvil thing took 2 fucking weeks. Took a long time, but I got there. But it took a long time, and it sucked. But it's worth it, I think. Then I went to bed a few times, and I looked at it, and I said, I eventually have to stop procrastinating and see if my results are good. Also, this fucker is heavy. So, we're getting out the pulley system and everything else that I built in the meantime. It's effectively the equivalent of an engine hoist. It's a stand that I slowly yank and crank, and then it's like, and he pulls this fucker up. This thing weighs a ridiculous amount. The boulder itself weighed a fucking stupid amount. This is built to go into the boulder, specifically. In latched areas, effectively. Yeah, it has a couple of holes, but then it's like, yeah, no, that's never gonna probably be a thing. So instead, there's some holes over here, and then these holes, and then I'm just gonna fucking really yank down. And it's gonna be in some indents, and then it's latched. You know, like you pull tension, and then you latch it, and then it sticks in. You know, that kind of thing. Basically what this is. Anyways, Anvil came out fine. That was great. Big whoopee-doo for me, if I'm honest. Not even kidding. Like, I'm not actually. At all kidding. It was this much work. This much. For stone stuff. I was like, big whoopee-doo, I did this great thing, that's great. I expected it to be this way. If it wasn't, I'd be pissed, but still, it's great, nice, whatever, don't care. I'm fucking getting it over here. Because, of course, you can see the anger has built. All of this was so I can actually just hammer some fucking steel and then make steel stuff. But I needed it anyways to make the steel stuff and the iron stuff, so it was all necessary. All of it was necessary for this one fucking moment where I decided to go, oh, I made steel. Super. All of it is super fucking anger. So much anger. It worked though. I never made a steel anvil. I never made any of the. I literally never. Like this anvil was more than good enough. It weighs a shit ya fucking not. 750 fucking pounds. That's based upon the amount of pulley and the amount of cranks and everything else that I had to add in as gearing ratios and all that to make the torque. For it to lift this at this degree of force input, for this amount of pulley, meant that it was 750 fucking pounds. Most of it's concentrated in the base for what it's worth, but still, it's a bitch fucking anvil to fucking do, you know, but it's still the big boy. Like, you're gonna make all the things from this fucker. It's not moving. I'll never move this thing. I don't care. To be fair, it also chipped into the boulder. That way it would like have better indents with the base while that was going on. Yeah, little overhangs. So it's like this was to flare out. And so it's like if I stick it in and I then put this part in and then I latch it, and then there are holes there. At some point I might make the fucking steel bolts. I never did. It's 750 fucking pounds. I'm never gonna care. I then made steel with the iron. Took a long time to even get that shit. No kidding. You're not. No, there was no iron deposits anywhere. I was looking around. I was like, what the fuck kind of stupid ass rocks would be iron heavy in any aspect? Are there? Let me find them. They don't exist. No, they do exist. They're just not around here. It's bullshit. I then used primitive technology stuff as well, because it was like, right, yeah, no, this is basically bacteria. And I was like, yeah, I'm also going to go towards like any streams that might have like a consistent run area off, you know, kind of like they try and do for gold prospecting. Sort of a similar thing. I was like, where's the mountain? Over there? Alright, well, there's like a runoff over here, and there's like a little divot. I'll just fucking do that. I'll just fucking, and then I got that, and then it made enough iron after a while of like weeks of constant work till I eventually got there. I made the ingot. I, of course, at that point was finally excited, but still kind of angry about how long that took. I then hammered it into shape. I was like, what do you think I made first? What did you make first? An axe. Yeah, I made an axe shovel thing. Not even kidding. I was like, fuck this shit. Yep. I've got a shovel and I've got an axe. This is gonna work. I don't care at all anymore. It's so much easier to clear things. It was way worth it. In every aspect, worth it. To make a fucking shovel axe thing. Way worth it. It's like, why not the hammer? The hammer worked fine. I never had to fucking do anything to the hammer. The hammer doesn't chip. It doesn't fuck it up. It fuck up ever. It sounds like it's a fucking iron hardened steel anvil and hardened fucking whatever the fuck hammer that is at this point. If it has a fatigue limit, I didn't get to it yet, so whatever. I was done after that. Because it was like, well, it's getting pretty fucking cold these days. Kind of want to go home. Just gotta leave this here. I then proceeded to, like, lock it up. With a bunch of, like, sticks everywhere. And huge traps. Boulders. Pointy sticks. There's holes around. There's, like, lots of dart poisonous things. Then there's a bunch of, like, warning scents for any animals that are coming by. It doesn't have any food in it. But, you know, still. They always seem to try and find a place. Yeah. I then worked on the roof. The roof was the biggest problem, if I'm being honest. It was like a bunch of bark, leaves, sap, and then some, like, fucking, what do they use? Long strands with the mortar, you know what I mean? So it's like, so the mortar that was already had some of that, right? The strands in it, and it's like, well, this is more like actual just long strands, you know, that are there, like twine, yeah. But it's like then it's leaves and a little bit of bark, and then like I stuck them together, and then you know kind of like just place them on in something that's gonna keep them flat, you know, kind of thing. Right, I already pre-dried them more or less. Right, and then it's like now it's creating more of an actual like harder, you know, more water resistant substance. And I just sort of placed it in like layers on top of each other so they overhang, and it's a lot harder for it to like get in. I then had to like twine it. Yeah, no, I had to get a bunch of moss. So it's like moss is this pretty ubiquitous kind of thing. And you get a bunch of twine, you know, like long fibrous strands, and then you have to heat them in an airless environment together with the sap, and then it creates a very, when it's in a you know kind of, it's still got pressure, it's still got, you know, oxygen, and I'm still putting air in it. It's just not really airless. It's hot but without, you know, burning, you know what I mean? So great, I have to now explain this. All right, so taking into account this stuff called lack of oxygen, by using very large amounts of nitrogen, which nitrogen is pretty ubiquitous in our air. Now, if you use heat, you have a pump. It's an automatic convection heat pump. All right? Now, if you spin it right, you can separate a large amount of oxygen, especially with the heat, away from nitrogen, and burnt carbon dioxide or anything else. Alright? That's all I did. It's literally, I got it to spin really fast, and then I was like, I'm going to point this part of the depth of where I'm getting it to spin at fire. Yeah, I know. Nitrogen will react with very hot oxygen in that fire and create nitric oxides. Well, you can smell the difference between carbon dioxide and nitric oxide burn. We don't want it to not burn, because that's carbon dioxide. We want it to burn a very specific way. Alright, I looked that up. Nitrogen burning together with oxygen creates a very specific type of burn. I looked that up. It's basically just a type of smell and a type of flame color. I got that, I was good to go. Now, for what it's worth, you don't need to do this. I did this specifically for one reason. If I heat this up outside, so it's like I have a vessel that's heated up, and then nitrogen's inside of a vessel in between a other vessel inside that's in the center. That nitrogen then gets fed in as it gets heated up and then spun really, really quickly. When I do that, it's under pressure, and it gets even more pressurized and very, very hot. I'm not trying to create any kind of fusion or anything. If you think that, no, that would never fucking work with this, so you're good to go on that. This creates N3s that are very extraordinarily shit once they react with anything. When I pour in the sap with the moss and the twine, the little fibrous strands, I then open this up and it percolates through because it's under pressure now. It's quite hot, and it doesn't really like to bind much at all, practically in any way. So, as it goes through that, it then gets rapidly changed. So it'll suck through because it's lower pressure, even though it's trying to push it out. But it can only have so much nitrogen there to begin with. It then sucks it through the little percolation area. It then fills up that cavity that no longer has any nitrogen, and it's just really hot. It then forms a long, aligned, hot, very porous, very small porous, low oxygen, low nitrogen, very hot filter. I'm making a filter. If you didn't know, I'm making a freaking filter. That's all I'm doing. But because of the long strands, because of the lots of little tiny holes, because all of that then burns and carbonizes, but then together with the sap tries to as well in an airless environment after I had nitrogen go through it, which then is a loose bound connection, if there even was one, then suddenly is no longer bound. And so it then pops and it then evaporates, vaporizes off. And then as it condenses from the hot outside, as it vaporizes off, because thermal release, it then goes and has a escape. Right? That makes sure it doesn't stick to the sides. It's formed its shape, and it's got insanely small little holes that are very ordered to a degree with random natures that allow for all of it to consistently go through. So, the reason why this happens though is because the center more violently pushes than the outside. The outside already formed and started cooling, then the inside, which is still very tacky to straight up liquid, will then push into those larger holes and then balloon out. It creates a consistent hole arrangement that is a filter, it allows for air to go through, but they're also full of a lot of small and large and medium sized holes. That is bendable and happens to have a large amount of resistance to heat and water and all the rest. Because I was making them for the roof, it was like, well, you know what? This is going to end up turning into a bunch of long strips all together, which was like a bunch of individual little, sap all the moss things, and then they'll pour in, and then they'll stick together along the sides. Small ones that would then turn into a big, big one. Much easier to do. So I got that done. I got the whole roof thing with filters for the overhangs. After the overhangs were already made to be a lot more water resistant and heat resistant as well, along with twine to stitch it all together. And then same thing with the bottom. So it's like I have a downward, little air intake, and then it goes up, S-trap, and then it goes over to the side. Yeah, so it goes down, it has to go over, it has to go up, and then it has to go over to the side, and then it has to go back down, and then it can go in to where the filter is. The reason I did this is because then it becomes much easier for me to just scoop out all the crap that tries to get stuck in. Water piles up there, and then it has to go over, and that little overhang, that little side, has a little dunk runoff. That's another type of S-trap. So it goes down, goes over, and then it goes down again, it goes back up, and it goes down, and then it goes and joins this little area that will dump it into the river nearby. I see. Yeah, no, I only had 4 of those that I needed, so it was really, really easy to do that. It was like, done. It's so much, it was like, just down, and then I'll put a little tube, like a little thing, which was literally just a log that I put some sap in on the outside. That kind of thing. Wait. Yeah, no, that's all I did. It was like, I'll just make a log. I'm not going to hollow the log. I just put the log there, and then put sap around the outside, let it heat, and then it's like, well, no, that's the tube, more or less done. No. I know that sounds like not true, not going to be the case, but it's like, it's more or less done. I know, it's not. Like, what are you saying? And it's like, then the sap goes into that indent that it makes underneath, and then over top, while I put the earth over, I then pull out the log. It takes some sap with it, but it doesn't matter because it's now sealed more than good enough. And then I do that for all the little holes, and I've got 4 of them. And really, realistically, I only need the one side to actually go to the freaking stupid spot that I need to get everything out. And like, that's all it really turned into. So it's like this, and then I just move it forward a little bit, and then I do the next section, and the next section, and then join them all together. and then pushed it off to like this stupid hole that was over there, and I was like, I'm over it. I'm already done. I don't want to do anymore. I'm already done. I'm super over. Done. 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 Don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, no, because it was like, no, what about working on the walls? I'm like, I don't want to do this. I wasn't even kidding. I was like, I don't want to do this no more. It sucks. I hate this. I already have a chimney for my stupid forge thing. This took forever to even make. I'm not. It's like in the wall though, so it has to go up and then over, and then it has to. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm not fucking putting more bend. It's just up and then over. Fuck this. I'm not gonna make it look nice. I don't care. Just gonna put a little overhang of like that little, yeah, the little freaking, you know, roof house thing, the little cone funnel. Yeah, that fat. I was so done by this point. Just slide it in, and then it's done, and then I just turn it over for when I'm not there, so that way I don't have to care about any damn anything getting in. I actually got so pissed after a while. Yeah, I was like, everything is always constantly doing a thing in my head where I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do that, I'm gonna do this, and then I did that, I did this. It's like, the corners, the four corners, like the real strong parts of the structure. It was like, alright, so now I'm gonna angle off two branches off towards the center, where then I have a cross beam and a diagonal beam towards the front, and these two things at the sides will then join into the diagonal beams towards the top, that'll also join in from the diagonal beams from the top to the cross beam in the center, that are going to be slightly angled with a hole upwards. Yeah, and it's like, well, because the diagonal beams, you see how fast it got to like, what the fuck? So it's like those things go off to diagonals, right? But then like those diagonals head towards inwards towards the cross, like first vertical, horizontal, but they're slightly angled up, and then it's like those don't ever actually get to the center. They go to the cross beams that are diagonaled off towards the center of the regular cross beam. And the diagonals then have supportive members for all the little roof areas. And then it was like time to finally put in, like, I guess an attic or something, like a second story. And I was like, I don't want to do this. I then got a bunch of twine and vines out. I put a bunch of sap on them and leaves. I then was like, alright, so if I hook them onto this thing, and then I suspension them with this little round bit thing, and then I tension them like this, and then I connect it to this, because I had to get the four corners at the bottom here. Of course, they have to be diagonally inwards. And so like then I have that, and then I have like a little offshoot from that diagonal up towards the freaking crossbeam, the straight vertical side to side thing instead of the corners for the diagonal, right? That goes off to the crossbeam, so like there's little supportive structures that are there, but they're bowed. So all of those are bowed in a very specific way to give me maximum clearance, and it doesn't really look like there's much there. And then same thing with the little freaking branch log stuff that I had to do for the walls, for the cross point. And it was like, well, so that's where my tension area is. Yeah, no, not even a joke. Yeah, so for the roof at the top, so that way I have an attic, so that then I was able to then place all of my thatching. Because it was like, well, I have to do the same thing to their walls, right? And it's like, no, well, you, The answer really quickly became, whatever pile of garbage I can stick to this fucker and just mortar it, that was good. It's just like, you remember the little bow thing that I was talking about? It's like there's little latches there. And then it's like with a lever, I'm then able to lift it up like a crowbar and then move it down and then do that as a tension system. But that also hooks it in to those spots where the structure's top is, which makes it so that way that then bows outwards in towards where the four corners are, which are then places that happen to have those bowed diagonals for struts effectively to the ground. So it's like I have 3 points of connection contact, and they're dug into the ground, by the way, with mortar around and some fucking whatever rock I could put together and just left it alone for a while. I had to fire harden the sticks. I then had to sap the sticks. I then had to bow the sticks, meaning tension them internally. So it's like I bowed them, and they're already flexible, and then I have to tension them internally by having the little strings and everything, like the twine or whatever. I then had to sap the twine, so the twine has to be sapped. Otherwise, it doesn't stretch nearly as hard or as long, and it doesn't stay for as long. So it's like it'll eventually oxidize to the point where it'll no longer continue working the way I want it to. So when I internally tension them, and then I have an external tension from the bowing, it then makes it a much harder branch and log that's also lighter. So I then did that with the four corner supports, which I'd love to talk about more about how I made like multiple little holes and then like made holes that went down a little further, a little further, a little further, and I had to drill in first with heat, and then I then get a longer rod, and then I drill in a little further, and I heat it up, and it's like, so over time, I was able to fully, with just using heat and a rod, which in this instance was a literal stone that I made that's shaped to do this. It was easier in all aspects because it's like it pre-fire hardens it, it seals it, and it's able to be done while I'm fire hardening and drying the wood. And then I can sap it as I'm going through, which soaks into the now opened up porous structure. And then I'm able to add in some fiber in certain areas. And then I can then keep the rod in certain places, right? Because I'm going to need to get it out, okay? But I don't want the sap to, run everywhere. So it's like, alright, so in order to do that, I have to keep the rod in. After I filled it up and allowed it to drain through some of those holes, I then push a bunch of the fiber through, which is wrapped around the rod, which now makes it so the rod can slip out, the fiber can stay, and then I can put the actual tension fiber that I already pre-sapped through just fine. Anyways, did all that for the supports and the cross and then all that, so that way everything can be internally tensioned and everything can be externally tensioned with a bunch of the same twine and the rope and all that. such that everything is lighter and able to handle a lot more force put onto it. The walls were pretty much a version of like, just fucking get a bunch of broken whatever leaves and dry sticks and grind and mash shit together. Here's some clay, here's some ash. Fucking, I don't even care anymore. Here's my sap mortar crap. Stick it together. Just, place it down. Here's some fucking, like, what is this, a log? Fuck it, I'm done. Here's some rocks in between. Screw this, screw this, screw this, I'm done. What is this, a fucking weirdly, I'll use this branch, I don't care. I'm just gonna stick a bunch of branch, sizing, and then, all the more, and basically it turned it into a bunch of very good pieced together little freaking parts, like at the same time. It sucked. It was the worst. I hated everything about doing this. It was like do, and it's not like I hated it because it was like so, damn terrible, to get mud or whatever. It was more just fucking so much to do before I had to leave. Like, it was actually fairly easy. Like, for what it's worth, it's actually a really fun thing. I had fun while I did, but it was like getting in just so I can leave. It's like I already got the fucking filter. I already got the stupid little trough thing. I already got the little fucking. And then I have the overhangs, which overhang the wall, which then I have to have. That's right, gutters. Yeah, no, you know how I make gutters? Fucking mud and clay fired. Where they overhang gutter. So it's like, this is the overhang, it goes into this little gutter thing, right? And it was like, right, and then there's a slight off, like there's these little ridges along the side, like waveguides to like, jet engines. Well, there's like that, but then those are flatter areas. Those drain off into a second one, which is curved inwards to another third one underneath. And I was like, why would you do that? So that way, if it ever fucking gets gunked, it's just gonna go over there. Somewhere else. And they're gonna be supported by the fact that the roof is very strong. So it's just like, fuck it. And then it's like, oh right, well now I have it so close to the wall, I can just, place it there. And then, there's some sticks. Fuck it. There's some sticks there now that are connected to the wall and the overhang of the roof. So the whole thing stays much more rigidly solid, and while they're wider, I also have a huge tunnel thing, which was like, this is stupid, I'm done with this. The fucking stupid funnel thing is over, I'm out. I then made a big ginormous slab, effectively. That's just a tension and then support slab, kind of like trough, more than anything. It's a bunch of twine. So it's like rope, leaves, sap, and that's it. That didn't just dumps it into like the little thing that's supposed to take it to the river. That's all it is. Super fast, easy as fuck. I was so over it after a point. I was angry. I wanted to go home. It was getting cold. But I finally finished it. It was done. There's no natural light. It's very dark in there. So that was like my next, like, oh, I'll come back. I have to go pee now. So, that done and everything. Let's see here. Let's see here. So, the next thing was to wait out the winter, which was not super fucking great. Honestly, we got hit by a fucking shit ton of blizzards, huge dumpage of snow. We got like Arctic, like Antarctic kind of levels of cold for like solidly 2 months. Yeah, it was like Negative 150 degrees Fahrenheit wind chill. Super fucking fuck you, bitch. No. Really great. Super. I hope my whole thing survived. Fuck, I can't even go near it to try and fix anything. If anything broke. Poured just tons and tons and tons of snow down. I think we got like 14 feet at one point. So I was not having a great time. Anyways, spring was rough. It was effectively the equivalent of all of the flood could have happened, I guess, today. Every day. That was terrible. And I was like, alright, well, I'm not going to be able to get anywhere close to it for a while. Because couldn't go through the muck. Tires aren't gonna fucking go through it. It is basically a swamp slug fest. It's a mud fest. You know what I mean? There's no getting through it. So I was like waiting for that to dry off, and it's like, lo and behold, it's still there, still standing just fine. Nothing fucking had any issues at all. That was good. That was the only real fucking concern I had. I was like, time to put in fucking, like, any kind of window, because there's no light at all. It's so dark. I kept stressing about it the entire time. I spent a bunch of days just stuck indoors, not being able to do anything at all. Looking up what light tunnels can be. What are shiny materials? How do they make shiny materials? What is this? What is that? And then set up and started a whole bunch of creating windows. Because that was really easy, along with skylights. Because that was also very easy. I was like, light capture, be damned, fuck you, don't care, suck it. I was like, what? How do you make windows? Yeah, no, windows indeed. Yes, no, how? How does do the windows be doing the windowing? What be a window to begin with? Fucking bullshit. Not even a joke. I got pretty pissed after a while. I was like, But that would work, though. I then set about making small holes in my walls for slight changes to the construction of it. There's a lens system that works just fine. So if you have light outside and you make a bunch of balls that are more or less just quartz, if we're being really realistically honest, I mean, they're mostly just quartz. You know what I mean? But you don't really need quartz, you know? You don't really need any of that. What I found was, it was like, well, if I do none of that and do the right thing, this will work better. Yeah, I effectively turned a bunch of rocks into reflective material. I then made them very numerous. And I then made it such that the rocks that were all across all of the outside and in the inside areas of the holes I had made, and of course also on the roof, which are, I don't need as many for what it's worth. It turns into a bunch of a light collection. Now, they diffuse with inside of the multiple connected tubes. When you situate them appropriately, with the right tubes offshooting to other tubes, and then tubes widening in the right areas, so on and so forth, with the right reflective areas around, it makes it really hard for something to come in, right? You know, like bugs and shit. But it's like, no, I'm not going to do that. Because that would be silly. That's a dumb way to do that. I do things right. I put water in there. Yeah, I put a bunch of water in all the holes. I then had the water rest in such a way that it would have to go up like an S-trap to come out. I then sealed it Yeah, no, I know, right? What? How do you seal any of this to still have light come in? Which was a genuine thing I thought about for a while. I was like, yeah, no, I need to seal this. It's fine. It's never going to destroy the wall. The wall's fine. Strong enough. It'll never leak. I'll never have to worry about it freezing to the point because it has expansion areas. I was like, how do I collect a bunch of light? How do I seal this? I don't want anything for water to come out at all. That would be stupid. I don't want water to come out. I don't have to fill this all up again. This is stupid. So I did the next best thing, where I went, the rain gutters are basically going to make this work just fine. I'll have it evaporate into an area that's in the kind of side of the wall, inside of the structure, that then has all the air collectively wick and condense and then drain off into from the roof to the rain gutters. It's like, nah, it's not good enough. So I didn't do it because that was a waste. I was like, what would allow for light to come through? The right way, not the wrong way. I need it to be very, very bright. I can't make any clear material. I can make shiny material, can't make clear material. Water's already clear, so it's like that's how I can automatically just get clear material. I already have it as an S-trap. It's not going to go further down or up. No amount of wind will allow for that to happen, and it has expansion areas, so it won't break at all the wall or any of the tubes. It's got a decent amount of mineralization as a result. So how do I fucking seal this thing? How do you seal with light? Yeah, basic eureka moment. I was looking at the vent of my forge. I was like, oh, it's got an overhang. Well, if I just make a bunch of shiny little fucking, U parts and then they all shine like a fucking goddamn satellite towards the center part on the inside, and then it reflects back into the tube. And if I just manage to do that, because they're already in rows, I can already make overhang gutters. I then really technically only need it to situate itself inside of itself. I mean it. Like, it was literally that kind of thing. It was like, oh, no, wait. I don't ever really need it to actually be exposed to air. I didn't need it to be clear at all. Because I can have water there. That allows enough of a gap. That allows me to collect all the light. But it's completely sealed. It's like a lot of people really didn't understand what the hell that might have been. You know what I mean? But it's like, take mushrooms and flowers. If you do it right, they form a completely sealed system of overhang. But you don't need anything other than the water to seal it. It rests on a surface of water. The water can never actually escape. It can't evaporate out. So, for unable to imagine dummy-dums, let's explain this better for you. Sure. So, if I happen to place a vessel inside of a container of water, but it's not going to float because, of course, it's got water in it. Instead of like a boat being able to, float, it's going to sink. Right. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. I'm going to have to actually explain this real quick. Let me pause so I can actually do like the real critical thinking before I try and get angry and then just rapidly fire it off. So, just like a boat sinks if it is full of water, but if it has air in the center, it floats, as long as the shape allows for it to do that. When you have air ultimately there and a water that is ultimately there with a wicking effect, boundary layer effect, it creates a large degree of seal. The air never actually allows for any escape of itself, but it is completely exposed. A good way to put it is there's an air-to-air boundary that reflects and uses water as the valve that goes back into the tube system. So, really quick, if you have an overhang of an air pocket, like put the dome there, the dome inside of a tulip, right? And then the tulip has a bunch of reflective properties towards the dome. Except the tulip is really more kind of like air. Alright, it still has reflective on the center surface, the inside diameter, right? along with the outer diameter of the collection for the water. The water never really leaves that tube. The air pockets that exist, because of course you have to, in order to do this correctly, have to make a vacuum on one area and an air pocket and another air pocket elsewhere around it. The vacuum suspends it. It's sealed by air on one side with a vacuum in between and then air on the outside. As a result, the air on the outside is a very large area, okay, of collection. It then reflects through a vacuum in no way, because of course it's a vacuum, except there's reflective properties for the things that have to be there to seal it up that way. So it's like there's a big air area. It then collects in all of the spots around it. So like think the satellite dish flower concept. Flower petals don't need to be thin and non-hollow. Sap is abundant. So are rocks. And also so is bark, leaves, and more. When done appropriately, you can make a very, very, very shiny surface. You can then pull this fucker and then place it on over top of the little tube for the stem. It then creates a satellite dish as it bows out for the wood that is treated with the shiny stuff. It then reflects inward all of the light collected as it bows both as a dish bowl but also as a dish bowl at the top, and it rests onto the sides of some indents of the stem. That sucks up all the water into that area. The vacuum, of course, that it sees goes, oh, yeah, well, I can't go that way, and, well, this is sealed over here, so I guess I'll just remain where I'm at. From the air pressure around. Except there's water pressure inside and air pressure around, which will make them slightly change tension as they cool, but it's not much. So it's sealed completely by the water. I thought it was going to be clear. No, there's a vacuum. Yeah. Yes. No. No, I there's an indent. Yep, because there's water there. Remember? Well, yeah. That fills in the indent, but tries to go to the vacuum, but it can't because it's sealed. It then rests on a pocket of water. Right, that has a vacuum area in between. That is air nearby as it tries to go to that. Right, oh. Okay. So, the flower petals, okay? Alright? There's space in between them. They don't fully cover everything. The dome sits and rests above where that space is. There's ways for the water to exist there, in a sealed way, with the vacuum spring being there, with then reflection through a given hollow tube that is a bunch of reflective material that is a vacuum that then reflects back into the water. But it has to be sealed because it's reflective. No, don't. The hollow tube is great for reflectance. God, I have to actually explain this a lot better. I thought it would click for people, but it's not clicking for people. Okay. So, think of a hollow tube that is fiberglass. Okay? So it's like glass, and then it's got the reflective, and then it's hollow, but it's a vacuum on the inside of the hollow glass fiber tube. Alright? Now, there's an end cap. Okay? But it's not just a normal end cap. You can't do that. You have to have it reflective. Alright? It's a bunch of rocks that are just reflective and some wood and all that other stuff. Right. Alright, so imagine it such that as it collects from the outside, it goes inwards, it reflects up, and then it goes down. Right? Standard stuff. Remember that cap? Right. The sap is what's going to sit in between reflective surfaces, which is a bunch of air, and then where the sap is trying to get to itself, because that's where the cap ultimately is spring tension, as you yank it up, and then opens everything, it then sucks them closer together, and then it rests on top of the sucked close together thing. So think latch system. It's like before is like a key that's there, and then it slid up and it got closer, and then it rests on top of it. Alright. Now, the air that's there, that's gonna go into that little, area, right? And even though they're closer, they're still as a vacuum. Okay? Right. Then it can reflect up, down towards the vacuum, and then towards the cap. Which, there's a gap, of course. Just because the water filled up into a sealed area. Okay, so like that's sealed, right? And you gotta really think with the old noggin here. So it's sealed at the top, and then it has an overhang. Okay? But then it's like there's water in there, okay? But then there's a bunch of reflective sap shit, for the little dome that's around that, where it's going to suck into the sides, right? So as it goes and collects from the sides, and then goes up and then down towards where the little vacuum in area is, it goes over, and then it spreads and diffuses inwards. So it's like down, so it's like from sides, down, back up, down, and it goes up. But it also has a bunch of reflectivity from all that is a bunch of flowers, okay? Petals, collective, and then, right? Right, so, anyways, that comes in, it's air, right? Standard air is already there. It's just reflective stuff, but, the reflective stuff, remember, that's hollow. Yeah. That's where the water goes. As you yank it up, it goes and fills into where the frickin' petals are that are hollow, that need to open up as you, like a hinge, except they're not really hinge, you know what I mean? They're more slidey, kind of already bent. It's just, right. They'll do like a crescent thing as they'll pivot as they slide up, and they'll open. Oh, and it's reflected on the outside. It's reflective on the inside-ish, the best I can do. I don't really know. You know what I mean? You know, right? But that allows for the water to go into the petals now, to be fully sealed and to be separated. From the light coming in. Okay, so it's like that goes off into where the hollow petals are. Right? There's air. Remember on the sides where they're trying to squeeze in? And there's a bottom that has to be there to seal that? Because that's where kind of where the petals are, remember? Well, yeah. I don't need it to be clear. Because there's a seal. There's a seal at the top. It's reflective on the inside. Remember, it goes up and then it diffuses outwards, right? You know, back towards the dome, you know, heading inwards. That's like a lens of air. Okay. All right. Yeah, no. So the vacuum, where that's gonna go, right? Like that's still vacuum. Okay. Like it's a lower pressure zone. Anyways, that's a reflectivity area, right? You know about that, right? So and then the key thing slides in, right? Yes. I feel like you should have this already, but you don't, and that's okay. It's okay. We're getting there. It slides into a sealed area. Remember, like the thing has to move up. Well, it's going to slide in as water comes in, anyways. There's going to be air that's there. So it's like those petals have to move to the dome to do it. All right. That exposes a degree of that water to come in, but the vast majority of it turns into air. And then it's sealed to the water. The water is next to a vacuum air area. There's air that has no ability to escape. Because it's vacuum sealed. It's sealed by the vacuum, and it's trying to get to and there's air in the way. And then there's a seal. You see, there's a very high pressure air that's the seal that has ledges, you know, little indents. The water already went in. It then means that the light then goes in from the air to where the vacuum area is, and then diffuses into the water. It's a clear vacuum air seal. Okay. Apparently I'm just not getting through to people. I feel like I've spent too much time on this. Alright. Because there's a vacuum there, because there's air there, and the air is in between the two vacuums. And there's water on one side of the vacuum, and then there's water in no way where the air is, but it keeps trying to get there, but it can't do it. Okay? How does that work? Please. No, it's okay. It's because there's air there. Next to it. Yeah. Which means it essentially keeps trying to go into the flower petals that I keep talking about. What the... Why? Because there's reflectivity properties. You see, when air is there, and it can't, with the pressure, manage to go into where the vacuum is, But it sees the vacuum, water tension and all that, because the wicking effect happens to exist. It keeps trying to go into where the vacuum is. It can't do that. So it goes into the flower petals. It's a very large gap, too, for what it's worth. It looks like, effectively, the water should come shooting out. Like, it has nothing but large amounts of fucking clearly, I can see the water. Right? Right? That's going on? Yeah. Yeah, right. Right. Okay. Getting somewhere. Someone might understand what this is. Alright. Goes down into the side. It goes out from the side, reflects into the vacuum area. A vacuum area, alright, is effectively just a straight reflectance into the water now. It's trying to get into where the water is. It can't. It then goes instead around into where the flower petal is. There's air in between where that flower petal is, the seal, and the vacuum. There's a vacuum there where it's sealed, it's plunged in, right? Is what you'd think. But you don't need it. You just need to make it so that way it doesn't have the ability for water to escape anywhere other than where the flower petal is. So it's like the vacuum, as it wicks down, it then goes into where the flower petal is as it goes down, and it moves from a upward to a sideways position. That's its version of the plunger system. Okay? That creates a vacuum that's sealed, alright, and then water, okay, because there's air there, that's where the seals are. That's an air seal. Alright, that's a plunger, yeah. So it's like that's a seal that as it gets in closer, it then also has to yank this up, okay? And then it has to expose, a reflective thing that's the scoop for the water. Now, as it closes in, it doesn't fully meet. It can't do that, and the flower petal has to rest as the plunger seal. It's not going to fully rest, though, because there's air trying to get in there. That's like an air bearing, okay? So it's like a bearing is something that's a boundary layer, right? Now, a boundary layer just means it's trying to get into place, but it can't do it because there's pressure there resisting it. Light's just fine, okay, at getting through air. Same thing with the vacuum. But water can only get into where the scoop is, and it'll reflect into the top of the dome as it diffuses from where the vacuum is, and as the light comes in, it then diffuses upwards to the dome. So, because the air's there, but it can't actually get into where the water is, and in fact, it makes it such that because of the vacuum spring system, it's forcing air to push water inwards, in the sense that there's a vacuum there that's making it go into the flower petal and stay where it's at. And then there's a get fucking wrecked, air is someplace else, effectively. So it's like there's a vacuum here, and then, oh, I'm trying to get over there, air, and that creates vacuum pressure instead of spring tension, even though I'm making spring tension over here for the vacuum over here. Now it rests effectively on a bunch of air pressure bearing seals and vacuum pressure bearing seals. Like I said, air next to vacuum, vacuum next to air, but they can't get there at all. And it's all because of vacuums and pressures all trying to meet. But because of the gapping, because of everything else, it means they will never get there. Now, these, instead of little tiny little things, are big huge gaps that I made. Which big huge gaps in the sense of it's about a quarter inch. Which is not much. But like, to the world of that, it's huge. Okay? I still don't know how that works. To be fair, like honestly, I actually don't. It rests on air on the sides. Tries to get into a sealed area that it can't because there's a vacuum there. Because there's air on the sides that it's trying to do. That's a pressure. That's an air pressure seal. The pressure of that then tries to race forward and backwards to a gap that it can't. Screw the gap thing. Because the vacuum is now trying to draw something in, the pressure that is there as the air moves forward also happens to maintain a vacuum at the top. Alright? But then there's water that's going to go over to the top of the dome. Alright? The top of the dome into the little stem. Okay? That has to all meet up with the flowers. The water, shocker, everyone, is not present where you think it is. Okay? I'm starting to see that I should really, hang on. As the water was there, it then got plunged up and then over into the petals, creating a massive air area. Right? But then there's a gap of vacuum in between each one of those petals that seals itself as they're very close. Right? But they're reflective. Well, okay, wait. Alright. Water is here, right? Right? Yes. Okay. I'm seeing that there is water there. But it's opaque. The water isn't opaque. Neither is air or a vacuum, as far as I'm aware. I mean, in terms of discovering information. Oh yeah, light based, sure. Yeah, but what about vacuum information? No one ever thinks about that. Anyways, as a result of there being such a large gap of vacuum, okay, which is then going to be seen as a vacuum from the air that's trying to get in from the sides, where the squeezed little sides where the petals are going into. Oh. Right. Yes, no. Except they can never actually fully get into it, and you can never fully close that gap. It reflects into the vacuum area, and the rest of the light reflects and diffuses into that, and then goes from the dome into where the light capture water area is. I still don't really get it though. Okay. Yeah. The water's never exposed there's a vacuum in between where the water is, but it can never get to the vacuum. It's very much just always going to go into the flower petals. It's then sealed to the reflective property area through that vacuum, even though it's tensioned down thanks to air pressure. So it's trying to get itself closer, but it can't ever do it. Air can't ultimately get into the vacuum area. Because the air pressure is trying to go to its perception of where the vacuum is, because it doesn't know the vacuum's there, as to where the two sliding parts are coming together. How does any of that work? Because there's water there, and a vacuum, and reflective stuff, and air, apparently. Okay. Just use clear material. Some of us are stupid. Can you make clear material? Okay, sure, I'm sure some of you are. But you're gonna get this because you need to understand this. No, Fauna. Go away. Okay, yep. Here we go. Alright, so its perception of where the water is, okay, for the air, is because, or the vacuum, is because there's water and a vacuum around the water where it sees the vacuum existing. Not above it in the little edge to allow for the dome thing to happen. No, it sees it where the little column is, okay? And there's vacuum there and water as a seal. Because fucking flower petal. Now it's a diaphragm. You know what I mean? Even though air will never get to it, and it can never actually do anything but create steam, and also water that stays there in a highly pressurized environment as air on the sides and at the top now forces it to be compressed. With a boundary gap layer constantly there that is fully sealed. And won't go anywhere else. But the vacuum at the top. Because there's the ledge and the whole little like bending part. Remember that? And the slide and the, that? That's because there's a pressured water there. That's a boundary layer. That it tries to go towards the vacuum. But you know what it doesn't have the ability to do because there's air there with a vacuum in between? Getting to where the vacuum is. So it then skips over and creates a massive tension over it with a vacuum pressure that forces it to remain under tension and very long distances. Completely sealed with vacuum pressure. Using air pressure waves to create vacuum pressure waves by having steam pressure create a constant, never-ending, very clear lens water. Could you describe how the... Make it yourself. No, make it yourself. Thank you for that one. Yeah, no, make it yourself. Fuck you. Do this yourself. Fuck off. Oh my god. Took forever to get there. But yes, no, it's very much sealed. I have a big, ginormous, long one towards all of them that are connected. So that way it's just like, I just, all that, and then it seals itself completely, and then it's good. And I got it at the top of the house, and I got it at the sides of the house, and then it's like, that works. And the same thing for like the other slide. That one was really simple. Please don't say that like that. It's a bunch of the same system, but instead of taking in light, it's to reflect light out and diffuse it. So sort of like this is a one-way valve for light. This is the same thing. It comes in, it goes out, and it can't take light in because of the way it's reflected inwards. It has destructive interference out towards where I'm collecting it and constructive interference in. That's the tube, that's the sizing, diameter, that's the connections, and all the rest. Anyways, that allows for all of it with a little bit of reflectivity on the inside of the walls and the top of the roof. A little pass through for some of it, because that's not very difficult at that point. I learned how to make a fucking tube with water in it. So it's like, fuck this. This is easy. Just reflect it into the tube, as a collector over there, any of that light from the roof, because it's still going to have some light come in. And same thing with the roof, that kind of thing. So it's like, this is good enough. And it's like a bunch of tubes everywhere. It's like, not really. It's really just more like certain areas have a majority of tubes than anything else. Because I don't want a lot of water, and it's dense. And so most of it's vacuum with water in certain areas and reflectivity for the roof stuff. So it's like, that's fucking stupidly difficult to handle that much weight on the roof. So it's like, done. I'm over. Out of here. Benito. Anyways, that was a bunch of those things. I got a nice little ladder that like extends. It's a little hanging rope ladder thing. Hooked it to some stuff at the bottom of the house. It looks really bright throughout most of the day. So like, really nice in there now. It's wonderfully temperate all damn year round, basically. Honestly. Really? Yeah, no, because like that system like is in its own right like a thermal sort of insulation, I guess. It'll soak in and then allow for an oscillative change for the air and the water as it moves. And it creates air pressure and air currents, especially when I have air at the bottom and then I have air being able to escape at the top. And I can just simply plug it in at the bottom or, plug up. So plug it in means plug in, a little bit more. No. Not hearing them. I just stop and, just let them talk as they interrupt things. No. Plugging in means I simply allow for okay, I got it. Whatever. Yeah. There we go. Someone knows about the heat exchanger Joule-Thomson cycle I created. You're a smart person. Thank you. If I go from small to wide to wider, I get a cooling. If I go from wide to small, compression, I get heat, right? Well, if I do that appropriately and just make it go really fast, I'm then able to get a constant degree of inward directional flow to create a never-ending amount of increased pressure. Plug it in means I essentially just do that with a couple of the filters in the outside area, and I allow for a greater degree of higher flow that takes longer to get in and comes out warm. I then plug up the top by having it go back into the inward directional flow. That one was a whole other like, oh, here's the top part. I'll just stick that into the little tubes with a tube that goes down from that towards the center, and then it goes outwards towards those things, because that was way easier. And it's hot anyways, so it's like, well, that's expending heat eventually, and then it wraps, and then like whatever extra amount of heat I can get outside, I can then keep in. I still have to have some degree of exhaust coming out, right? And I do, obviously. So shut up. Cooling was effectively a different version. It was like, so I went from a smaller to a wider to a whiter, and that was the different change for the plug-in for the sizing of the filter, where it just got diffused more evenly to a larger area. And then I have exhaust at the top. A little bit of water swamp cooling can go a long way, but you'd be surprised how much water is in the air around us anyways. So it's like, if it's moving very quickly, it sees it as dry over there, even though it technically got diffused over here. So it's like, well, if I see it as dry over there, and it's diffused over here, I'm then able to have it skip over that and draw a little bit of centripetal and centrifugal forces of air pressure, because it's air pressure anyways, to draw out more of that water from our air and then put it into the diffusal. As the water got drawn out, it was going to get put back in. It lost energy in terms of thermal while doing that, and then loses even more as it'll dump it into the water. Now, the air is going to go back into the rest of the environment, and I don't have to care, even if it is dry. But it's like, whoopee-doo, there's a sun, there's rain, I don't fucking care. It's like, the energy's coming from somewhere. Yeah, called our fucking earth and sun. Shut up. Fucking so tired of it. It's heat. I'm using heat energy very efficiently. To make cooling, Stirling effects. Heat over here draws towards that. If I happen to take it into account that water wants to gain itself into somewhere it is not, then it's like, well, it's now colder, as Jules Thomson does the ideal gas law bullshittery, as it spinneries, and then heaty goes off that way, with more densify condensy, as vortexy happens to create more watery airy that is now getting diffused into a lower pressure zone as it is higher pressure, and then adds itself into the cooling. Using the heating effect of convection as heat go up and go out and then vacuum inside. Idiosa! Simple stuff! Anyways, it's got a lot of extra air in it. It's super nice. I run an outside air manifold that takes it from the top of my house. Now, like, I'm gonna call it a house at this fucking point. I have a house. I'm built in the fucking woods. Anyways, all the air that's up there that gets trapped and all that, the heat and everything. Well, it's like, well, you know, if I manage to make just a basic bitch little, like, fucking, you know, tube system with sap, the mortar sap tube thing, some bark. It was not even, no, it's not a joke. I suck in the air from the top outside, like it's supposed to go through the fucking filters and all that shit. That's really to keep out bugs and shit, more than anything. Keep it a little bit more insulated as I can then, like, cover that, right, and keep it hot, right? So it's like, well, fuck it. I'll just fucking suck air from a couple places. Well, pretty much all the places. So I'm gonna be really honest. It was really fucking simple to do. I mean, they're already overhung to begin with, so it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'll just push it through on this side of the wall. I'll just like dunk dunk, and then and then it's like there's the manifold into the bottom intakes on my side, and it sucks it up from the top of the house, and it shoves it into my forge, and then the rest of it is taken in from air from the outside, and then it's just changing the amount of valves. So it's like, you know how butterfly valves work? You know, they open, you know, like a heart valve, you know, they bifurcate. Well, it's like, well, basically if I just spin this, that's effectively what it's doing. So instead of like a throttle body, it just opens it up to a varying degree as it'll overhang. And it'll still allow for air to go through. But like there's an overhang. And so then it'll like clip into the overhang as it, like, you know, opens. And then and like monkey hands kind of like stick into each other. So like that's all it does. But that means it's like, oh, I'm now right next to the wall, you know, the tube, and then the other one, the other tube. So then it fully is sealed, and I don't have to fucking worry, and it's good to go. And yes, no, it goes down instead of like one up and one down. They just are slightly offset to where one gets there first. Anyways, that's how I manage like the burn, you know, the air intake from the, you know, the whole system at the top of the house and the outside, because the outside can suck it in faster, right? And so like that's usually fully open most of the time, but you never know, right? As it sucks more air in, it's a very large volume that's suddenly rapidly accelerated into small little tubes, and then has a bunch of suck force. Instead of this one, which is like, I'll just go right in. I don't even have to care. Meanwhile, the poison's already gone, as if it was necessary. I had a 14-foot snowfall. I'm just happy my walls didn't collapse. Now I'm like, fucking more fucking sticks and tension shit on all the walls everywhere. Outside, inside, fucking doing the whole thing. It is a tank now. It will survive. I'm getting more insulation. More. I'm gonna have a more degree of expansion. I'm gonna have several walls. Yes. Anyways, worked out. That being said, it was also one of those things where it's like, it's, well, great and very bright inside. It's also really ridiculous. It's like, what am I doing this for? I effectively have, like, genuinely a year-round house. I have a house. I have a house in the fucking woods, man. Like, it's, like, super well-built. Why am I doing this? Also, you can just, it's like, there's an anvil there. There's, like, this nice ice chest I dug underground. Right? And I was like, use the Jules Thompson. We'll take the heat from the fucking fire. We'll do the sucky blow thing. And we'll do and then, like, super cool. And then if I manage to make it vibrate, I just need a fucking couple of vibratily thingy jigs. How do I make the diaphragm? And then there's going to be, like, a tappy wappy. And I got really super strong insulative material. It's like, insulation, how does that work? And it was like, yeah, let me just ceramic this and then reflective that and then vacuums over here. And then some seals with some saps and some leaves and stuff that I fired and some heat. So that way, like, they're not gonna fucking degrade and decay over time and decompose. And it was like, look, my ice chest and my refrigerator in the ground. It takes up like no space. As in, like, I need to figure out electricity because I don't have any light at night. This is bullshit. I was like, what is constructive interference from IR to natural light source? What? Yeah, well, I need to deconstruct it. And then I started on that, and then it was like, oh, yeah, no, it's light. It's a lot of natural light from the fucking outside. By using IR in higher wavelengths of ultraviolet, which doesn't really super exist, you know what I mean? But, like, there's a little bit there, you know. It's not really about that, though. It's mostly the IR that then turns into natural light. Although, there's a degree of fucking loss, so it's like this big thing, and then we concentrate it into these little areas here that are really actually making the light. So that way I actually get the light. You know? Fucking something, finally. It's like, what happened to electricity? Yeah, well, yeah, whatever. They got light. I don't care. It's fucking working. It's fine. Gotta have a place to shit. Running water. So then created like a sink. There's like a fucking bunch of water at the top. There's like a vacuum in between. There's a diaphragm, you know, in between them. There's a big old fucking thing of water. So it's just like, oh yeah, look at my water pressure. But then it's like, yeah, no, that's vacuum pressure actually. Now it's a pump. So it's like, this is the water. And then it tries to fill in this gap that it creates underneath, which is the vacuum, as they both try and suck in towards it. And it's like, why would you do such a thing? And I'm like, yeah, no, basically because of water tension bullshit. So it's like as water goes down, it goes into the faucet, and then it goes into the sink, and then that will then have a basin of water that will then go up towards where the water is at the top. You know? And then it's like, right, it filled it up. And it's like, you know, it's a not good water. You don't want that water, right? Well, now it's like I have a way to get that somewhere else. And then using that water pressure to get it somewhere else, you know, gravity, as it goes away, and there's a vacuum there, and then it's like, right, no, I can just stick this over to here and through a couple of filters, as I already had a bunch of water over there, and then it goes down, and then, you know, the little S-trap bullshitteries, and then it's like, right, and then it's like, right, so then it goes down, and it goes off to, like, the fucking whatever treatment thing is. It's a bunch of stones I put together, and then it's like, this is a bunch of light. And so then that goes off into there. It's sewage, effectively, kind of. Anyways, this is more gray water than anything else because it's like the fat emulsifiers exist pretty much everywhere. So it's like, oh yeah, no, I'll just get a bunch of that. You know, using heat and some centrifugal forces. I have soap. I make a lot of soap. That's all fat emulsifiers are, is soap. So I created some soap. It's got vegetable glycerin. It's got the fat emulsifiers. It's got all the fucking nice, like, moisturizing compound stuff. Good stuff, honestly. I don't even know what I use for dishes. Because it's like, why do I need dishes? I have sticks. Everything I cook is on sticks, practically. Or like fucking stone stick rod things. Yeah. But people wanted to come over by that point. It was getting big in the area. I was like, okay, I have to actually get fucking plates now. This is stupid. It's not even. I really mean it. I was like, it's time to get out the sap with the wood. We're then going to press them in with my little press thing after they've been heated up. And then we're going to just like cut off with a fucking like little knife all the things and then sand it and then like do a nice little glazing of like some earth and some, charcoal, right? And then I'll go into the sap and then like let it slowly but surely just become like a nice, really non-stick surface that's easy to just wash off with some soap for all my plates. And then I had to put them somewhere. I was like, yeah, no, they're over by that. Everybody tends to get angry when I talk about that. Because it's like, it's not like an enormously large place. I can just look over there. It's like, this is the forge. What are you... Come on. Anyways, I was kind of just always angry after a while, especially when it was like, look, these are all of my dishware hangers, apparently. All of my light hook things, whatever, I guess, apparently, because nobody wants to just say that they are what they are now all of where I hold my cups, my clothes. This is stupid. This is going to get in the way of all my light. I'm angry, actually. It's like now my hydraulic press is a bunch of clothes stuff. So what do you even use this for? A lot, actually. I made your plates. And your cups. It's like, you like that? Yeah, I brewed that using dandelions, fucking honey, and all this other stuff. It's a natural kind of soda. Tastes great, doesn't it? It's like a juice soda thing. You want some coffee? I grew it. Because meanwhile, I had to do all this, I had to do other things. Whole thing at that point. But it was like, alright, so it's like, okay, cool. I'm kind of bored. I have my cool, super awesome door. You see this fucker? I'm super excited about this door. It opens, and then it slides. It goes, you shut up over there. Stop trying to guess. Anyways, it's like, right, so it opens inwards, right, a little, and then it slides away. So it's like automatically with hinges and fucking like vacuum springs. I love it. And I have an other side vacuum spring, so it's like all you have to do to close it is just hit the side button, and then it'll swing it around, and then it closes itself. And it'll set it up for another time. The little arm for the vacuum tube thing. It was super fun to make that. It's such a cool fucking door. And it goes inwards into the ground. And as it opens, it'll lift itself. And then it folds itself out of the way as it slides backwards. So it pivots and it slides backwards. Really flush the whole thing. It goes behind all the little suspension supportive structures. It's a really cool door. I love my door. It's also the most expensive thing I ever made in terms of time and cost and effort and energy. I have steel tubes and O-rings that I made myself for the vacuum stuff. So I had to make a vacuum pump. You know how hard it is to make a... It's not easy to make a vacuum pump. This is what I thought. Then I made it, and it was like super easy. Super fucking easy to make a vacuum. Anyways, I then proceeded to make this like a dovetail like construction of like multiple materials. So it's like I have stone, I have wood, I've got this mortar, I've got some steel, I then constructed it in a bunch of like little dovetail and other pieces, and then I fucking like basically welded it with a bunch of other stuff together. It was like, this is a solid. You can't even fuck around with this door kind of door, and then it slides in on itself. So it's like, and then it latches from the sides. It like has an internal thing that latches through into the internal structure of the door. So it's like that internal, like it's kind of like hollow, but it's not. So it's like the bottom and the top, and then it goes in, and then they latch like monkey hands on the inside where it slides. It was really fun to make this. It's super easy. I was just like, boom, boom, done. But it was super expensive in terms of actual construction cost. Took a while. Anyways, I had such a blast making this door. You have no idea. It was so fun. Why did you make the door like that? Well, I have a second door and a third door. I extended out the door area. Each one of them has the same kind of concept. And the main reason is bears, other animals, and also when it's really fucking cold, it sucks. It's super insulative. It like transfers no heat or cold anywhere. And I was like, I'm still not done. Fuck this. 3 doors. I've got the main door, and then I've got the fucking like other door to the outside that gets you into like, oh, we're gonna like see about making sure it's not too cold where that is, you know. And then I'll do like a little air refresh thing, and it's like that fucking side can be as cold as it wants. I don't give a fuck. But this side, this is gonna be warm side. And then like you get to go in, or it's cold. You know what I mean? Also, it can stop like a 50 caliber round. So it's like, that's probably good. Same thing with my walls. They can handle hand grenades. I was only offered that after like the visitors and stuff, and like YouTube popped off, and it was like, wee! I'm gonna go test my walls to a hand grenade, and I threw a hand grenade at it, like literally threw a hand grenade at it, not just like I placed it with like some charges and so on. I threw the hand grenade, and then it was like, let's see if it happens to do it. And then it didn't break it, so it was like, yeah! And then a third one didn't break it, and they're like, okay! So, like, wait a second. What did you make this out of? And then the fourth one kind of started getting in there, and I was like, oh. And then the fifth one fully took it. I then made a new wall, and brought it over, and I was like, what's that RPG you got? Boom! And then was like, yeah, so I don't really care, and I'm just gonna keep being me. And I was like, that's cool. And then the second one took it down, and I wasn't super happy about that. I was expecting more. So I then constructed my wall slightly differently for better performance. I then went through 5 RPGs, and then it finally got through on the 6th one, and I was happy about that. So I was like, yay! And then had to get electricity because I wanted to actually have the internet for once, instead of having to go somewhere else to upload all my shit. Took forever to get there too. It was the worst. Yeah. So anyways, I was like, alright, so how does electricity do doohickery electricity bullshitteries? And I looked up salt, graphite, quartz, all this other compound bullshit, and then I made a couple of batteries. And I was like, how do I make heat stuff turn into battery thing? And then proceeded to get into a lot of that. I made a couple of turbines. And then heat expansion piezoelectrics in mass. I re-changed out my forge to basically be nothing but a bunch of cooled piezoelectric stuff. or the diaphragm Stirling effect in between. Well, it's still hot and it's still cold there, but it always constantly doesn't really know. Rapidly expands, compresses. Lots of electricity effectively. Highly efficient too. Because, there's a turbine, so, So that one's not very hard. Turns out it's a bunch of ceramic that you can just coat on like any fucking metal if you do it right. And it'll work just fine so long as the gaps are right and the ceramic doesn't creep too much. And you have the right blade pitch and angling. And the housing, and all that. So it was like, alright, I'm done. I got a nice little copper thing. And it's like, nah, fuck copper. What? Yeah, copper's stupid. Like, you just need coils that are affected by an electromagnetic field. So it's like, I looked into ceramics. I was like, there are certain ceramics that'll do that just fine. It turns out I'm chock full of them in terms of certain stones. Went about making that. I was like, it's going to heat up. It's going to cool off. Piezoelectrics throughout. Magnets weren't even that hard to make. Several compound later, sort of making strands of ceramic that I would then pull through a given thing and then cool off. Kind of like the ceramic that's glass. Well, it's tacky enough, it's stone enough, and this, that, and all that stuff. So it's like, well, it'll still work. So then I did that. It's got better properties than weird copper stuff. In terms of its efficiency and moving electricity, its conductivity kind of stuff. So that was nice. And it was like, all right, so now I've got storage, I've got heat. Solar's always there. I don't really want to ever fuck around. That's a lot of silicon. There's a lot of, I'm done. So I then got out the windmill stuff. Because, that's pretty much constant. And then there's already a fucking river there. So it's like, I'll dam it a little bit. And then I'll get a fucking turbine for the river. And then there's already going to be a change of, air around here. Because this is, a little collection. Windmill suddenly spring up. A double windmill, farm, effectively. So it's two... Well, actually, it's four... Technically 5 blades, really, is what I'm working with, because there's a boundary layer and I need to create a given separate area for an overhang for a vacuum. So it has bigger and then goes into a very small choke point that overhangs with a vacuum that really rapidly spins it, and then, but it's really fairly kind of short, stubby, long, weird thing, another version of those things. Anyways, happens to work really rather well, because I already have the coils. Magnets were just effectively run current like this at this kind of styles of blah, and then it's this is a material that'll work well with it. And I was like, where's that nitrogen? Hey, what's up, iron? Wait, what? And then it was how do they make this stupid crap? Oh, that's bullshit. And you know what? I'm gonna have it precipitate out of a fucking ginormous mass of bubbling ceramic as I run current in the correct oxygen percolation, or nitrogen in this instance, and oxygen separate percolation separate system. So it's nitrogen's getting run through, and then oxygen is at the top, and then if I precipitate it out, iron and nitrogen together, it then comes out as an iron nitrate at the top, as long as there's a degree of electron redox flow, because it creates current as it runs through, and it bubbles. Heavier, denser stuff collapses down, and lighter stuff goes up. Nitrogen gets captured along the way. Electricity and current and charge field and blah happens to help the whole thing out. So I got a bunch of iron nitrate. Magnets that are very high flux. Stupidly strong high flux magnets. that I had to like figure out how to like mold. So it's like everything's molding themselves into a very specific area and shape and size that I put together specifically for the stuff I was making. So it's like I had the turbine, I had the all that stuff. So it's like I have to put this like this because of that. And finally done. I got it all done. Now I have electricity. Lots of it. Megawatt hours of electricity, actually, for what it's worth. In terms of like, hey, my entire floor is batteries. And it goes pretty deep. No, the same thing with my you remember my chest, my like refrigerator thing. It's like that's batteries. In my forge, it's surrounded by batteries, but it's cooled, so it's fine. I need to finally get that separated from everything. And it's like right, and I need a little bit of that air, to be heated. If during the winter I want hot air, right? So it's like right, a little bit of that will come in, and then a little bit of it will go out. Like goes down the little tube system, right? That will then spread it out, and then it'll go out together with the exhaust next to it. So it goes intake, then it goes all throughout, and that's basically a ginormous radiator. And it goes out the exhaust right next to it. So that's now a heat pump. Is of course it's going to accelerate as it goes out next to the exhaust that's already there trying to get out anyways. It's like you have to have air come in, and it's like, yeah, air coming in is easy. That's not the hard part. The hard part's never the air coming in. The hard part's the air getting warm or cool. That was the real issue. That's why I have filters and S-traps and all the rest of it, you know what I mean? Right, and that's now on the heater. Yeah, it's on the heater with the heater. So I have heat while I'm heating. It's a very efficient burn, though. Yeah, no, that well, yeah. No, it is. I hate you for making me talk. Yeah. So, anyways, I got a very efficient burn, right? But then it was like, right, I have electrical resistive heating. It's like, no, just use a heat pump. It's like, what? A heat pump? How do I? Oh, yeah, no. I take a vaporized low pressure gas, which isn't really a gas, but it's basically a gas, even if it's gonna be a liquid. So I made a Stirling pulse tube Jules Thompson cooler. So it's like, if I have a diaphragm, right, that's gonna be a compressor effectively. So it's a compressor essentially, right? Because it's like, well, it's gonna bend and it's gonna come inwards as the pressure from the low pressure liquid, which is just water. It's distilled water. I heated it up, boiled it, and then took that, I condensed it, and then I boiled it again, and I did that 3 whole times, and then put it into this while it was already in a fairly hot state, as the radiator it is, right? I then was like, it's over here, up at the top, where all the heat's already getting, gotten rid of anyways. So I was like, all right, well, whatever. All right, then it's gonna have those stupid little lines. Which lines are just tubes, and tubes are just this amount of pressure before they break. And I was like, all right, so I already have this fucking ceramic stuff, and I was like, if I mix it with and blah blah blah, and so it's like ceramics, the mortar, the right amount of dusty mineral stuff. It then creates a very nice little flexible, high pressure, very insulative in the right areas kind of place. Right? And ceramics are ceramics, and so ceramics turns into this make cool, this make hot when I place it on something hot and or cool. Versus this don't do nothing. So I just test it. You know what I mean? It's like, this thinness be better and easier. I shall now place carbon together like this by simply using fields and some charge and some code and large amounts of pressure as I heat it up with zappy zaps sometimes. So I run Coldy McCold aerator around it. Anyways, long story short, I made a bunch of really good hard ceramic, but still relatively flexible. That's kind of like ceramic, copper in a way, that is welded together with what is essentially a diamond-like carbon polycrystalline structure that's very good at exhausting heat and or cooling things. Then it's like wider tube and extruded with these little things in the inside, and then to smaller for condensing, ease of use, or cooling, running it reverse style if I ever wanted to, as I was never really necessarily needing to. But it's like, this is low pressure, and so hot gas, as it heatify air, go to smaller, condensed state, because compressives of gravity equal Dewey the thingy that does the compressing. Thermal convection exchange of diaphragm allow for with a degree of change of pressure in the center, because diaphragm, vacuum, but with diaphragm tubes that are spring-like, changing the size and shape. And surface area contact for both of them, as one can go into it and the other can go into it, but then of course there's a vacuum in between as they try and go towards or away, depending. And then it makes it such that it goes inward one way or outward, so concave, convex, stretchy, center tubes, and now pumpy wumpy do the worky work, 'cause Stirling. Now, by inputting arm power, some degree of work, all of a sudden, it starts continuing to go as low pressure take heat because it's vapor, but then tries to condense. Well, now it compressed, but then it compressified more into a denser gas, higher pressure gas. Remember nitrogen under high pressure? Spinny spin, sucky into basin of reservoir of cylinder. Cool cylinder down. Squeeze with rod end. So, yes, shut up, interrupter. Piston head. Push in, it compresses into smaller tank as it has cooled previously and then was compressed into the tank. And then I did it again, cooling even further. And then I did it a third time into the actual pressure vessel I used. Which, that one was fun. It was like, so bladder sack sort of thing, blimps, right? Well, yeah. I mean, they are. Shut up. So it's effectively my sap mortar and some really finely woven threads. Which, that was an easy machine to make. And then it's like, well, it's got the sap in the mortar, and then it's like, I just put in like some basic fucking steel thin bullshit, effectively. It's like bent, you know, it's like, alright, I'm just gonna suck it in with a vacuum as it's warm, and it cools it off, and then it's gonna have, you know, a vacuum form threading. And then it's like, right, I'll just make sure that it gets close enough, and then it's like thread it together, capsule style. Same thing with the little valve tube. That was easy. It's like brass, some steel. What's brass? Copper? Fucking, I don't want copper. I'll just use steel. It's so much easier to find in all aspects. It was fucking phenomenal. Like, you remember the whole, like, the dam thing? The hydroelectric dam? Yeah. That's so much easier. That's an electricity hydroelectric separator for iron and other different minerals. So it's like that became a processing area. And I was like, right, I'll just make my fucking, like, really thin sheet metal, which that one was easy. It was like, pour onto surface that's this thick. Make sure it's vibrating. And hot air is around it. Then roll it with glazed ceramic cold roller thingy. Squeeze it through 2 of them. It now is a sheet steel. Super simple after a while. I was like, alright, I'm done with this. And then it was like, right, well, which type of steels do you want? And I was like, it doesn't really honestly matter. I ended up using a lot of chromium steel because I had a lot of it, so stainless steel was like really present. There's a lot of chromium in the area, effectively, from the river thing, so I was like, whatever. So, anyways, yeah, I did that, and it's like, right, well, it's vacuum formed, it's sealed, you know, all you have to do is put a little bit of that, you know, the sap construction stuff. I basically just started farming a bunch of trees that just mine and produce sap. I'm not even kidding, there's a big whole field of sap producing trees. That's all they're for, that's all it's for, just lots and lots of sap, because I need it for everything. Anyways, then I had a whole production thing with like, here's charcoal, and here's carbon separating electrical crap for plasmification bullshitteries, and all this other, you know, like I need to get piezoelectric and so on, you know, to capture that heat back in to separate carbon and then precipitate it out, but use the heat to allow with the sap and the carbon, much more efficient with the charcoal, a whole thing. Anyways, I got really good sap, glue, and anything else I ever wanted from that. So, yeah, no, anyways, all this led up to having pressurized nitrogen. I don't know what the pressure was. I don't really care. Why don't you? Yeah, something to do with work energy over time. It was like, this is this amount of torque, which is 5,327 foot-pounds of torque. Placed into a condensed to, I think, like negative fucking 40 C or some shit air for the tube, and then compressed into that fucking cylinder, which was fine. It took it just fine. Which that one was like, boulder with foot for this crank equal doing this work all time. Every time. So I think that's foot-pound torque.
But it's this amount of pounds after the foot of the crank. I don't see what the problem is. It's got to rotate back. Well, yeah, because there's air there. Exactly. It wants to fill the damn thing. Well, it has to expend work energy to do that. Yeah, and 5,300 and whatever the fuck pounds of boulder goes up. With bunches and bunches of pulleys. It just takes a while. Anyways, I was getting pissed off for a while. I was like, what am I doing this for? The fuck was I doing this for again? You get the nitrogen and what was this for again? Anyways, I wanted to make some fucking satellite bullshit. I'm not gonna fucking actually do whatever that garbage is that they think I'm gonna do. I'm not buying your shit. I built all of this. I then proceeded to make a satellite dish that connects to like Starlink and all this other stuff. I had to program a fucking computer I made. That one was pretty fun. Like Silicon was pretty fun to work with, but then after a while it's like, well, gases, electricity, pulsing, this is how a switch works, and then now light and electricity and some pressure differentials and acoustic resonances, qubits and more started happening. I made my brain computers. Because, thermal differences, so it's like pulse tube, Joule-Thomson expansion things. So it gets really cold over here, and ordered and all that with the resonances and the lasers and blah blah. They have tons of ability to receive light from a adjacent line, along with electrical charge differences and so on. Coherer effects. Same thing with light being captured. Whole thing. Anyways, I made a bunch of computer chips. I made a bunch of graphics cards. I made a bunch of RAM for storage. I had the iron nitrate, styles of, electricity generation stuff. I had the nitrogen for something. Forgot what the fuck that was. Doesn't really matter. Point is, I started making chips. I started making a satellite dish. I then was like, okay, so I'll just program this my way because fuck that. I'm not going to use their shit. All of my stuff is proprietary connections, flow current stuff, and all that stuff. I've already talked about it on my YouTube. Anyways, a couple of megawatt hours of stored energy, and then I could just make like hundreds of thousands of kilowatt hours if I wanted to, for what it was worth. And it was like, I don't need to do that. Like, all of my shit's basically functionally as renewable as it can be. I don't really need any of this electricity. What am I using this for? I have no idea what I was using it for. I was like, I just need it for something eventually. I don't fucking even know, honestly. I literally never even need anything except for, like, a little bit of wood to heat my cabin. Like, honestly, yeah. It's like, let's get out the fucking projector screen TV, screw it. We'll just get out the laser thing, and then it was like, so I made the light, thing, and I made some plates. Do you remember that whole, light capture? Same thing. It was like, I'm going to make some plates, and then I'll stick them together, and then it's like, here's the light intake, and then some laser coherent blah, and then that's the fucking chip thing with the programming, analog, digital, together thing, conversion crap, yeah. And it's like, behold, my cool TV! It's very, 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 very good. I don't ever really use it for anything. I mostly go off and do other shit that's far more entertaining, like watch birds and trees and see a worm try and fight a fucking beetle for something. It's way more entertaining. I don't know what I would ever use it for. Seriously. It's like, you're not getting Starlink out there, are you? It's like, no, well, yeah, I am. I have a whole balloon that I fucking, like, put all the way up there. Like, really high up. I have a bunch of lights strapped to it. So it's like, they literally say, fuck you, don't come near. You're a plane, don't hit me. The lights were fun as fuck. Honestly, to make. It was like, oh, how do I make an LED? Light emitting, what is it? So, like, what is that again? Arc lights? They use that, huh? I can do that on a small scale. Yeah, I have reflecting things. I have a vacuum. I can do this. This is easy. I then made a bunch of little tiny light emitting diodes that are arc lights, effectively. Yeah, I mean, they're like little graphite things, little nanorods, well, micro rods more than anything. Yeah. And it's like, here's the electricity that goes through, and then it's in a vacuum, but then it's like, there's a field, electromagnetic field that I have to make. So, like, that's like clear ceramic, finally got to that, but then it's like, I don't have that, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like, I have to make electrically conductive ceramic that ultimately is a reflective diffusal towards a given direction that I'm looking for. Which then turns it into, it's an arc light inside of a half hemisphere that then has a cool X and then like a central, like, you know, just toroidal donut shape and then like X toroidal donut shapes that go through it. And it's like, there's a bunch of reflective on the one, and then it collects, and then there's a two-way mirror kind of thing that I set up that allows for it to then collect that and then diffuse it really well. But then those are electrically conductive, and then it comes through where it's like, oh, well, it's in a vacuum, and so that allows for when electricity goes through the correct way, which I had to layer that whole thing, but it's like I'm making a production of this shit anyways, so I had to go create a whole bunch of like fucking little contraptions to make a whole bunch of this stuff to begin with, and I had to do a large scale to first start off, which was a kind of fun little project, truthfully. It was like, here's how a capacitor works, here's how this works. I was like, I had a bunch of coils, and I was like, you know what, I can make insulative clear ceramic and glass, and then like conductive clear ceramic, you know? And then it's like, right, and that's in between, and that wraps and there's a coil, and then that creates a degree of oscillative electromagnetic and charge field differences for Z-pinch, and then additive collapse of that electromagnetic field that the arc is creating. That's current flow, right? But it has to go into itself, so that's the oscillating wraparound. So think of a infinity. So it's like it collapses, it goes over, a charge dumps into the current that's flowing in, and then it'll reflectively go and do that again as it creates an even bigger charge, and then it goes back in. And so it like constantly creates a really steady, always there, always on arc in a vacuum that's really, really close to itself. I was like really small, and then everything else around it for that graphite, because like everybody's like graphite, graphite, graphite. I was like, it's carbon, and it's shiny. I don't care. How'd you make it shiny? Please tell us how you make shinies. I made it shiny with shine stuff. It's hollow for what it's worth. It's got a couple of like little hollow like pokey parts. So it's like there's a hollow tube, and then it's like poking out towards that little hollow tube, and then it's like I got a little other bunch of like little crown like spike waveguides on the edge of a fucking jet engine, right? And it's like then those are bent in the right way so that way it diffuses light very well, and then I have a hollow area like Venturi effect, sucking in air together with the gas kind of thing that allows for light to then also pass through and then bounce very efficiently out. And so it's like a never-ending arc across all of those little points back towards the center, and then from the center back off towards all those little points as they oscillate. And so, like, they're always there at the same steady rhythm and heartbeat, at the same luminance. The problem with my arc light was it's extraordinarily bright. And yes, it creates, like an incandescent bulb, a lot of heat. Except the heat, because of remember the light diffusal things and the reflectant and all that? Turns out IR can be constructively and destructively interfered, so IR turns into, I'm now natural light. And then this is more bluish kind of ish light. But then it's in a vacuum. So we're like, right. And so, so it's like, all right, how do I make this light turn into, now it's a very steady state, all of the natural light that we have. Like, all of it. Red to as blue as possible. All of them. All same wavelength. Constructively interfered, for what it's worth. And then most of whatever extra is there is a slight degree of ultraviolet. So it's like, decent, it looks like the sun, basically, same degree. And then a slight degree of infrared. It's super efficient. I love what I did. And then I was like, this is cool, look at the fucking thing on this. I was just holding it up and pointing it at them. I didn't really think about it at the time. But it's like, oh yeah, no, I have a ginormous welding mask, basically. As it, like, turns, and I was like, oh yeah, that looks pretty bright, that looks good, I can see all the things. I was like, oh yeah, that looks like it really bright. I totally forgot about it. Anyways, shined it at them, and I realized, oh my god, I can see them as if I don't have my mask on, and oh my god, I have my mask on. It was really strange to watch a bunch of people fucking just, I wish I would have said something, but, like, they knew me, and so they already had masks on. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew me, they would have been blinded. Like, literally blind. But no, they had masks on. I totally forgot. And it was like, woo! I did. I actually forgot. It was just the whole thing. Anyways, I was like, right, this is fucking bright as fuck. I don't know what the hell this is for. And it was like, oh, I used effectively the equivalent of about 100 watts to power the thing. Now, there's a sequence that it has to run in first. So it's like there's a given pulse, and then it goes in steady state. And those pulses are like a magnetron, like for microwaves. So it goes up, and then it goes down, and then up, and then it goes down, and, continues. And it goes up, and then it goes down, and then it goes steady state at a much lower. So it's like up and up and up and lower. Yep. And that's all just for the capacitors to charge themselves more than anything, because it's already producing light. It doesn't really need it. But it then, like, turns it on like a normal light bulb. So it's like, choop, and it's there. But they are so bright. And I was like, how the hell do I make these things just red? They want red stuff. Like, I've got the brightest white I've ever seen in my life. Like, these little LEDs, I was, like, using one of them for my TV. Like, just a little tiny little fucker. Seriously. Yeah, the same size of a regular light-emitting diode. I used one of them for my big, huge TV. With just stupid levels of continuous, operation. It was dumb. Yeah, it was pretty dumb, actually, after a while. It's like, why am I doing this? I don't even use this anymore. But it's there, so it's like, whatever. Yeah, and then it's like, I've got this cool sound system. So I learned how to use phasing sound, like little, sound, and then laser pulses are really cool too. So it's like, if I time sound with laser pulses, with the right little expansion of air, and then like use phasing together with, the TV. I was like, oh, I've got a perfect fucking 3D landscape for this TV. It was dope. Like, so good. It was the best. Anyways, I then had to figure out how to make red LEDs. And so everything turned into destructive to constructive interference. So I'm going to destructively interfere this, and during a slight moment in time, then I'm able to constructively turn it into a lower wavelength. And then if I keep doing that over and over with the right levels, it then turns into, I'm red! I am the deepest, most perfect, all of the reds that can ever redify red, red, red. So red. You couldn't imagine this to be anything other than red, because there is nothing other than red going on there. It is just red. The entire spectrum of the red wavelength is there. That's it. I don't know how else to describe red at that type of level, because like other like wavelengths and constructed, like, they should be there. Like there's a little bit of infrared. That was all that was left. It was just red. I don't know how else to describe that as like an actual color, because it's all of the reds. It's the deepest, brightest, darkest red that could there ever be as red. Iridescent light is effectively what it was. It's like you look over here, it's more red, and then it gets darker, and then, what the fuck is this red? Anyways, yeah, it spelled out, fuck you, don't hit me, planes. Anyways, then there was the satellite thing, which the satellite was another phasing thing. It's a bunch of types of coils, like either copper, aluminum, and then there's the ceramic stuff that I have, and, layered the right way with a little bit of light, interference that allows for it to then turn into a bunch of, like, whatever signal I want, effectively. I'm not even gonna lie. It was literally that. It was like, what's your signal you're using? I got all these different types of satellite signal received. I was like, which is the one that's the internet? I need to be able to, they have this as a fucking, they're asking for this binary. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I got really good at that. Like, basically, I just pulsed binary the right way. And then I was like, alright, well, I'll just let the computer eventually figure out something here. And I'll let it, I had other shit to do. I was like, it's basically just, and then like input like, and then it's like, hey, I've got all of the internet now. But it wasn't just with, like, Starlink. It was, like, any satellite I could fucking really use that had any kind of internet. I never really got a call from anyone, so I don't think it was ever illegal. Anyways, I mean it. Like, that's literally what I did. So, I was like, oh, cool. Look at my super cool computer system. What do they have for games out there? Yeah. Great. Yeah, let me just fucking and then, I still have that property. It's paid off. That's true. Do I have a fucking, like, way of getting this over there? I just needed to go about this height. Yeah. Alright. And then this was a relay. So I was like, this is a laser Wi-Fi blah blah blah. So it's effectively what it was. It was like a bunch of Wi-Fi, microwave Wi-Fi, all that, those electromagnetic, and then it's like phasing, and it's like several, like I had 9 of them, pointed off that direction, with like an in-between dish, and then like collector that was very specifically placed to not ever be anything other than a helpful phase and detector. So send and receive antenna, kind of thing, along with the laser and all that. Cool stuff. Anyways, point is, same thing over to where, my home that's in whatever the fuck bullshit town, I have to care so much about property taxes and stuff. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm playing on the acres I've made. Do all this for me after I bought them. Look at me. Yeah, I enjoy all of this. Oh, I have running water in a shower, if you don't know. It's not just dishes and stuff. I actually do have all of that. A water heater, too, for what it's worth. It's more solar than insulating. And then, I was like, oh, if I separate hydrogen and oxygen, I then can collect them, right? As actual hydrogen, and I can mineralize them as a filter. Anyways, whole other thing to do with that. I use that to help make some actual electricity during that moment and all the rest of it. That was fun stuff. Anyways, I was like, I've got warm shower, I've got cold water, I've got the sewage, which was another one of those little river things off into the river. I was like, well, it'll take the large, and then it'll basically kind of panning for gold, little overhangs, right? And it's those slough off into an area that allow for me to gain, fertilizer. Yeah, it's fertilizer. So it's that together with a little bit of other compostable material and organic matter. I now have trees and farming and all this other fun stuff that was kicking right along, honestly. It must smell a lot. Kinda, maybe, somewhere. I mean, it goes through my turbine, and it burns. Wait. So it's a sealed actual tube. Yeah, it has to be. So, dome of clear stuff, and then water, and then percolate in, condensing, buoyant factor of angle, pushes tube of pump up towards turbine, then combines with air and goes brrr. If water, it go back into water. If combustible, it go into combustion. Then joins into river. Yeah. The river was fine with it. I mean, it didn't complain. People live downstream of that river, right? Maybe a couple 100 miles away, yeah, sure. Well, yeah, after it goes through a couple of waterfalls, after I looked at that, yeah, that's a good question. It has quite a few different streams. Actually, I'm not sure where this fucking ends. It could definitely just go somewhere. Yeah. But this is where my thing is. So I'm allowed to do this. That's true. What? It does. It works just fine. I got a bunch of fertilizer. It doesn't smell at all. I don't see what the problem is. They're always so critical. It's a nest trap anyways, exactly. What's the problem? I don't... Fuck off. Anyways, I had fun with that, and then I was just oh, connect it to whatever fucking... What was I connecting that internet thing to again? I think there was something I was connecting it to. The internet, right? Yeah, I have the internet, so... What do I need this thing for? Oh, right, that's what it was. It was the delay problem. Yeah, it was the ping issue of like going from, where I'm at to space to back down to something. So it's like, all right, I'll just fucking do this better. I'll just shove it into like an ISP that I owned, which is basically what that was. I was like, I have to register as an ISP. There is the possibility of others deciding to get on my whatever the fuck it is, but it was effectively like, this is computer chip, this is router stuff, this is programmy whatever, this is connect to blah blah, and so run like this, and so work. So then it was like, well, that's done, and so now it's faster. Got a nice little whatever the fuck connect to all the thingy majig whatevers. It's like, how does that work? A bunch of towers. I just stuck some fucking dishes on and some balloons to certain people's buildings. I'm not even kidding. It was like, this is a radio something or other. It's a dish now for me. Here's a bunch of these balloons places. It'll be fine. That'll work. I'm now like an ISP somehow. Well, I traveled the whole country for it, and then the whole world. There's a whole bunch of bullshit after a while. It's like, what is this anymore? Makes no sense. This seems dumb. I can literally I was making all of it from my fucking acreage. Makes no sense. Yeah. They're like, we want to buy you. I was like, I don't give a fuck. And they started putting power to like other people's homes for my shit. It was funny. I was like, look at my fucking satellite. It makes me have power in the hundreds of megawatt hours if I want to, up to, transfer for laser and microwave and stuffs. They were like, we want to fucking buy that, and you do. What the fuck? I was like, whatever. My house is a power station relay, effectively. I was like, I have to put this stupid pylon thing down. I was like, what is this? I don't need this. What is this for? What do I need to do this for? And then gave a bunch of people balloons. Started sending electricity and Wi-Fi and data everywhere. I was like, and then it just built up. It was like, I'm done with this. I don't even want to do this anymore. I was literally like, I don't want to fucking be around you. The whole point of me being out here is to never have to deal with you. It's not even a joke. I was so over it. I was just like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. What am I doing anymore? I'm just constructing a bunch of bullshit after a while. This is stupid. I got really kind of pissed. I don't think many people maybe understand just how pissed I really was. After a while, I was like, fuck this. And then I took all the balloons and I gave people money back, so that way they run out, all that. And it was like, hey, yo, what's up over there? How much for fiber optic to this? And I mean that. Like, the most you can probably do. Because your weak systems are shit. But, like, what's the best you got? I had a cool couple $100 million by that point. I was like, what will it take? I was patenting things at that point. Like, all around the world. I was flying. I made a fucking, like, personal flying vehicle. Super fun. It's a two-seater, like, kind of like a Cessna. Anyways, I then flew all the way over to China. Vertical takeoff and landing. I don't know. There's something to do with, like, clearance stuff and control of traffic. I don't fucking really care. I was like, whatever that altitude is, I don't have to deal with it. So I'll just do it at this one. I then proceeded to go to China and other places. Yeah, no. Yeah, just to fucking like patent all my stuff. Literally, that's all it was. It was like patent, 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 patent. I was like, I have a corporation here, a company, a blah, 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 and then it's like, I got it all done. Meanwhile, I was like, how much for that fiber optic? I got the fiber optic done. It was like, there's 150,000. All right, and then I sued them, and then I got it for 15. Cost me nothing, because they were apparently being investigated for other stuff once I brought it up in the court. And then they had to pay for all my fucking lawyer fees. So, I got all that done. That was fun. Fully fucking good to go, right? I got my like, I have 100 terabytes a second to and from this place. No. And then I proceeded to do nothing but like fucking watch YouTube and shit. I was like, I need to play these games. I need to fucking really play these games. And I proceeded to watch a lot of YouTube. And then it's like, what kind of games do you? I mean, you cost money. Why do you cost money? Like, I already know what your buying area is. They didn't like me when I said that. I bought a few of them. I have the money, so it's just like, but whatever. Started playing video games. I had like no fucking like latency within a given area. I was like, I'm gonna sue you for fucking up my goddamn prioritization in your stupid server network. They're like, bring it on. I was like, alright, sure. Brrr. I won that case. They had to pay my lawyer fees. It's a couple $1 billion later. Because it brought up a whole other fucking problem with the whole fucking goddamn America and fast lanes that weren't technically there. But yeah, they are. I was like, what do you know? I'm paying for this. I'm getting that prioritization. That's in the contract we signed when I had you literally dig trenches and shit to put that fucking fiber optic down that I made for you and the couplers and the whole thing. Yeah, I made all the pieces. It's all my stuff, my gear. I just had some, I have the certificate, blah, 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 and I'm a blah, 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 blah. And I know blah blah more than you. I was like, sure, keep going doing the work. I don't fucking care. I literally made all of this. I was an ISP before your shit came around. Meanwhile, there's like some fucking CEO overwatching. And, yeah, I definitely do a lot more work than I fucking say. It's the first time I've ever seen you ever be anywhere other than where you usually are, which is sitting in your ass in some fucking goddamn room away from all of us. I watched the whole fucking thing just get riled up until eventually someone got fired. Decided to try and make their own ISP, and they tried to get me involved. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I already went and did it. But it's like, more power to you. It's a lot of work. If you ever want to work with me, I've got great fucking patents. back in the day, they were probably telling you to watch out for me. But I didn't want to do all the work, and it was just me. So unless you can get enough employees, I'm not going to do it. Anyways, they built the thing. I then had to sue them to actually get the proper priority because I was like, oh, right, no, I'm about to fucking hack the entirety of your network system just to make sure I can have the proper prioritization in actual direction. Because, like, they were putting me through, like, several, almost like a proxy, bullshits and onions at that point. It's like, we have to unencrypt and then encrypt and then unencrypt and then and then we have to also do this fucking stupid ass other bullshit where it's like, I'm going to put you over to here in this area, and then I'm going to put you back over to here, and then I'm going to have you basically do as many zigzags until you eventually get to the spot as I can. But still having made it such that I still got you there. I'm like, and I showcased that right up in there, the court case, as I was literally the only client that was having that happen. It was like, it was light and shit. I was like, fuck you. It's not faster. It's slower than a fucking Ethernet connection. Oh, you got more bandwidth. Bullshit with the way you do that. I don't. I sued the shit out of them, along with others, for a lot. I won too. Ugh. Really easily. Like, a lot of people are like, and they can do this to us? Oh yeah, just anytime. If they just don't like you. And I then proceeded to show off a lot of their logs of them actually doing that. And this is how they blacklist and shadow ban and deprioritize and all the rest of it. So it's like, well, this is for national security reasons, a real fucking shit show, let me tell you. The military got involved. There's a lot of stuff. Anyways, point is, I got my prioritization. They had to go pay like a couple $1 billion out to me. Just directly me. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like, oh, this is how I make my money, and you defame, and blah 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 blah, possible earned and so on. Same thing with, oh well, separate to me. Here you go, folks, for all of you that definitely deserve to get money from this. I then had an ISP that was mine. Because they bankrupt themselves and were like, we'll sell it to you. I was like, nah, I don't want it. I then had to turn into an ISP. Because they bankrupt everything. Like, they literally laid off all their workers. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah. Whole thing. I was like, alright, I'll hire you. I've got enough money. They gave me the money before this whole bullshit. They still have to pay me. I went after them literally for their personal asset and wealth. And it's like the judge was willing to work with me. A lot of them were, actually. It's like, that's bullshit. So it was like, I was willing to be able to get that done. And it's like, alright, so if you decide to do this with me, the government here, the judicial, I was like, I will take on the ISP with other already competent good employees that will not do this, and I am signing that contract that it is with under penalty of jail time and large fines that I am not able to throttle or any of that stuff. Yeah, so they were willing to work with me. I took the thing, I got money to help with the whole thing and pay people what they were supposed to be paid. You know, which is really what it was for. Like, that money was what that was for. They already have an infrastructure. It's like, that all that assets now mine. All these things mine. And the personal that mine. And the other people that they had to get paid, they were able to get that. Right? So, like, anyways, got it all done. took a while, but it's like, all right, so now we're doing my algorithm for my internet protocol for my God operating system, all this other stuff. And then like massive encryption, stuff, and no AI stuff though. So there's that. Eh. No, I was like, I want to sell this already. I did the thing. You can't because it's your proprietary everything. I was like, right, that's true. I went and sulked in my log cabin that I built adjacent other places. Like I was like, there's this is the whole cool place, and then there's like my log cabin that definitely feels a lot less technologically advanced. It's just fun to be. It's like you got too fucking advanced. I'm fucking annoyed now. I basically run an entire like full on hardcore all of the things out in the wilderness. It's still, there's trees and all that stuff, right? Cool stuff. But still, it's too much. It's annoying me. Anyways, I dumped all my money. Like literally, like I was like, I'll make some investment every year. I'll be able to live off of blah blah blah, right? And then I dumped all the rest of it into like all this other stuff that I just don't really give a fuck about. Like having to take on, So it's like, hey yo, what is this over there? All right, so we're gonna make a whole bunch of companies for people to come together and make their own version of a real internet that's just supported by multiple computers. And I'll even back you guys for a while until you can get your shit together, and it'll all work out. And here's a bunch of my new manufacturing of all the stuff that I was using before, and if you buy it, and blah 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 blah, and then all that suddenly started happening. They got a whole bunch of like individual, and it's like there's no one that has any given real information, right? That kind of thing. Like if you know about how my operating system works and my internet protocol and all the rest of it works, then like nobody ever actually has any real information until it's necessary to have the information. So, as a result, there's no way for you to store anything illicit on anyone's device. It works with phones, computers, like pretty much anything that you want to get to it, if I'm being honest. So it's like, alright, and here's a bunch of manufacturing of all my computer stuff. Because that one was also kind of required in a lot of ways, for some of it. I was like, well, I need to manufacture my computer stuff to run this stupid stuff in the first place, so it's like, alright, here's computer stuff. Just do that. It's all in America, and it's like my acreage. I never get back to my fucking acreage. Ugh, I was getting so annoyed after a while here. It was bothersome. I had to make a big old warehouse to manufacture everything. I was then like, it's going underground. And then it's gonna have like a bunch of stuff for multiple fucking floors of stuff and other things at the roof, and then I built some other things around it that support it. From the underground suspension thing. So that way the big heavy mass suspends the stuff up top to the supported stuff that's in the center. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I needed to make all the required fiber optic, Wi-Fi, towers, computers, just a bunch of shit. So annoying. I was like, alright, so how do I make this fucking warehouse mine? Because I don't want to fucking have to transport it all the way over to this fucking warehouse. I then proceeded to make a ginormous, rigid airship that stores all of my stuff. That powers my building. With a bunch of light to electrical and wind and energy, and then vacuum, because I use a bunch of vacuum bladders, so it's like they dynamically change based upon pressure and vacuum systems in given areas that then allow for a changing of size and shape of vacuum bladders, so it's like they stretch and there's a vacuum in there. and then I can compress air during that by using the very atmosphere to help compress, as that's a diaphragm, along with condensing as changing to a vacuum in a given area of the bladder, and then of course that changes density, pressure, blah blah. And so I was able to compress with a lot less heat and a lot less electricity, and I could change dynamically the size and shape of the lift and buoyancy characteristics of my ship. It's big. To put it in perspective, my ship is not small. It's about a 15-mile wingspan here. It carries a ridiculous amount of weight in it. It has the equivalent of 3 Amazon-size warehouses. The big fucking massive mile, like, long ones. It's temperature controlled, humidity controlled, light. It's got a wonderful, nice little, what do you call that? Like a pulley system elevator thing. It's got air bladders in there and vacuum bladders too, for what it's worth. So that's kind of what helps with the pulley part as well. Kind of like, tubes. You send things in the air tubes. Sort of a similar system, except it's flexible, and so as a result I don't really have to worry at all, and then it can be very rigid when you want it to be. Anyways, as a runway, as a result, for all my like little airplanes that I then send it to wherever the fuck it needs to go to, not like the Jeff Bezos, like I have a drone that wants to drop something off, more like I have a drone-ish. There's a person that flies it, kind of. Not really. It's mostly just all automatic. But anyways, point is, it sends a semi-truck Connex, the shipping container, worth of material to somewhere, using buoyancy and some lift, and some rigidity, and some electricity, and some vacuum bladders and all the rest. You get the picture where it's like, yeah, this was boring after a while. I'm just gonna send this to wherever the fuck I want. I'm getting bored again because it's like everybody's angry at me for no fucking reason, and I don't understand why they don't like my ginormous 15 fucking mile wingspan airship. I'm like, gee, I wonder why. All my friends were on to me about that. I was like, you can't tell? Really? Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, that's fucking 15 miles. Fucking shadows. It's like, I gotta put this higher up. Like that way it's not like just all up in someone's fucking face. It was hilarious after a while. I was like, you don't really get it? Yeah, I mean, what's the problem? And it turned into like, oh, right, yes, no. So we're just going to add some more storage here, and we're going to put it into an even higher altitude with a bunch of different cables. And then cables were like, hey, yo, what's that over there for that warehouse? And zip lines and vacuum, and then like I can still store things using the elevator as a system of putting it up there, or just straight up buoyancy it up, to even this one, because I love this one. It's like, oh, if it's a vacuum and everything else, and then it's like it's pulling on something, but it also happens to have air. So like that's a generator. So it's like as it goes through, it'll spin turbine, but also pull a generator, and then like we store air, heat and vacuum. So it's like, right, I'll just push the air there, and there's a vacuum now produced underneath, and it'll using that vacuum energy suck it back down. Simple stuff. So it's like, right, I got to get all of this anyway to places. So, it's like, all right, so I need to be able to have this hook into like actual ground things And so, like, my whole sphere system that I talked about when I was, like, commenting on Vertasium's airship thing, is like, it's a spear, but then it goes in, and then it sucks a little bit of air, and then it's like, it sucks in the earth, and then it, opens up these little claw things, kind of like a bloom, so it goes in, then and it's like an anchor, ground-wise. I was like, that's cool, but then, like, I can't use that at all for any kind of, like, house, apartment, anything, really. I could use it, sort of ish, for, like, skyscrapers and whatnot, and that's kind of what I did. I was like, yeah, no, skyscrapers totally make sense here. I'll just fucking deliver it at the fucking top of the damn building. So much easier. And then I started getting, like, cranes. I was like, I don't want to fucking put it down at the lobby all the way there. Why can't you take it? Because I have to go through the fucking goddamn... Come on, man. There's an elevator. Oh, come on. You can't just fucking do this, right? I then started making a bunch of, like, vacuum line sort of parachute systems. So it's like, alright, I'll just fucking hook to the stupid skyscraper and then I'll just dump it. Like, straight up. Like, I'll just hook into it, the top of the skyscraper, and then I'll just run this all the way down to where the lot, and then I dump it. And then as it goes down, it then gets progressively more spring rate. And then it creates like a little parachute as it will widen also, and then it'll land safely. And so all it ever does is experience 1g acceleration, and then it lands at no real acceleration. So it's like 1g, and then it goes, and now I'm basically just gonna slowly doop, and then I'm there. I was like, suck it up! Fucking take it in! I don't care who this shit is, just fucking take it already. Fucking tired. Go home. I have to come from fucking China. Bastards. What was they about? Oh, they didn't let me fucking, like, hook to the tops of their buildings for some reason and do this. So I have to actually, like, land over at a warehouse, and then they have to go fucking, like, travel via a bunch of trucks and shit to somewhere instead of just dropping it off with my airships. To be fair, though, my airships were also like, hey, so I don't have a Connex, like a shipping container, right? I don't have that now. I have what is the equivalent now of a train, like a small 3-sectional 4x4 train. So it's like 4x4 shipping container, 3 sections, size, that I could just drop off anywhere. Because, like, the containers themselves are also their own version of a vacuum. So, like, anything that is effectively whatever your stuff is, like, box-wise, like, that turned into another fucking, like, that's just a fucking bladder. That is a spring for the vacuum inside, and then, like, a vacuum outside, and then some rigid parts. It's all contained anyways, so it's like, well, whatever, screw it. It's just it was like, this is cardboard that is then placed with a given style of epoxy-ish sort of thing. It's more like saran wrap, if I'm being honest. It's just folded. It's like, it's cardboard, and then it sticks to itself with some, like, saran wrap, and then you suck out air. No, it's already in a vacuum. Oh, right, yeah. I package it in a vacuum. And then the air has to go into the bladder area, where the actual stuff is, unless you want that to be a full vacuum. In which case, if it can be, I'll do that every fucking time. Because then it's buoyancy, kind of an effect, and it's a lot less weight. But then it's like, no, it's not really going to be able to support the weight of what's inside. It's just going to make sure it weighs less, that kind of thing. And then it's very stiff and rigid, and it has a lot harder time being able to be crushed. It distributes its weight a lot better. They're not balls, they are still squares, so slight round corners to a degree. I mean, that's where the holes are more than anything. Yeah. Anyways, works out. It is super fucking lightweight. I mean, they have a bunch of solar panels on them, and that was a fun one to do. It turned out like certain ceramics. You remember that arc thing that I talked about? Like using light to excite a given gas under extreme compression, but extreme is like it's like 100 psi, but sure, so extreme. But then it's like, if I reflect it right, and then it excites it, and then it creates a given electron orbital change, and during that, that's an electron flow. So it's like, it wants to go over to here, and it wants to go over there, because it gets captured in a given negative space. So it's like, there's a negative charge there. So it's like, this is going to be doing something. It's going to store it in a capacitor, right? Which is basically what the diode kind of is. It's a capacitor. So like, then it creates charge, and then that dumps off. It has like a one-way valve sort of rectifier setup. So it's like, oh, I'm going to dump off, and then the field which it creates, because it creates current and electromagnetic. So like that's a coil system that's around it as a field pin set sort of thing, that then dumps it in as a given series parallel AC DC flow current thing that I talk about for like the given Z wave. So it's like, remember, I saw Styropyro's thing. He was like Z pinch. I was like, what the fuck is Z pinch? That sounds really cool. Is that? Oh, I already have that for my certain types of reactors actually. So like on my YouTube already. But it's like I never knew it was Z pinch. I was just like, yeah, no, well, it's gonna draw itself in because it's like they're slinkies. So coils, right hand rule. Right, so it's like as it goes forward and then tries to do opposing for both of them, and then they cancel out and then they rotate right hand rule around in helical fashion. And so like slinkies, they'll slide in like little screws and then they'll grab each other and then they try and, pinch, attract. That's what the electromagnetics are doing. Now, the quantum physicist says it's a particle. That's the field that's spinning. It gets a pole alignment that then spins all together, which then creates a continuation of a field, which is again just a series of vibrations, but whatever, fuck it. That then flips others into being the same kind of aligned state. And then rotatively, because right hand rule, rifle, barrel, shoot, gun, as it spins, it then eventually starts to curve over because of the rifling and the spinning of the round over distance. Same thing, particle stuff, but many of them ultimately working together to create effect like this. It then collapses out as it goes and travels with that field that has now been created as a continuation of momenta. So it's already moving. Then this is a Bernoulli, otherwise known as a Lemke principle in quantum physics world, as it happens to create a continuation of direction, information, pressure, thermodynamics. It then creates a continuation of other quarks, in this instance, as particles, because they're the ons, whatever the ons are, leptons, septons, skyrmions, blah blahs, whatever, who gives a shit, that elicit a given pole alignment as they form from the electrical current going through. Then, as a result, they then start spinning, as there's already a degree of spin that's there, and then they are already having a degree of conservation of momentum spin for information occur. As the ons, whatever particle quark garbage that is, happens to continue on, it then decays and then goes back into itself continuously, oscillating, creating a inward directional pull. Even though they're going the same direction, they attract as they cross each other, sort of like Beyblades. They hit, right? Well, they can't hit, so because they're fucking fields. So they monkey hand in, and then they spin faster, conservation of momentum, and then they grab each other and collapse their fields and try and attract each other. Z-pinch. Moving on. Sort of a similar design in terms of the flow current. It's like, well, if you alternate, meaning sine wave, and then back and forth, because that's the resonance, that's what alternate current means. But DC means you have it flow a given direction and it alternates towards a center area versus an outer area, which the center area goes back into the outer area. You then have to resonate and then have a field collapse, Z-pinch, destructive to electron elicit, electromagnetic, and attractive electromagnetic charge field differences to electrons, with the given correct phasing as it bounces off and creates a secondary phased wave, and it oscillates AC but creates a continuous direction, DC, phasing towards the tip and then heads backwards towards the center, in the center, and then bounces off the wave that is heading towards the center, but now bounces off of that. Before it worked just fine, but now it has to be balanced off of the phasing, which I use 4 to 5 different phases with a sine wave on a sine wave on a big sine wave. So big sine wave, baseline, medium sine wave on the baseline sine wave with a even higher frequency sine wave on that sine wave. So you get the picture. You have to phase it correctly to do all this, and then I get a flow current. Well, this is a perfect setup as a diode that is built in to the very skin itself, as I needed it for other things to begin with, and it creates fields regardless, and it's going to be a vacuum, so whatever. And the gas can be there as a high pressure gas, so the whole darn top is a big, huge solar energy capture. Yeah, no, I'm at like fucking 85% efficiency for capturing light into electricity. And then transferring it, I'm at like 99.99999% efficiency for that into whatever the fuck I want to do. Which, it's just kind of stupid because it's like, remember the rigid tubes? Like, I have gas there, and then it's like, right, and then it's like, it's more of a bladder, right? Yeah. But then it's like, well, I can put in capacitors and batteries in that, and then dynamically accordion or slide on or tilt, you know what I mean? As in like a ball joint. All of that to dynamically change the rigidity, structure, both the rigidity and the structure size of the vacuum bladder that's inside. So it's already a vacuum and I just stretched it. And because I can change the size and shape, I then have the ability to dynamically change its effect from the wind and still have the vacuum bladder remain taut and tight or loose and make even more wing shape. You see what I mean? In terms of air shape and for airship. You know, most of mine are, I have a big, huge airship around, kind of ish. It's hollow. It's a bunch of other tubes that are a bunch of like wing kind of shapes. That they then have the central thing there that actually stores everything. That then has a bunch of sliding and accordion. So it likes to stay centered while the whole thing moves around, and I can dynamically alter that with real time because, hey, if you didn't know, when light changes and then air pressure changes, that acts as a sensing array for making sure to maintain aerodynamic stability as to where I want it to be automatically. Which allows for me to simply drop the darn thing wherever I want with a basic cable anchor setup and be very non-affected by most wind. Anyways, that was the whole thing for that, because it was like, but then they were like, no, you gotta go to like fucking warehouses for some reason. I was like, I don't, why? Why the I have lift and buoyancy and all of the things for, this makes no sense. You can't get less fucking air. Like, a vacuum is the most buoyant you can really get. You know what I mean? Like, you can't get more, you can't do anything this stupid after a while. Why can't I just anchor to the thing? It's just, I spent all this time and effort making it as good as possible for this to be done correctly, the right way, the first time. They were all fucking bent out of shape about it in China. America didn't give a fuck. They were willing to fucking strap a stupid thing to their building so long as it wasn't going to yank them away, which was fine. It was never going to do that. But we had like little breakaway things. So it's like, if it ever got to a certain PSI, meaning like tensile strength, it would just break out. Kind of like fuses, you know, when you run electricity through them. It's like, it just pops. Because it's like, no, that would be too far. You know what I mean? Like, it'd hurt the building, right? Yeah. So it's like, before that point, and then gone. Both on the ship and on the building. So, never really had an incident, for its worth. But, doesn't matter. I was done with it after a certain point, because it was like, well, you know, I got this huge fucking massive airship. I'm just gonna dump in an entire city, all more or less. I mean, like, for what it's worth, it's like, oh, I can get most of like a quarter of a big city like New York City taken care of. Like, 3 trains of 4 Connex boxes is a lot of stuff. And then it's like, right, and then I have the fucking, you know, warehouse area, wherever the fuck that is. Just dump that there, like, 15 miles. It's way up there. It's way the fuck. Why the fuck? Why? Why are you so angry about it? Anyways, there's like a little, from that mother airship, little extended tendril things. You know, and then it's like, I hook into that. I then can get pulled into it, and it helps with buoyancy and lift and all that stuff, sort of thing. And I already dumped out all of my packages, so it's just like, Still, people have to actually fly the darn things, you know, because apparently I can't automate that fucking thing at all somehow. But it was dumb. After a while, there's a lot of butthurt people. I give them like basically their own internet service that was very hardcore encrypted, impossible kind of like levels of shit to break. Not like, oh, it's a big long string of prime numbers. Nah, you should really listen to that video about how that's like. First and foremost, it's information that means nothing at all until information that you ultimately were going to have come in anyways, separatively, because it calculates during that. That's ups and downs, sine waves, for 1, 0, blah, blah. And then this information then notices that it means something for this stuff. You know, like, oh, it wasn't anything, it's a bunch of nothing, and then this is now something because there was already something. Because you wanted to do XYZ, Netflix, YouTube, whatever the fuck. And so, it's a whole bunch of stuff. You should really listen to that, but it doesn't really matter. It means no one actually has any real information until they need the information, and they can't work that information out because it's very specially specific to their individual moment in time computer. Meaning, not the computer, not the fucking website, because the website does it too, from them to them. but also them at that moment in that given binary that is 100% scrambled and encrypted. That means nothing until it's there at all to anyone. It can't. Literally. And then it breaks out into being something. Basically, everything's a bunch of keys and locks. All the time. I think there's like a bunch of letters and then packets. My internet protocol, quasi-quantum thing, encryption stuff. So it's like, you should probably listen to that on my YouTube. It's probably in my creative ideas too. So, if you do that, you probably understand a little bit more. But doesn't really matter. The point is, I just don't really care. If they say it can't be done, I go, whoopee-doo, you just want to fucking spy on a bunch of people, and I know for a fact it works. Like, literally all packet, literally all data, even in the computer itself, is encrypted to itself. It literally can't know anything until it needs to know the thing for the thing that it's doing. Which is timing. Think camshaft time properly self to go for the engine. Then zoom zoom of the rotation of crankshaft, then suddenly go burr. Think burr happen at exactly right time, can't tell when going to happen. Because imagine random crankshaft timing, seemingly random crankshaft as well as random bore and stroke and random camshafts. Valve open, valve close, but output exactly the right amount of torque and horsepower. Because that's how algorithm works, equations work, programming happens. Idiot. I'm getting angry because it's like some stupid dumbass like government type that thinks he knows something. And he's really just wanting to hack shit. It's a glowy as fuck. Fine. Yeah, okay, so I am. Whatever. Shut up. There it is. Anyways, works just fine. It's a new way to do internet. Nobody can spy on anyone because it's constantly private. It's literally impossible to spy on someone like that. And it's already encrypted to begin with. Not just timed like that. It's also encrypted information. So it works off the very system that it is doing. Like, exhaust go into turbine. Turbine go on other side to compressy west. It does work. I don't have to set it up because I already have the program to begin with. But the program alters itself based upon the input of information and the exhaust of the information. I could do that. I already set it up on my YouTube, bro. I already explained every fucking step of the way how to. You only just suddenly go, oh my god, it could be done! After he gave me a wonderful explanation and an analogy so that way I could even understand how it could be a thing! I'm suddenly a fucking retard! I'm gonna steal that! That's really good! I should steal that! That could be done! Look at the fuck up! Look at the fucking fuck up over there. Trying to steal an SMI. Seriously mentally ill. trying to get on SSDI, has food stamps and Medicaid. That's right, on government insurance. Disabled motherfuckers. Idea. He goes, I did! What do you know? I would definitely kill you. Yeah, fuck you. Right. Yes. No. Anyways. Transported a bunch of bullshit. Didn't really care after a while. Everybody was hurt about not being able to spy on everyone. Having to go through ridiculous levels of encryption. That is internet protocol stuff. So it's like, look, first and foremost, these are statically fixed things. But you need to, from this thing over to here, but it also has to move this other stuff the right way to land in the right spot. Think about it like that. A bunch of balls, they have to connect, but then they have to move the balls and all that. But only that. They can only move what's there. And if they do it the right way, then they're allowed to then move to the second stage. This is why it's all worked together, protocol-wise. It won't work and it won't do that unless it was already doing that. You would already have fucked it up immediately if you weren't. So you can't break the encryption, you fuck-ups. It's built into the God operating system program, you idiots. So, second one, they're all moving. But they all have to land in the right place. And they all have to go through the right sequence of events. The third one is even worse. You have to manually place all of the things, all the right stuff, all the right ways, in all the right areas, and have them all move the right ways, all land the right places, and so on. Three stages of internet protocol. You can't even look at it because it would change it. Sort of like the internet stuff, like the quantum stuff, internet stuff. This is just programming. And then it's like, right, then we still have, it's randomized sequenced data sets that land no longer being random for that given area and task at that point in time in all the right ways. If you were to fuck it up and try and look at it, it would immediately all bork and not do it. Scan it with some fields, lasers. That's going to fuck up the whole thing because it's all based upon bits. Individual bits. At various stages as well in curved phase sine waves that are sine waves on sine waves with wiggles and jiggles, which are already a thing that I have talked about on my YouTube in the God Operating System section as a playlist, and some of my creative ideas, and how to program it, how to account for what it is, how to break it back out, how to have it be stored as multiple things in the cache, and how to use a backwards flow current, as I apparently like to view it as. I think I got that mixed up, but it goes forward, but it also goes back. So think about it like waves go do the burr that way, that's DC. Well, AC mean reflecty-wecty, back away. But if you happen to make transistors do the right thingy, then it goes burry-burr correctly. And now it transists as well. With phasey wazies. Idiosas. Anyways, I then made it better for my computers that I made for my chips that I've already discussed and talked about many, many different ways and times in my creative ideas section. So I use multiple layers. They're 3D chips. They're not 2.5, they're 3D. They're very small, very compact, very incredibly efficient. It's all it needs to be. I can input with light, heat, sound, and electricity. And fields. I can also take out the same way. I even use vacuum pressure. For its worth, both spring and actual pressure. I can get double information to see about if the information I got from here is the same as this, and collectively add them together to make sure they are correct, error correcting. For my qubit systems, which run on clock cycles. Not I'm a little bit of a clock cycle. I'm in the ridiculous sextillion levels. To even more, honestly, it's more like docillion. 10 instead of nonillion, 10. 9, 10. There's uno, mon, bi, 2, tri, 3, and so on to 10. Docillion is 10. Now granted, they just rotate around, makes it faster and faster and faster, and I just need to take any information out and input any information in as necessary. I don't have to go bullshit with the stupid up-down thing. What the fuck is that? Who said that was a good idea? Who thought that this as transistors is a good idea? It's not. It's shit. You should feel bad. Whoever came up with that. Worked at the time. It did. But then why not just turbines spin faster, right? Yeah. Okay, sure. All right. Yeah. No, but no. You're not doing the thing where you agree correctly. You're trying to leave before you get learned. Like you knew what something was before you knew actually what you were supposed to have learned. So, this oscillatively goes back and forth, but also rotatively and vertically makes everything work alongside of entangles and tunnels. They're no longer wormholes, because fuck you, no! They are quantum tunnels. They are highly specific, entangled superpositional tunnels that exist when they are necessary to exist, with the information being almost effectively the same at that moment in time, which allows for the information from there to override whatever isn't and then be there as that information. Having tunneled the actual shit. We're no longer teleporting, we're no longer wormholing, it's a tunnel. Shut up. And then I used quantum vacuum pressure tunnels, quantum informational tunnels. I got really good at making a lot of stuff happen for very little energy. I then started powering it with its own fucking energy, practically. And then I got really, really good at using quantum vacuum designs to increase the amount of gained energy as a transistor, and eventually got to the point where it's like, wow, I can now run the entire thing off of that. They all run off of quantum vacuum, field, and particle energies. Now, granted, it takes energy to do the darn thing to start the process, so there's that. But that's it. It runs just fine as is. This is what I sell to everyone. My cell phones are effectively another version of the freaking, like, I have a single light source, except not, why would I need to care about a light source? It's like, it's illicit electron equal Burr photon, right? So it's like, well, if I just needed to do this to sync anything, it's like, I'll just use it to cool something. Like, I'll just make it cool something, and that'll elicit an electron response that gives me a photon release. If I do that correctly with the right mirror system, coherenting system, and ultimately constructive and destructive to constructive and constructive to destructive interferences, especially with outside light, which we have a lot of IR anyways in our own light from our own body that we never really think about. And then I use vacuum pressures to do the same kind of thing. I was like, right, I'll just fucking keep doing this. And then the phone is effectively the same thing. It'll fold kind of like a sandwich. Instead of a Z fold, it just slides onto each other. But then it's like, this is a whole fucking actual, like, full fat camera sensor that's inside the center that everything kind of bases itself off of, right? But it's like, then that's also where the processors are. It's also where the light admittance is. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, if I'm already going to process the light admittance, then I just need it to go out to the given pin set and field sets that allow for me to have the fucking stupid little screen do the Burr with electrochromatic plastic with some mirroring and lensing, like Lorentz mirrors and lenses, or lens, not mirrors. Anyways, point is, allows for me to dynamically change and alter, kind of like polarization, depolarization, pixels of an LCD, right? Except then they themselves can also elicit and create with electrical fields and the light that's already passing through and the electricity. Thank you. Because they have to make the electrochromatic glass work anyways. Creates its own little OLED style of light admittance. But it cools itself by doing that. And it can also heat something. Which means the whole screen is also, because it's full of a bunch of little holes, as it's got thickness, some of them are nozzles, some of them are slots, some of them are straight through. Because that also helps with the diffusal of the light to be very large viewing angles and very, very good, clear, amazing projected constructive, destructive interference models of light that diffuses it from outside of where the screen is. So you get a bunch of screens that intersect in all of the directions, and it creates a literal 3D picture. It then also senses the change of reflective properties to the sensor that's inside. Move your hand, you gotta swipe. You want to click, you gotta click. All of it. You've also got sound, which can dynamically change. It can even project it up and then over towards you. Now, it's a smaller screen, but it's still what it is. You can always just fucking angle it a little, Anyways, because of the fact that these all have qubit systems, laser light systems, the screen itself can be an analog calculator, digital to analog. It can also reflect it back in, also allow for the rear and the front to collect light for the full picture of your face for front facing camera, or rear camera if you want to be completely seen, down to even all the little vibrations and knowledge, because that's how I do that. It's a data set effectively. It's like, this is this given material, this is this given light that'll change based upon with these frequency changes that we sense at this polarization, this angle, this blah 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 blah. It gives us sound. Light equals sound. I don't need a microphone. I have sound from the light. Same thing with different distances, focal length. because it captures all of that and it knows how it must have come in relative to what the changes and what the ultimate look of whatever it is that it's looking at happens to be, based upon in a vacuum and in very specifically controlled this light radiation reflectance capacity at these given frequencies or pressures with no frequencies. Then it stores that as an analog. It then cross-references what given possibility bell curve, and then takes the only real option that it can be, which it doesn't need to store a lot of that at all in any way. It's like, no, this light reflects like this, we know about this diffusal, blah, blah, blah. So really these are these algorithms, this given processing, this given equation, this given stored data, this given ultimate change likelihood, which you're the one that's telling them. So then it's like this. And so it has the full picture. And it's like, where's the battery? I mean, oh yeah, no. See, remember those lights and the holes, right? And the screen, all that. That's heating and cooling. It moves a diaphragm. Remember that? Because there's a screen within inside of the other screens and so on. There's piezoelectrics in there. You got it. Alongside of. Oh, remember the field pin sets? That's a coil. Those are a bunch of coils. When they are statically charged, as they would be because air is moving and they're hot, and there's a piezoelectric movement of electricity, and it's trying to cool it with a given vacuum parameter for the processor, that is correct. It then happens to also do this wonderful thing called a Stirling engine, mechanical stress strain, regular, linear, and so on generation of electricity. But that's not the battery. That's just, it helps charge it, if I'm being honest. Same thing with remember the pressurized gas stuff and all that? It's also there. No, the battery is the phone case siding and other areas that are really just tubes as solid state and charge field batteries to allow for the electrochromatic and lensing effects of the front and rear. The rear really just turns into, this is a camera aperture and you can change it dynamically and alter all of the different types of collection to the sensor. The front is also pretty much very similar, but it also has a screen, so it's like, it's mostly screen, if I'm being honest. So, anyways, point is, it allows for it to calculate a massive amount, and I have a fucking large amount, because I use light, and then there's an electrically conductive insulator, it's an insulator, but then it's like, right, but it's a battery on one side, yep, and then it reflects, that's correct, and then it field effects into being conductive, correct, you got it. Once the flow current goes, it goes burr really well. You know how old tube TVs worked, goes down and then, electromagnetic, kind of similar thing for the reflective battery field effect, different, directions and changes of light, and it can help actually create a degree of its own version of calculation. Well, I have a bunch of stuff along the sides, sure, but then I also have stuff placed throughout the whole device that's a bunch of batteries and capacitors, and it's also got a bunch of processors right next to it, and storage, really good non-volatile storage. As pressure differences, field differences. I don't need light. And then it has an electron or it doesn't. Now, I store a certain amount of it as, hey, so this all means it can, in these programs and all this, when it goes through this given tube set for light or electricity, so on, equals, if it's light through, a 0 or 1. And it's referencing this breakout, which is actually all these different ones and zeros, which is really just calculated to be ones, all that. Which, if it ever needs all of those ones and zeros, it'll store it in its cache, which can be different light tube, resonant frequencies, vacuum, qubit, and so on, anywhere necessary at any given point in time. It's digital and it's analog together. So, it's a wonderful little design. It has parallel, it has dynamic parallel, it has all the regular dynamic, it has all the regular objective, it has power processor, blah blah blah, big boy core, blah. It has a bunch of different types of connections that it can dynamically change for its Infinity Fabric like in AMD, although it's not. It has entanglement for tunnel throughout the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't really get why they, but it's like, whatever. All of the things. It has every fucking way of getting information everywhere it needs, immediately when it needs it. It has over 1,000 qubits that are error correcting that, guess what, have docillion levels of clock cycle. It's not even getting into regular processors and all the rest. I was like, alright, how much oh my god. I sell it for free if you buy my internet and my operating system and my wireless electricity that I produce. It comes as a package. Literally, it does. But you can buy it yourself for a low, low price of $250 to $500 to a whopping $1,500 if you want all of the bells and whistle bullshit that's effectively, I don't even know what the hell this is. It makes no sense why people want this. It's the same sandwich thing, but then it like folds, you know, like another sandwich. So it's like it slides in and then it folds like hinges to an even smaller little thing. Still, it's a bit of an annoying thing, but it's like whatever. But it's a bigger screen. What do you need it for? At that point, it's a fucking notebook. What is this? You could just. It has a projector. You know the little lady like it's trying to do the whole 3D thing. Well, if you get a basic projector like screen that I also made for this to help it out, and then it'll project forward to it like a little laser, and then it'll also do its own thing as it's connected wirelessly with lasers too. It then makes a bigger screen, and then you can put a fucking keyboard and mouse. Simple stuff. Why do you need the screen to be so big? I don't know, but people want it. Whatever. Still the same amount. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see why you would need more processing when you have over 1,000 qubits at docillion levels of clock rate. It's a fucking supercomputer. It's not a better supercomputer. It's just the same amount. But it's just more screen real estate, and it's got more battery, and it's got more fucking, like, you know, viewing angles. It's got more color accuracy, although it's like this, 10 to the 10 versus 10 to the 30 color accuracy of nines. That kind of, I just don't see why people really wanted it, but then people do, and like, sure, I'll sell it to you, whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna care. It's fine. I'm really not. It's just fine. It was just such an odd one. It was like, why do you need that? It's 10 inches. Just straight horizontal. It's a 12-inch fucking screen. Like the first one, like everybody, the 250, right? That's a 5-incher. Great screen you can use with one damn hand. You have a massive screen when you just simply move it over. Huge. It might as well be the 12-inch screen. Like, what do you need the 12-inch for? But it's like, no. It'll be more than 12 inches, right? And it's like, yeah, well, okay, sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess, yeah, fine. I'm not going to be angry about that. It still has a cube law problem. So, square to cube is a whole other fucking problem. 5 is where it's at when you want the biggest maximum. But then it's like cube law means it's like surface area didn't necessarily increase to its given scale. So it's like, it's not from 5 to 12 like before, which is double plus some. Now it goes up to 20 inches in size of screens. That's all it is. So it's like, I don't know what you need this for, but okay, sure. I have to go pee again. Alright, so the system, let's see here, for the other one is a 5.5 inch, and only, I think, well, technically speaking, it's not like thicker or like wider. It's thicker because it has more battery, right? In terms of like Z height or whatever that is, depending on how you're ultimately looking at the damn thing, that could be a numerous different number of things. So it's like whatever. But it's like, whatever. It's slightly more battery, but it's like, why would you even have to care? I literally never have to charge this thing. Just leave it alone, and it'll fucking like charge itself. Like, you put it on your freaking body, it'll charge us. I just don't understand people, But it's slightly longer. That's it. That's it. Thicker. I don't know. That's it. It's legitimately like, who gives a fuck? It's for viewing angles. It literally is. It's like, well, at 12 inch, it's still basically 12 inch. Yeah, no, it's about, yeah, no, I mean it, yeah. It's like 12 1/4, 12.5, depending on what you ultimately end up doing to have, like, either viewing angles or a larger screen. Which is how that projection stuff tends to work. Light destructively, then constructively with light near it, happens to create a curvature as it collapses from a polarizational state to a regular non-polarized state, creating a diffusal directionality, as it also happened to entangle its given information quantum slot experiment in a given bidirectional. So remember the slots and the little fucking holes and shit? It's like it projects forward, and then it's very constructively that direction, and you can't see at all because it's light and it's not reflecting off anything. Then light ultimately interferes and interacts depending on its polarization and its state of where it is in the Z depth, X and Y axes. It then creates a lens and a mirror and a diffusal. It doesn't need to be very bright for it, because basically it just retains the vast majority of its luminance during that. It uses light as a mirror, lens, and reflector kind of thing. That is the Lemke Phaser Light Array. It's a Lemke principle phaser laser lens system that uses it as mirrors, lens, and phasing to create a projection, diffusing, refraction, all the things for light wave interference, semi to also semi-entanglement. So it's like semi-superpositional, semi-entanglement, semi-polarization, definite polarization effects that create constructive from destructive and destructive from construct, whole thing. So apparently you were asking how the hell that would work, and I'm like, light go Burwell really fast the right way. Now, you can have it do the regular screen thing. It still looks good. It's just not going to be like anything more than up to these screen edges. It's just a bunch of little tiny screens that create a bunch of, 3D effects. And depending on how well it's programmed, it could actually do it well, to it looks like ass. So, it's really up to the people, To be fair, the phone records in that kind of way, where it uses a multitude of different focal points, focal distances from center, and it constantly rotates in a given way, so that way it can see many, many different aspects of what's going on at once. We're also gaining from the light that we use for also the calculations for sound, because if you didn't know, sound can also become a change of wavelength as it alters the given oscillating frequency. Sensing, it can increase or decrease like a LIGO its wave frequency, blue shift and red shift. Also, receptance to polarization and non-polarization, field receptance to different wavelengths, and so on. So, as a result, it takes in all that information as best it can, and then, it processes it immediately for what it's worth, comparative to us. It's very analog, constantly going, yeah. But then it calculates and it has to break it out to something that we can see. So then you can get the whole full 3D effect, from your phone. It looks cool. I like it. Personally, it's really fun. You can also project it. That's the laser screen kind of thing. And then, if you have the right little screen, it then turns it into an even bigger one, which that's another cell. But doesn't really matter. It's like, oh yeah, here's one singular little balloon at the top of the fucking the building, and it's like, here's terabytes a second for every one of them. There could be thousands of people there. I don't care. They're all going to be able to do it. I just don't give a fuck. That's kind of what I did. You know what I mean? It was really fucking simple. I can use light reflectance or pass through walls, Wi-Fi standard stuff, then audio standard stuff, reflecting, infra to ultra kind of stuff. Both destructive and constructive, active noise canceling to non, that kind of thing, to produce given senses of sound, which is another version of Internet Protocol 1.0 stuff. So it's like, I can use radio wave, microwave,
Wi-Fi, light, just in general, sound waves, all of that. I realized a lot of people were starting to stick the actual antennas outside of their, apartment, like, windows. And it's like, yeah, that totally still works, though. Like, yeah, sure, why not? But then they were like, you're not allowed, you're destroying the blah, 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 beauty, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no one gives a fuck about you. Suck it up. And then I got a cease and desist. It's like, I'm not even doing anything. And then a bunch of other people got a cease and desist. It's like, this is bullshit. It's because we have to use your crap. I then proceeded to become a power line supplier using my balloons. Remember? And my antenna and dish arrays, right? So it's like, right, super. So like basically everybody just uses their power lines for fucking for internet, and along with some radio wave stuff and everything. And it was like, oh, good to go. And they were like, this is bullshit. That's not supposed to be acceptable. And I was like, suck it up. Everybody over there says it's okay. Up in fucking dumb guideline law land. So, like, all of them became their own version of a server, if I'm being honest, like, considering, like, how easy it was. And then each phone is their own version, again, it's like, that's another, like, calculator, server, router, modem, thing. They came with, fucking, what did I put in there? A few petabytes of storage on a phone. And then it was like, here's your computer. This is the thing that stores, what is it again? Exabytes? Oh, docillion bytes. You get docillion bytes because like I can actually store a lot more into the very board that houses all of the components that run you. Like the motherboard. Like, now it's storage, like, non-volatile storage. But it's like, it's swappable, which is great. It's a bunch of pieces that you put together. It's really pretty simple. It's like, here's another one that you want, I guess, for some reason. It's just only storage. There's no components, it's just storage. Like, what do you need this for? I don't know. What can you fucking really reasonably... I don't know. I don't know the words for those numbers. It was 10 to like fucking, what was it again? 10, yeah, 10 to 10. In terms of bytes, so it was like whatever that was. It was like, oh, just for one? No! Well, I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, one side of it. It's triple layered. It's outside, inside, and then, that kind of thing. So 3 of those 10 to the 10s. Whatever that is, for bytes, yeah. I just never gave a shit. I was like, this is super simple! Why don't you just do this? I then started selling things to the building so that way that they could just grab air and turn it into electricity from either humidity or like capturing all the water and then having it get stored using wicking and buoyancy effects. And then that cools the building. This cools the building! It's like, I'll just drill some holes through this thing. Fucking done. It's a bunch of airflow with some filters. Simple shit. Cools it. Got into a lot of stuff. All just so butthurt people could fucking shut the fuck up after a while. I was so pissed. It was like, why don't you just do this yourself? Why am I doing all of the work for you? This isn't even hard. Why are you having issues? Are you really that pathetic and ineffectual? Can you really not have at least something adequate?
That explains why I paid a lot of taxes, though, for what it's worth. I never fucking did any of the loopholes. I never gave a shit. All my fucking employees got my profits besides, like, whatever was necessary to keep innovating and manufacturing everything. I didn't even really give a shit about going public or even trying to take much in terms of anything other than what I needed to live based upon all my other shit that I was doing. It's just like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. You know, there's like, oh, if we get profits, guess who's gonna off to divide all of it between all of the employees to all of you? Me. That's a legal requirement I have all of you sign in your contracts. You're salaried employees or paid by the hour. It depends on you. We prefer salaried though, so like there are incentives on that one. But you still, you know, get the ability to be able to take in the profit to you. Just, you know, you have to wait a year. Like, hourly to me means you might not stick around. So it's like if you stick around and then your grandfather, you know, like you get it, right? You get all the share of the profits. But when they're hourly, it kind of bothers me because it's like I'd rather just make you salaried. It's like you get it immediately, but then like you definitely have a non-compete. You can't actually really work sort of with any of my stuff anywhere else. It's a real sort of because it's like technically speaking you are allowed to handle, operate, and so on, but you cannot repair, fix, maintain any of that stuff. And then anyone else that has any of my stuff, you can't work for them. You know what I mean? Like makes similar products or whatever. It's a non-compete kind of like that. Yeah, no, so you get all the health care, you get a 401k, you get a retirement pension, you know, you get all the fucking shit. Everything I could throw at the fucking thing. It was like, I have so much fucking money! This is annoying me! Go away! I don't even need money. I live in my fucking renewable haven in my acreage of awesome. I don't even give a fuck about this. This is the stupidest thing. Here's $1 trillion for your stupid fucking bullshit government tax and stuff. I don't even give a fuck. None of them are paying anything. Whatever. We did that in like 1 year. It was fucking stupid. Yeah, no, they were like, you're a monopoly. I was like, yeah, well, if anyone ever fucking wants to make something competitive, fucking losers. I almost, like, didn't say that briefly. Very, like, literally, that is verbatim what I said in a Congress fucking meeting that was live broadcast to everything. It was hilarious. But then at the same time, it was, like, not. Because a lot of them were like, I'm losing all of my money from all my investments in these publicly operated companies. That I insider trade and get fucking lots of information to either sell and or buy before things happen from all the lobbying efforts and more for the schmoozing from rich people and other corporate CEOs that I talk to and work with and or am myself. And I was like, boo-hoo! Go cry to someone else. I don't give a fuck. I then turned like a lot of the basement area and the top part of the area of the skyscrapers into a fecal matter to fertilizer, sewage treatment for each individual skyscraper building kind of stuff. And then it's like, well, yeah, no, like, then I can burn this, and then I can do it, but it's over, whatever. This will just be used as an AC refrigerant to a large degree. Some pulse tubes, and Jules Thompsons, and acoustic stuffs. Some other things. It's really pretty fucking simple with light helping out with, like, orientating and resonant frequency. So it's like, it corrals into a given area, especially with the right tube, with that light reflecting and then coherenting itself,
It then separates based upon pressure, buoyancy, density stuff. It then, with cooling, with given inside the tube other, like air and water collective, wicking things, then drains it, and then, like that kind of sort of system will slowly rise and then collect the water, and then this will, because the water is a pretty decent amount of pressure, create its own, like, oh, I'm condensing, I'm cooling off from it goes up to the bladder kind of thing at the top, like a balloon. But then it's like, right, then it's going through and condensing as it does this, and then it's taking heat and then putting it into the water, which is a good thing. And I need that, because that's hot water for the whole thing. And it also treats all of the urine and fecal matter. It's water. So like, that's a good thing to do. So it's like, it's pure steam though. Like H2O kind of stuff. Yeah, like, so I need to remineralize it. Which was a whole, like, that's a filter that I had to put in there. And then it's like, well, if you're going to take water from outside, it's like, yeah, no, that's the resonant, and then the separation of particulate matter and any given, chemicals to H2O. And then it's like, here's a filter for you for fucking rocks and shit. It's pure fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, here, this is a bunch of mineral. Burr. There's a bunch of turbines that go off into all their little fucking things. And it's like, here's my water battery. Using heat and air differences, because like one side there's wind over here, and there's the other side there's no wind, you know what I mean? And that's a pressure difference. And it's like, that helps the whole thing out. With wicking and cooling and heating and all that stupid stuff. I mean, it's a ginormous area. Exactly! I put a single window pane behind the frickin' one that they have there. That's all I necessarily needed. I mean it. And it was like, that alone made it so I was able to dynamically capture the vast majority of that heat, kinetic thermal energy, and turn it into work energy. With a little bit of diaphragm, which I needed anyways, because I need to push it through filters, the air, as it heats up, and we need the cold air from the bottom, right? So it's like basically a big long manifold that goes up and then goes to every single one of those individual rooms. Same thing with other areas for at the top versus at the bottom. So it's like each room has top versus bottom, and then there's a bunch of manifolds for the entire vertical thing, and then I already have like a big diaphragm and then wind pressure stuff, from glass, but also like all the tubes and so on. So it's like, this is super easy to do. So I made it actively cool itself and actively warm itself depending on what you were looking for, while also condensing all of the gas, natural gas that comes off of fecal matter. Methanes, hydrogens, so on, that kind of thing. And it's like, well, I'll just go burn that fucking shit. It's not even going to bother me at all. And then I'm going to turn it into a bunch of ethanol and nitromethane, other stuff anyways. And then I'll go use that. And I'll separate, because that's the whole sewage treatment, out any and all the sodiums and, things that you don't want. And that's a bunch of fecal matter that's now really just fertilizer. It's literally just it's like, if you can stand cow patties turning into fertilizer, I think that you're probably able to stand this as an idea. You fucking idiot knobs. Which, it's just cow poop. It's cow poop that turned into fertilizer. That's all that is. So it's like, there's no difference. Just please stop fucking harassing the whole concept. It works. Anyways, using a little bit of the heat from that process, I'll make electricity, but I'll also help make it turn into separated fertilizer and minerals and or other chemical compounds that you would need for whatever you want it for. Some of them are straight like industrial use, to some of them are just slightly off, like B vitamins or fat vitamins, like vitamin D, that kind of thing. So like a lot of that is basically what it turned into. We got diesels, we got ethanols, we got the whole thing. It was like, oh, there you go. I'll just use that with a generator and a really good clean burning all of the engines I have, so like any one of them, and then I was like, what's the most efficient one? And so then that is literally what I did. So then it was like, oh, alright, so that's easy as fuck. And that's just gonna make it so that way, like, the water goes up to the fucking tank and it percolates out anyways. Like, during that, it has to spin turbine burr to get up to that. Then it's like, exhaust is now in the water. It just heated the water. It didn't do anything to the water. Which there's already like a separation. So it's like there's exhaust and then there's like the like an air pocket gap specifically because it's like, yeah, if that were to ever fail, I don't want it to ever actually get into the water at the tank. So it's like that's a really low pressure environment because it's very hot, right? And it's like, well, guess what that is? Good old fashioned vacuum tube, basically, for like all the sucky blow stuff that I need for all the fucking like Jules Thompson and acoustic. It's a whole bunch of shit like that. So it's like, oh yeah, no, this is nice, just energy turned into vacuum pressure pump acoustic things, stuffs, like literally. But they were like, why would you do this? Meanwhile, I'm like, because I want you to shut up about not having good clean water. This is the most ridiculous thing. You are like the richest nation. You are idiots. Why do you have this problem, America? It's a thing. I mean it. Like, I made what is the equivalent of the, maybe, if not hardest, one of the hardest, polycrystalline diamond-like carbon combined with a iron and copper blend ceramic of with silicon dioxide and calcium oxide, so sapphire, because it's super light. Basically, it was super hard, super light, and it's still flexible. It's like it can still expand a little bit and still contract a little bit and still bend a little bit. So it's like I yanked out all of their sewage, water, and everything to stick in the turbines anyways, and I have to fucking do all this drilling and so on. So it's like, well, guess who has tubes? Lots and lots of tubes. I've got the tubes for you. Look at all these tubes I've got. They're insulative, which is another part that I liked. Like, they're very hardcore insulative. But if you structure it right, they become very thermally conductive. That was layering and pressuring and then vacuum forming, which didn't take too much to do. It just annoyed me more than anything after a while. So I had to create a 3D printer that's the reverse of a normal 3D printer. So it's like, it's a vacuum 3D printer. So it's like, there's a pressurized chamber, right? And then when I use lasers and some electromagnetic fields, it opens up kind of like how there's a backlight to our LCDs for our individual pixels. And so it changes polarization and the colors, right? Well, same thing. It's a pressurized fluid that then has a vacuum for the tip, and then I open up individual spots. Okay, right? But it's like, oh, I only need to, really reasonably speaking, make the right a little bit of electrical change signal. And lasers, in this instance, are not the same thing that you think. Because they are lasers, they're just radio wave, microwave, and IR deconstructive to a constructive effect laser array. Yeah, you have to resonate and all that bullshit. But what it means is I get an effect for this membrane, which this membrane. Ooh boy, let me talk about this membrane. Fuck the membranes. I hate membranes. Membranes can suck it. I had to literally create a whole fucking other thing that was not in any way possible at the time. Yeah, no, whole thing. You remember they were like, here, these are some silicon dioxide beads, silica bead, blah, blah. And I'm like, cool. They put iron in it, right? Yeah. And it went uphill. I was like, right. Well, this is a similar concept. That's the membrane. I open it up like it's an electrochromatic glass that's in a fluid. It then vibrates open in that area, and then the fields also help stabilize, control, and change, and allow for electron current, so current to flow as a field effect, that together with the laser, coherently, because I can also push light through this membrane, then allow for a constructive interference, reflective and regular constructive coherenting, and then lensing from the. So basically, it's just like I create a ring that also direct cone from the nozzle onto it. You know, think the tube TV again. Remember the tube with the whole like little thing that it elicits a fucking photon there, you know what I mean? And then you see that, it scans it, you know? Same kind of fucking thing. It's like a bunch of photons are scanned into a given area of extraordinarily precise, lower than nano scale, and lots of inertial confinement heady bullshit. Which is not bullshit, it's actually really cool. But at the same time, it's like, I hate it because it was like kind of an annoying process to figure out. But what it means is like, I print upwards, I push it through the membrane, and the nozzles are not directly above, they can be also off to the sides. As they get pushed through, they can make far greater degrees of multi-access prints with internal and external styles of setups. They don't have to just be flat, they can be fully encased, and I can still make a hollow version of something because of the way that laser light works. Passes through a given material and constructively interferes and fuses, welds the material, because depending on how I connect it, I can make a charge field difference, an electron current flow, weld and or chemical compound with vibration. Styles of chemical bonding processes occur with my printer. So it's like, alright, well, I guess I needed a thermally conductive version of my tube for some reason. I don't know why. But whatever, sure. Just extruded it out for a long time. Anyways, I was able to get all of the, signed into me. Because again, it's like, I don't exist in one particular, only this area. I didn't adhere to any ISP bullshit behind the screen door craps. That they were like, no, we'll fix prices and talk together and have meetings and so on. But they're like, we're not fixing prices because something. And I'm like, that's bullshit. That's effectively what that is. And the same thing with the fucking stupid power thing where it's like, no, we won't get into your area. You're the power provider of that area. We won't get into that area. We'll be over here in this area. Bullshit. It's a monopoly. We give an area of fucking, I'm a mafia control. So I was like, fuck this. I did none of that bullshit, and I was like, yep, so I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. I'll power anywhere I want. I have so much fucking power I can't even begin to tell you, because I have so many fucking goddamn renewable, recyclable energy sources, it's insane. And then I just got bored again. Again, I was already bored. I was already angry about all the butt hurt that was going on. You know, I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. This is boring. I'm stupidly bored. All of you suck. All of you complain about everything. All of you are just mean. I don't like any of this. It's all very frustrating after a while. So it's like I powered and informationally connected all of the cities and towns, and I started digging up fucking lines for tubes for like radio wave, underground networks of electricity and information. They were like super annoyed with that. I started getting into building fucking roads, so interstates. So it's like I make a dome over that, and then you'd have walkways on either side, along with another walkway that's slightly further up, but over closer into the dome. That would be for bike travel. So it's fairly wide, but like that's where the bike travel stuff was. Then it's like, right, but this was air cooled because it was underground. If you go deep enough, it's cool. It's colder than the surface temperature, right? Well, it's like the asphalt is not regular asphalt. It's a piezoelectric blend asphalt. It suspends itself on several different pivot points with multiple vacuum styles of suspension, with a hollow degree to the road, because of course it has to have that given piezoelectric spring, right? But it's not going to move much at all. You won't ever notice it. But it doesn't matter. Point for me was, it means, oh, I now have a bunch of roads that, because something's rolling on it, and because heating and cooling happens because seasons and cars, I get electricity. The heat and exhaust goes burr upwards, along with the pressure from the cars below, which are two abreast side by side with a center separator. Now, the exhaust goes up along with the pushed air. There's air getting sucked in Venturi style anyways, thanks to the heat that is exerted during this. There is then also at the top, and then on the sides, each individual, right between the walkways between this. So it's like these are unidirectional, one-directional semi-truck lanes. And then at the top, same thing. One single lane that they're only able to go that direction. Same thing off to the sides. As a result, together with the air pumping that's going on here, together with the heat changes, together with all the cooling that's going through, and the fresh air that's going to have to come in for this to work just fine, which it did, I gained turbine, styles of diaphragmic movement sort of stuff for the exhaust, but it has to pass through a given centripetal, centrifugal, vortex separational style of given filtration. That then got, because there's electricity there, and a little bit of a lot of solar panels actually, cover the whole thing. Then there's a bunch of water collector stuff throughout. It then filters it, so it's like, well, the exhaust goes through the water filtration. So, yeah, no, I know, it's like, wait, the exhaust? And it's like, yeah, no, we're going to make it very acidic for a reason. That'll help with the conductivity of certain given precipitation and removal of carbon dioxide into carbon graphite particles that will be placed into a slurry of the water and then pumped using that very energy of cars going through it and the heat and the cool to pump water to towns, along with any extra electricity, which there will be quite a bit of, along with extra water, which will also be quite a bit of. And then I also have fiber optics and all the little individual emergency phones, and you know, you have a walkway, bike lane, you know, restrooms. There's multiple ways of getting out. It's not just one long tube. There's a separate, you can pull over, you can still go through kind of thing. Because the bike lane is not going to matter. You'll just have to go through the fucking passenger walkway, which most people don't ever use anyways, so I didn't care. Most people barely ever bike on the thing. So it was like, basically, this is just the extra. If there's ever an accident, it'll all get shoved over. And then that's the extra, like, lane to help people, for emergency vehicles, travel. Because if you didn't know, it'll suddenly open the hell up, and then it'll turn into a really fast train setup that propels you using the electricity and the vacuum differences that you can create as a result. So it's like, whoosh, and then you're there. That's emergency services right there. And then you have a bunch of water, so like, whoopee fucking do. And then you can always add even more than just water, which I do, because of course I have the carbon and I have the acidity, and that means, you know what, I also happen to need, like, a given filter, right? So a filter can break down when you properly electrolysis it. You know what I mean? So it's like, push electricity through the right way, it suddenly becomes now a foam retardant, flame retardant agent that's going to fully encase whatever it is in non-reactive foam that is completely unable to have air go through it. Like, it doesn't have, like, a little bit of, like, air, like, maybe go... No. It's nothing. It is a fully sealed system thing, which is dangerous, by the way. But, like, they were like, no, we need stuff because flamey bullshit. I'm like, whatever the fucking bullshit that is that you just said sounds stupid. But that's politicians for you, so... It's like, good luck on the fucking pulling over. Meanwhile, there's a pull over there, and then that's also a very much restroom. Then there's this is a rest stop area. You know, over, whatever, fucking, like, you know, it's like an overpass, but it's not an overpass, but it's kind of like that. Because it's like, oh, I'm just going to go through, they'll overpass you, you know, kind of thing. That allows for you to go to a rest stop. That kind of stuff. Yeah, whatever exit lane that is, kind of style that means. So I just got kind of tired of, like, dealing with, you know, city stuff, and I was, like, really interested in this, because this is fucking gigawatt to terawatt hours of energy, depending on the size of the road and how much it's traveled. All day, every day. As, you know, there's solar panels and, you know, all the water stuff and the exhaust stuff is so, you know, I don't know. And I'm not trying to capture all the excess energy that we didn't have. You know, it's really solar panels and just air movement as what it is. You know, it's like, it cools it, it creates a charge difference because acid versus alkaline for, you know, the filter, then it has to percolate through to even create the acidic, which then, as it creates a given difference of solution, passing the correct electricity in field, in this instance, because we have light, and we have my field, you know, styles of, you know, solar panels, it then turns it into a different setup to allow for a separation with the vibrations, of course, that are there because cars and so on. Which is really just about height and weight. So it's like, Are you a semi-truck? Are you a moving truck? Are you a fucking ginormously lifted bro truck? Go to the fucking semi-truck lane. Shut the fuck up, don't care. You can't even fit in the other one anyways. So many times lifted bro trucks try to fucking get into that thing. I was like, oh, what do you know? So, for what it's worth, I ended up creating a pylon that'll just hydraulically lift itself up and just murder their cars and trucks. Like, for what it's worth, it's a telescoping kind of style, like a inside telescoping, you know, like hourglass, but then there's like a couple of hourglasses, so, zoom, boom, and then a bunch of hydraulic fluid in between. It covers the entirety of the vehicle, like all the way up to the top, and it can do it within like a fucking fraction of a second, like a couple milliseconds, and it was able to take like a literal tank level of just, oh, you thought you were gonna move me, huh? I saw so many of them just crunched inwards. But meanwhile, everybody else, oh yeah, thanks, bro truck. We're just gonna go around you. I guess fucking bro truck's dummy. Again, yeah. Look at the balls on that one. They fell off. Ha ha ha. Fucking assholes, every one of them. They fucking try and get in there. It's like, it's not gonna fit. It says you weigh too much or you're too fucking tall or both. Go in the fucking stupid ass semi-truck lane. Meanwhile, I'm gonna try and go to and it never works. I had a blast doing that to people. I was like, I don't even give a fuck about you. This is highway traffic and safety. Fuck off with your stupid dumbass idea that you should fucking be hurting that. You know what I mean? You're a fucking danger to everyone around you at that fucking point. You know? So, anyways. Did that. That was done. And that started going into highways between the interstates. Because it was pretty easy to get that done at that point. Like, it saves the roads and the overpasses and a lot of other stuff at that point. Like, it really just made it a lot easier. But the problem was the whole solar panel thing. Like, I was like, I have to develop a fiber optic cable that is also electrically conductive for long distances. Yay. So I did a lot of that for a while. Created a bunch of field things. It was like, I was basically the only one making any of it, which is also another reason why I got pissed. It was like, no one else can make this, really? Well, you patented everything. And I was like, yeah, I did, though. That's true. Meanwhile, it's like, this is, it goes from, let's see here, 65% if you manufacture and then you produce it in such a way you make any kind of profit. I get 65% of whatever you make. So it'll go down to 10% if you make a profit, but you're not manufacturing it, you're just buying it from us. That's what the patents were all about, so, and all the contracts. People were like, this is untenable, I can't do that. Meanwhile, they'll dust themselves because of the way I construct them. If they try and influence or fuck around and find out, like, how it's constructed or made or all that stuff. Like dust, like it turns into elemental composition. That one was super fun. They were always pissed for a while. I was like, oh, so you're gonna x-ray my shit? Dust. I'll try and hack it. Dust. Bricked. Anyways. Like, sissy, you can't handle us looking at your shit? What, you can't fucking make something comparable to me without trying to steal my design? Why don't you fucking grow up and be creative and smarter and intelligent and actually just work and research and develop and actually create something worthwhile like I did?
You know what? Instead of stealing other people's stuff, you fucking knob. Assholes, I hate them. It's a whole thing. But it was like, yeah, no, so I did that, and then I solved all the stupid power and water and sewage crisis problems for the vast majority of our fucking, like, cities and towns. Most of the windmill things that I stuck to it because I was like, well, you know, there's nothing saying I can't just put, like, a, you know, balloon that here or there every so often, string them together, make a couple windmills happen. For interstates here, then it turned into like, yeah, that's doable. I mean, you know, most fucking rural fucking places now are like fully powered, completely off of renewable resources with bunches of batteries and capacitors throughout all the road networks because they are going to need it. Yeah, I know. It was like everything's super hyper efficient to begin with. Especially when it was like, oh yeah, no, so windows are stupid. You remember how I said I had a separate window inside the window? Yeah. Yeah, well, they're fiber optic window thingies. I then pushed it through a bunch of your, like, walls that basically make it so that way the world's brightest glowy ass fucking paint, which I had to make electrochromatically mixed in with something to make it actually worthwhile and easily sprayable and all that. So it was a whole fucking endeavor on that. But it was like, right, so all it means is I now have a bunch of little fucking glass things. You know, that's the layer before, that's the drywall kind of thing. And then we paint it with that. And then it was like, right, and then here's the lines for your stupid, whatever the fuck this idea was for an outlet, power outlet. I don't know who thought that this was going to be good, but this is what you're really going to use. And then this is the adapter because, like, fucking bullshit. I'll sell you, like, anything that actually should be used with my flow current stuff. This idea of volts is stupid. Who says that this is a thing? What is this, anyways? Well, I mean, they were paying for the building, depending on each individual, person that leased the apartment. If they were willing to sign to a government, incentivization program that I've started, working with them on. So it's like, if they all sign this, or at the very least they needed 51% of the building, then they would get money to have me effectively go in and do all of this to the building, along with a percentage which they couldn't raise their rent prices. The moment they got this money, they locked their rent prices in for 10 years after this was done, along with a percentage of the money of their current rent prices, which was 25%, so a quarter, that went towards this going on for their water, sewage, and electrical replacement and all the rest of it. So it was not up to the tenants, is what they tried to go with, and it didn't work. So it was totally up to the tenants, and the people that own the building might as well have been non-existent, because who gives a shit? It's not your fucking decision. It's theirs. They voted their way around the persons who own the building and get the money from them. That's why the government loved it. It's like, it's out of my hands. It's just a program. And they are legally required and obligated to fully retrofit, upgrade all of your building. And it's like, yeah, that's literally what it was. And so we decided to do that. Now, often the cost of the government program covered a good damn portion, about half, if I'm being honest. But sometimes it was a quarter to sometimes 75% of the total actual cost. But that money was literally only able to be used for that period, even though it was a quarter of it. So if it didn't have a need for the money, guess what it did? it was fully given back in totality, equal to all of each individual that had paid in that amount. So that individual paid in this amount, they got that back. That was left over. Building managers didn't really like it, but it was like, yeah, well, basically, suck it the fuck up. All of your operating costs are now nothing. Shut up. It costs literally nothing to have the electricity, to cool the thing, to heat the thing, to have any of the fucking goddamn internet. Because for what it's worth, a terabyte, terabytes a second is a lot. Okay, but then also it can go up, and it's like if they all want the fucking power comes in automatically, they can just upgrade to different systems. That'll get them the phone, and then they can have even greater speeds. So if they wanted power to their building from me, they automatically already got internet. So it's like, shut the fuck up, don't care. It literally costs you next to nothing to run the fucking building. Cool it. Do everything, literally. And you made so much electricity, we don't really know where it went. Honestly, I don't know where it went. I don't know what the fuck the government was using it for. So like, it had to go somewhere. I never knew. I never gave a shit. Like an actual city produced more electricity doing this than it ever used. So it's like there's subways and shit. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, sure. It's just like, what sewage and water? Like, you need any of that anymore? Like, each individual place has that, but I guess redundancy or something. It's like, subways in New York City are so easily powered. Yeah, no, they are, actually. Especially since the government was all like, we like what you're doing. Can you fix this bullshit? And I'm like, yeah, sure, give me a second. And then was all like, it's pushing air, and then it does condensy bullshitties, and then fucking zippy doo-dah, whoopie-doo things. It's literally how that kind of looks to me. Because it's like, it's a bunch of tunnels, and then it's like air moves like this, and if I just push it over to here, there's a bunch of fucking vacuum stuff, and then this means faster, speeds and better seals. And then it's like, well, if I'm going to have it be this close, why the fuck am I doing this? So it's like, alright, I'm going to have it come up over here, there, that, this thing over here. Started constructing a bunch of networks of trams, basically, above ground, that would then dump off into areas below with ramps, steps, escalators, walkways, that kind of thing. And it's like, that's an easy way to push air around faster and have more areas for people to dump off, and then actually have more outright subways as well. More aerodynamic efficiency, more electrical efficiency, has its potential energy too from using suctional aerodynamic effects, vacuum effects, that also happen to help pull the damn thing into the tube, and then it releases, which is like, oh, here it is, it's connected to blah 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 over here, that's a bunch of pressure rushers, and so here's a bunch of fucking piezoelectric bullshitters, and a bunch of vibrational capture for energy and heat and dissipation and condensing, because condensing is cool air there that's not there because it's cool ground, and then this is fucking stupid water crap, and then this is percolation, and then this is allowing for heat soak, percolation, condensing, heat exchange variances. As it now has a pump, and as the steam condenses, it's now going to jump over to a basin of water that then allows for it to pump through into somewhere else, that allows for electricity, buoyancy, air, heat, current, crap stuff, physics, basically. Thermodynamic physics. Water go bird down, it pull thing up. Like stone. It goes sucky sucky over there too because water go down. I collecty wecty all the airy wary humidity and go burr with it. Using the heat exhaust, from air moving, and then there's also the ground, right? So it's like all of it just ran off of that. And there were multiple redundant systems, and all have to be maintained anyway, so it's just like, whatever, your jobs are safe, suck it up. A bunch of solar panels too here, might as well, right? So it's like, more subways everywhere in New York City. It's kind of bored after a while on that one. I mean, it was like, whatever. At least it fits over the fucking stupid little, fucking roads, and people have a way to have a walkway between things. So they're like, no, it's a big sidewalk. Fuck that shit. No. You have a fucking road right here. There's nothing there. Shut the fuck up. Put it there. I don't give a fuck what the hell you just thought you thought. But no, you didn't think that. You thought this. Because you're not stupid, right, you little fuck up? I'm not. That's what you thought. Right? Yeah, that's what I thought. There you go. Anyways. Yeah, no, but that's effectively what it was. Finished itself off after a while. More or less just because people wanted it done faster, to the point where it was like, I don't even know what the hell, I don't even have to do anything. This isn't even my construction company. What the fuck is this? I'm not even doing anything anymore. Like, what is this? I'll just take over, okay. I mean, okay, sure, why not? I don't have to do it. It still works as long as it's up to code. Yeah, no, it's like, it's the material, it's all the fucking, little things that I did that it's, the government doesn't have a code on this, right? So it's like, your stuff needs to match this. That's what you have to do. And, those were the guidelines I started posting. I was just kind of pissed. I was like, I'm the one that's kind of fronting all of this after a while. So this is actually starting to get aggravating. And then it was like, right. But what happened if we wanted, maybe more side, subway trains? Oh, yeah, no, Amtrak. Yeah, I did actually kind of want to do that, but see, once the interstates were already built, I couldn't really do it. So I started making them underground. Wait, what? Yeah, suspension underground. So, think, there's, a mass that's hung underground, and it's like, well, if I manage to... Dang it, Phaser, can you not? He's just trying to bite the shit out of me. Alright, so... because he wants to play, yeah. But anyways, so it's like, if I hang it off the sides, and then it can go underground, because I don't really need to do much except for have a little bit of a trench. Instead of, boring it out like Elon Musk, I was like, well, I can just do a trench. And then if I manage to make it a vacuum, right, and so, it's a given suspension setup, but then it's like, right, it has a vacuum, and then a pressurized vessel, that's air spring, right, then it's vacuum underneath and above, and so, that's a suspension, like a chain link suspension, right? And then if I do that, I'm then able to have two big, huge, fast, mondo sized trains. To put it really plainly, I didn't make these small. These are a full 15 miles long, and they are a 5x5 shipping container sized train. Two abreast, both sides. So it's like, these were fucking wide for a reason, though. Because it was like, oh, this means I have a vacuum underneath, which means I can effectively have almost no, because of the little air gap bearing thing technology that I talked about for the whole light stuff. I was able to use that for the underhang, and then it's like, so it's like, think of mushroom and then like an overhang, so like monkey hands, collapse, that kind of thing. And it's like, and that is my propulsion area. That's my repulse and attractive force electromagnetic charge difference field area in a vacuum that has very specifically set up air bearings that allow for it to help with that. It has a fully encapsulated form. That's right, encapsulated. That means it's in a tube. But then they're just like fucking plates that I slid over each other. So it's like I just build this and then I like seal it with and some caulking. It's like dink, dink, just place it down over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then it's like, here's a bunch of little basic bitch piezoelectric area for the suspension hang as it goes through. That helps create, like, with some of the batteries and capacitors around, a helpful discharge for the next train going through. Because there's two next to each other, and so they can both go forward and they both go rear, and then there's an upper and a lower, but there's only one upper and lower. So it's like, so two lower, one at the top. There's a better way to put it. So it's like triangle. So it's like, if they need to go around each other, they can go over and into that. Alright? So they'll never run into each other, but it's only ever really meant for that. It's never really meant to ever really be used as in forward and back. So that way nothing crashes into itself, and it's automatic for what it's worth, because it's like, no, I know that this is there. So no, you need to go here. So train operators effectively have like next to no job, more or less, of doing anything unless something really fucks up and a bunch of like other redundant systems fail that detect that. Then it's like, so it's effectively all that ever was. That one was a nice construction project. I got to hang out with a lot of people, and just fucking bitch and moan about things, and also shoot the shit and then enjoy things. 'Cause it was like I was getting tired at that point of just like kind of having to deal with any of it. But it's like a bunch of interstates and highways, right? We're going to combine together for this, which means I have humongous amounts of these passenger drop off, right, to very far distances. And because of how large they were, and because of how much they didn't really need practically any kind of electricity to run, except for like the repulsive, and because again it's like a little bit of magnets there. Now that's a linear generator, and that's all it really was for necessarily. You know what I mean? It's in a vacuum. It's a fully sealed system that's in a vacuum with a little air gap thing, vacuum stuff. So I managed to go really, really fast, really, really easily with low effort, even though it has a very high mass. But then I made the train things out of like an entirely different setup. So it's like, well, this is basic bitch composite material, stuff for what it's worth. It's a bunch of interwoven like ceramic and like Kevlar, like fiber. It's not Kevlar, but it's like, it's that kind of, it's a strong fiber, right? And then I impregnate it with a given polymerized, multi-polymerized, that chain together on top of one another. So it's like, this is a type of polymer compound, and then this one will bind, but not really bind, but it'll fit within inside of each other, right? And so like if I do that, then impregnate it, heat it up, and then it creates a
very strong, stiff, lightweight material that is unaffected very much at all by electricity running through it, or any of the vacuum to pressure differences from inside versus outside. You know, and then it was just like make the right thin with the right suspension. So it's like plate with the vacuum and pressure from inside versus outside, kind of thing. And then it was like the right little, tubes to connect, so that way it makes pressure differentials forcefully, hold them together from the pressure inside. And then as an added, I was like, I'm going to add in hydraulic fluid that I then plunge into a given area and then bolt it, so that way it pressurizes it from another area. And if that ever fails, pressure inside the cabin, this still holds it rigid. Now it weighs a little bit more, but it's a thin little film of hydraulic fluid that acts much better as an actual strong sort of tensed rigid frame structure. It weighs way less, it has no wheels. It was really easy to make and manufacture in mass. I did it all automatically. So it was like, yeah, this is simple. This will be easy. There wasn't really any issue. Just had to vacuum it in sections every so often, seal it behind until we had the next one, and the next one, the next one, the next one. And then we'd stick this in there by having remember the door system? So it was above or off to the side. There's a little door here. We'd vacuum out there all the air around the train thing, and then we'd slide it in, and we'd do it over and over and over and over and over again. Two, which is what I really kind of normally did, unless I couldn't do it. It was I have the train in there, I then vacuum out the structure, and then I do it again. I make the structure, I put the train in, I vacuum it out, and seal it up. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Consistently. And then we had friction kind of styles of brakes. So friction brakes are a bit different here. Remember the air thing I talked about? It's that suddenly is changed. So as to be forced through a given set of turbine pressure valve setups. That's our frictional brake. Before, it's it's basically a non-existent boundary layer that allows for me to glide over it. Right? Then all of a sudden it connects. It's no longer gliding. I have to force, along with moving magnets closer to coils, right, for the repulsive and attractive forces, technology I talk about, right? I move them closer to the coils on the outside, and then that's, braking, regenerative braking. If I can't do any of that, I then have straight bearing style friction pads, because we're talking 15 fucking miles long. So, truthfully, if it's not very friction happy, it'll still be quite frictiony at that point. And then I dump a bunch of hydraulic fluid there that then goes over the kind of friction braking pads, because they're basically just magnets with coils next to them too, in a lot of ways, for what it's worth. But they're able to take a lot of heat, and they're not very strong magnets, and they're not very good coils. So it's mostly friction. Yeah. And the water, meaning hydraulic fluid, really just makes sure that you don't burn and you can slide to a stop. They're supposed to be emergency brakes. But it's this thing, because it's 15 miles long of friction all of a sudden, it then turns into
we just all of a sudden broke, like hard stop, and you're not gonna really probably keep going because it weighs next to nothing, right? Comparatively, right, to its speed, because it's supposed to go supersonic. It's a supersonic train, and it has a wraparound. Instead of it slows down to a given area, right? It does, but it'll wrap around. So it'll turn and make a U-turn, a big wide one. So it has multiple little spots for you to get out at. That's more efficient at putting people in the right place where they need to go when they want to arrive at that time. But it also means that you can use the top, bottom, and all the sides of the two triangles and not have them intersect, while also have them not even having to slow down if that's something that's necessary. So that means they can go through or around, as my dog wants to play fetch, certain areas of the city and pass through. Instead of having a layover, they'll just go over to the actual city that they're supposed to get to. Right? And then they can travel back instead of fully stopping. They can actually have people. This isn't a rolling stop. I love talking about this because it's like, how the fuck does that make sense to some people, right? But it's like, you effectively get off on a walkway that's traveling very similar in terms of its speed. And then that takes some of its energy, and then it slows down in a rotational, like, circle, effectively. So it's like, you get off onto that, it's traveling the same speed, and then you jump over to this, and then that slows down, but this kept going. That kind of thing. And so, like, this will just slow down. But it's then going to, like, slow down, and then you can walk, like, normally. You just hop off of it, like a normal little walkway. And then it'll speed back up to the speed of the train, right? And so, like, you can transfer that way instead of having to stop the whole train. Like, a lot of them are different versions of that. Some cities are able to do it, some aren't. And so, like, and then some of them are just standard stop, vertical, no curve at all, which is fine. I don't mind. And, it's up to them. That was a lot of fun to interconnect all of the, like, fucking different 50 states to, like, a big old train set. Like, nobody really ever fucking used, like, airplanes after a while. It was like, why would I do this? This is effectively free. Like, comparatively. It's like $1 to go from one end to the other. And I can get it done. Like, 900 miles an hour, right? But that's from, like, a city to a city within a city, But it goes way faster when it's from one side all the way to some other further place. So that's why the whole, like, pass-through stuff started happening. So it was like, let's take LA to New York, right? That has an average speed, because it still has to slow down. Although that one has a wraparound for both of them, so it never really fully technically slows down. That's why you have the little passenger jump off. Anyways, as an average, it still has to slow down, but it's like, anyways, it's an average speed of 2,769 miles an hour. Yeah, no joke. It can go up to, in an emergency, if it was ever necessary, 4,200 miles an hour. And yes, no, it's because of the joke. I technically could get it slightly higher to 4,313 miles an hour, but I was like, I don't think that it's really going to be that big of a deal, for what it's worth. Plus, that's like absolute, like, max. It's about 100% to, like, 98. It's like 98 to 100%, of the full power that it could do. So it would essentially be, you need to repair it right after you've done that, considering. So it was never really something intended to ever really be used like that. But
2,000 plus miles, that's 2769, you know. So, you know. But, averaged. Not full, you know, all the things, but that's a actual main train. To put it in perspective, like, that's a main regular back and forth that happens consistently enough, because we're in like hypersonic territory at that point, and when passengers are fine at doing like 1.2 G, you know, acceleration consistently up until the point where they're like, oh yeah, no, I guess we're now going the max speed or whatever, and we only need to decelerate like, you know, a little over a given distance to be able to get to the right speed, which can be very gradual thanks to the setup I have. Turned into, wow, in a couple of hours, like realistically an hour, you can get to one side of the country to another. Which might even be shorter from what I understand, but it doesn't really matter. It was used so often that it's basically, I could live here and I work there kind of thing. It became very difficult for police to really kind of deal with the whole like setup of having people have actually real multiple apartments and live in multiple places at once as citizens. Like, they became the citizens of the entire United States of America, not just this fucking state. It's only this state that I'm the fucking citizen of, really, if you think about it. I could never be the citizen of the United States of America. I'm the citizen of this state. If you really think about that, you know? Meanwhile, it's like, I have these laws over here and this law over there, and trafficking. How am I trafficking? What? Oh, God. You know, the laws for, like, having alcohol pass over state lines, or fucking, like, oh, I had a cigarette here, but you're not allowed to have blah, 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 blah. Or, oh, I have this food. You're not allowed to have this food over here. That's bullshit. I was allowed to have it, but customs and crap like that. Then people, like, do you have a fucking parent over here? Are you trying to have sex? Oh, God. I'm trying to get to my grandparents, you dick. I'm not even that fucking young. But thanks, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of that. Not to mention, it's all fully recorded, by the way. Like, there's cameras every fucking where. All the places. You know what I mean? All analog fiber optic stuff, too, for what it's worth. Because it's, like, totally easy to do that once it's set up like that. Then it's just bored. Again, I was seriously, I got bored again, and so I started going after, like, other things around that point. I was like, how do I make... Screw this. I'm going to work on biological immortality. And then proceeded to do biological immortality with a different type of setup entirely. It was like, alright, so the immune system remembers blah blah blah, and then you can forget blah 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 these ways. So it's like, alright, so like these are the protein, I've changed DNA for this to make this during this happen for these things, and then during these things it attacks, and then for this stuff it repairs it like this with these extra compound, styles of produced in the cell, each individual cell stuff. Things, and then it's like everything can technically become a mitosising with the right degree of damage to the cell now, as I changed the DNA repair function. So instead of it repairing, it tries to undergo a mitosis and then a repair to given not just areas of damage but also the functionality of the compound. So it would check the compound and its structure, which that one was just like, here's a fucking egg in the nucleus thing that then surrounds it by dumping cellular membrane during mitosis factor stuff into creating like a repair system protein factory to all the given nucleus, polymer, DNA, RNA, all the things.
and then it's split into two stem cells that then differentiate after it goes through its coating of DNA and RNA and what's around it, you know, into being whatever it needs to be. So it's like neurons are back, myelin sheaths are back, heart muscles are back, all the cells repair and their function completely, cellular membrane repairs itself, everything repaired itself perfectly. Didn't attack anything it didn't want to, or really didn't need to, kind of thing. So autoimmune's gone. There was no like Alzheimer kind of plaques, but that didn't really stop Alzheimer's because it's like cell repairability kind of thing. As that they tend to degrade over time, and we don't really know really how much damage starts a continuous process of telling other cells to die, I guess, or stop repairing themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like I basically got rid of it, but like somehow it's involved in all that. Parkinson's was another version of this, like, oh, it's an underactive blah blah blah. So it's like, so effectively this thing says D, and then it's like, right, yeah, no, you were not doing that correctly. So like it goes burr and then says do it the correct way, continuously activate the right way. So it checks itself. So it has to constantly repair those cells. It still has the same DNA, but it's like I added, technically speaking, a coating of the DNA, and that took just a little bit of petri dish time and some like I have this one, 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 down the line for different organoids that I had created inside the petri dish, and then let it run through for the various. Well, this DNA from this animal, this blah 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 for variability, and then I did it for myself as the first person as a vaccine, kind of thing. I injected my eyes, I injected my regular body, and then I injected my brain and like cerebral spinal fluid stuff. I then repaired all of the scars physically I've ever gotten. That was a good sign that it was working. And then I chopped off one of my fingers under anesthesia and it grew back. That was another good sign. I took a chunk of my brain out. It repaired itself back to being there with all the memories. So that was good. I cut my spinal cord in an area so that way my arm didn't have like these, or this hand actually, sorry. A hand of mine, I think it was my right hand, didn't have this pinky movement. Right. But it's spinal cord stuff. And then it repaired itself, and it worked. So it's full, complete cut itself. Right. And then it repaired itself, and I had it back. To be fair, though, I looked back to where I was when I was in my 20s. So, there's that. Basically just stopped aging completely. So that was fun. The United States government, while I'm allowed to experiment on myself, did not like the idea of me giving this away for free. Or at all, even having it. I introduced some cancer into my body. That was a whole other thing. I had to do it with either radiation or blah and this and then it repaired itself and I got rid of it. It was malignant cancer and I got rid of it. I had blood one, I had a bone one, I had a brain one that was inoperable. Got rid of it, rid of it, rid of it, rid of it. Completely got rid of cancer. I don't have any colds, any flus, anything ever. Never get sick, so that's fun. I burned myself intentionally. One of my arms completely repaired itself. Gave myself IBS, celiac disease, a couple other things. Repaired itself.
So there's that, and they were like, "This is bullshit. Why is this bullshit, government? This is because your pharmaceutical companies are gonna go womp 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 for their value, thanks to a private company and entity introducing a basic cure-all, effectively." Because that's what I did. I tested it on myself, and it wasn't just me. Others were also being tested and experimented on. So that was a fun thing. I mean, I got down to looking like I was 20 by the time I already had like a few 100,000 people going through and participating and everything. It had been like 20 years since I've taken it, and they had already been like 10 years, I think, by that point. So I was like, all right, whatever. I guess I'll just go do this somewhere else. They're like, no, 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 no. I was like, she sure? I'm gonna give it to free, everyone, for free, to everyone. Yeah, no, for free, completely free, every which way, free, totally free. To be fair, I was also giving the government around this point like $5 trillion every year. It was a fucking shit show. Everyone's like, "How are you fucking so rich?" I was like, "I don't really actually have that much money. I literally pay all my taxes. I have like a regular person level of money. I have all my needs taken care of, stuff like that. I don't really need money. No one ever really ever needs money. You know what I mean? Money makes no sense. It's kind of stupid, you know? So, anyways. But then it was like, we got money! Woo! I was like, whatever. I don't care, you know? Cool, whatever. And then I proceeded to, like, already start doing the thing for vaccines for free. Because it was already an approved possible experiment. You know what I mean? Like, not from the American blobbity blahs, because I fucking didn't give a shit about their stupid associations and ideas of things. But a lot of doctors were willing to try it, and it fixed a large amount of issues for a very large amount of people. Cystic fibrosis, polycystic kidney disease, IBS, celiac, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, aging, macular, depending on the shape of the eye. You know, lots of brain disorders. There's the fact that it removed cancer and any and all possibility of getting sick. You know, well, mostly. Like, I'm still saying there might be a fucking chance. I never know what those fuckers are gonna do sometimes. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, so I did that, and I did all this other stuff when it came down to, like, you know, sort of making a large amount of regenerative happen. But it's like, alright, so your DNA, blah, 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 and so then I have to insert these blah, blah, blahs to make this be this, and then remove these given things that make it such that this doesn't work the way you want it to, and then this will ultimately repair it like this. It's still your DNA, but it's like, whatever. It's like, that's basically all it's doing. It's like, this DNA says this stuff. That we already figured that out. We literally mapped the whole fucking thing and any and all changes at that point, to be fair. It was pretty easy. Especially when it's like, the United States government and China both have a fucking huge DNA repository. It was like, this is fucking simple if you look at this given health and mental and just brute force over and over and given styles of changes, and then like add-ons degree kind of thing. Right. Yeah. It's pretty fucking simple after a while to do it. It's just like, oh yeah, here, done. It's like, kids didn't have this issue, adults didn't have this issue. Like, a lot of grandparents all of a sudden were like, oh, I'm 20 looking something, motherfucker. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, that's supposed to be a good thing. Yeah, I didn't think I'd live this long. Well, have fun, invest in stuff, or I guess don't. Well, I don't give a fuck. The memory thing was like the main issue for me, but then that was a whole other version of like
storage using versions of added on neuronal componentry, organic style stuff that then loops things in a given different direction. So it's like processors is what we use, but then we have like in the cache, and then some of it is non-volatile styles of cache because it's still fairly volatile. So it's like, alright, so if I happen to use this given neuron and these given areas of connection with this given type of added separatory neuronal organoid sort of system, and then use this elicited compound that creates more capillary vein and artery, formation, kind of like what cancers does. Cancers do this, so it's like, well, it still works. It's a good thing. So it's like I'm going to use that to my advantage here. And then it's like it's programmed in my immune system / those given cells that I inject into those given areas, and then they'll start taking in a certain amount of nutritional resource, and then they'll build themselves from there to their size and connect, and then take in information as memory, and then the memory then gets stored in a particular way, and it expresses itself back through the blood-brain barrier and some other proteins into other parts of your body. So for their cells, those cells would then have given information stored throughout it as a DNA informational storage, and it can then slowly with enzymes and proteins exchange it and get back the full memory. Now it takes time if you need to get from your arm or something, but for the most part, most of it's stored in those organoid areas. But they're deeper-ish in the brain. They're kind of like structured throughout. So they kind of need to be able to synchronize information, in a given way. So that one turned into its own different type of looping and its own different type of information exchange with potentiation of ion / electrical influence, so like fields that would elicit given responses throughout other neurons in the area. I just had to connect them the right way. Sounds sci-fi, but it turned out to not be that difficult. Certain spider brains are very good at doing this, actually. They already have these DNA and neuronal capacities. Same thing with octopuses, and then I was getting into certain fish as well, jellyfish as well, to also help with regeneration back to stem cell states, but then also be able to save the information from the previous state it was in before the stem cell and had repaired itself. So that way I could still get the memory that was there stored. So, yeah, but see, I then went further with it because I was bored again. I was getting a whole bunch of yap, blah, blah, I think I know more than you from government bullshit and, oh, God, plan, blah, blah, stuff. It was like, the guy, don't care about him, or her, or any of them, whatever. I literally stopped. I mean it. It was like, all right, so I'm just gonna have it go into your ovary, your egg cells for a woman, and or for a male is sperm. Right? Now, combining the two means they'll ultimately have a breakout algorithm that allows for the information of both to be elicited during an already automatic setup process for these neurons to be there without having to inject anything into your brain. And then it kept going further from that to where you'd have all the information and you know that it was their information, meaning memory, but you won't have feelings. You won't have, that kind of thing. Like, you won't have this other psychological person Like, it's not their self going into you. That's not how it works. Right? It's not like thoughts or anything. Okay? Like, it's a hard way to describe, because like most people's memories are sight, sound, smell, all this other stuff, and it's like, yeah, no, that's stupid. It's like this gets stored in as father memory equal this given, you know, uh, math understanding, this given like engineer thing, like that kind of thing, like this given way to calculate, this given thought process, this given like this gets stored like that. Like, and I know that sounds really like what, right? But it's like I don't want their emotions, their smells, their thoughts, their any of that to ever influence the brain as it grows. It's just supposed to be memory that can be fully, and it's understood that it's fully not theirs, and it's their experiences. So it's like it's triggered from their smelling them, seeing them, hearing them. So it's like that storage of information is a biological quantum breakout key. It can't be broken. It's like quantum internet stuff. So it's like same thing with sex, same thing with understanding sexuality, gender identity, so on. So if you have to run like this, then it's like, well, this is the thought process pattern, and then you can go do that too. Like, you can call upon that and use that, or you can just remember that that's something they did. So what we found is a lot of the kids that were growing up with us happened to showcase that they could walk very fast, talk very fast, understand insanely existential and crazy mathematical things, because of course we're a bunch of smart people that did this, that didn't see anything wrong with it. We were ever going to stop. It's like, what are you going to do to me? I literally live in a fucking castle in the sky practically at this fucking point with my airship. Come get me if you can. I'm in the Pacific Ocean. Eh? I'm gonna go live on my fucking spaceship that orbits. What are you gonna do down there? Eh? They were never quite happy about that, but I don't really ever give a fuck. Anyways, they grew up understanding a lot of things very quickly, and they knew that that was a perspective that is different than others. Okay? So, you know what I mean? Like, that's all stored stuff. Of course, it took about 3 years, roughly, 2 to 3 years, for that to be something that would actually go through and adhere and then be produced. So it's like ovaries are different, but then it's like it's doing that automatically as it changed ovaries. So like for women, this is different. Like they come in and they already have what they have, right? Yeah, except like that cell can be reverted back and then changed. And like that's basically what the process is. It goes back to a stem cell and then it changes back into a normal cell, but it has the updated information. Well, because they already have a signifier, hormones, to release, even if they haven't had any sex or anything, then it's like, well, the next one up. You know what I mean? So like that signifier of those hormones then tells it, hey, this. Pregnancy stuff is a whole other thing, where it's like, oh, this, birth control, whatever, hormone thing. It's like, that's stupid. First and foremost, it's kind of weird that, like, you'll go for years telling your body hormonally, which is a huge thing brain-wise, and, like, DNA-wise, storage of information, that you've been pregnant never-endingly since you were, like, a teenager. It's like, I wonder why we have issues conceiving sometimes. It's like, it's like, well, you were pregnant constantly. Give yourself a break. There's probably shit tons of you out there. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, no, that's the hormone thing, but then it's like, right. To get away from that, it's like,
well, there's a way to turn it off, not with hormones. So it's like, well, this hormone, but because XYZ signifier of spermatic fluid and seminal fluid, it turns into, oh, actually, nah. So, guess what? You don't have to worry about that having any more periods until you ultimately have sex and have ejaculation occur. You won't elicit any eggs. You still go through the hormonal cycle, but because it doesn't have this secondary unlock, it never happens. It just goes, oh, right, I'll use that to then create the next degree of information exchange. So it's like, oh, this was all the way up to this point, and then it's like, right, then it stopped, it's ready. Oh, no, it doesn't have this. Alright, switch over to continuing information exchange. It's always locked and loaded. Same thing with men, but men were a lot easier for what it was worth. It's like, oh, the information is coming in, then as it goes through, it then gets, added together. It doesn't really matter. Point is, the way that testicles work, you have a cell that goes in and it breaks down and it turns into like the cell that it is, right? Well, as it goes in, it's already gotten a given amount of information. It changes the information as it goes through, it breaks down, and then adds in that information, and then it goes through on the way out, adding a third set of information that then fully gives it like its cell and the tail and the genetic information inside. It then happens to become a stronger, faster sperm too as a result, thanks to like, what the fuck is this? Is this how this does this? This is its protein bullshit. This is what the fuck this is. So I changed a little bit of that to make it a little bit more efficient at being able to get itself to where it needs to go, and also be able to display that it's this protein and information inside for the best genetic combination for the two parts. The egg is what accepts what's in. We thought it was like just brute force and then eventually one will get in. It's like, no. There's one that's actually like good, I guess. Like it matches certain protein, DNA, RNA stuff. That's like, I guess it's good to like, no, that was really good. And you want that one, right? That kind of thing. So like it'll determine it based upon however many it goes through. Also, it happens to give this out as because it'll consume, this is the sperm here, it'll consume a given amount of enzymes, fluid, all that, and so it then elicits an exhaust of waste. It's effectively what it is. But it's not, it really just sort of rests on the front of the cell membrane, because that's how it exchanges that information, right? So, but in so doing, the egg cell and the sperm exchange more readily, more quickly, the information of what that information is, which is what you want. So that way it'll properly actually impregnate the cell. If it's the right one, right? It's not trying to confuse it so any one of them will do it. It's trying to give it the best chance for the right one to do it as quickly as possible. And then if it goes, oh no, you're not, it goes, oh yeah, no, I'll get out of here. So that sperm leaves, and then the next one, and the next one, and so like it'll just keep doing that. Granted, during that exchange, it's also taking in any other fluids, seminal fluid, embryo, anything really, truthfully, for it to continue, for that egg cell to continue being able to perform the work energy. It needs nutrition to be able to perform this. So it's like it has to take in protein and fuel to do it. So, for what it's worth, if it's the wrong cell of the sperm, it not only tries to leave, it got eaten a little as it leaves. Which isn't such a bad thing, truthfully. But, like, it's what it is, and then that allows for the best possible ones to get together. So,
more quickly, at least for what it's worth. It also means that it survives a lot more. In fact, all of them will. Like the environment that is in, the vaginal canal and through the cervix, so on, right? Like that is a pretty not great environment for sperm to survive, right? Well, no, it loves that stuff now. It's like num num num. I'm gonna live forever off of that shit now. It literally makes a bunch of protein. You don't remember the sand that goes up steps? Basically makes a bunch of protein that helps carry it towards the cervix and stay in. Like it won't come out. To be fair though, I thought it's a good. It's not sexual, if I'm being honest. It's actually just for reproduction. Like it is sexual because it's sex, but it's like it's just actually for biological reproduction to be better and easier, you know, uh, in that sense. Because for what it was worth, it was easier by far to then take. Let's see, what was it? I have to look through all my stuff. It's a lubricant, for what it's worth, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, no, there was a lubricant there. I think we went with a lubricant and then like a mouth spray, like a sublingual mouth spray, that was like before and after, so long as you did that. And the lubricant basically makes it so that way that the sperm disintegrates. It's a good way to put it. Yeah. But it's like just in case, because life finds a way, right? The mouth spray before for women and men will ultimately get through the penile tissue into the urethra, and same thing with seminal fluid vesicles, so on, like very quickly into that, and then make it such that it disintegrates as well, but it doesn't harm you as a person. Like it just goes after the given DNA, changes that we have, the proteins that we have. They don't exist anywhere else in the body, so like they'll never do anything else. But same thing for if a woman ultimately has an egg, it disintegrates the egg. Which, by the way, the egg would only be there if you were having regular sex anyways. Like, and it consistently saw sperm survive for a long time looking for an egg. Like, that's the marker that tells it, hey, now do that. So, if you were doing it that much at that point, then it's like, right, so spray in a little bit of this lubrication, which you honestly might not need, so they're fine, it's just a spray. And if you're free of STDs, you're good, which, by the way, STDs are gone. Yeah, like AIDS, HIV, chlamydia, gonorrhea, it just goes on and on. Crabs, like, it was a bit of a hard one because it's like crabs are like an actual, like, little bunch of tiny little crabs, right? Like lice in the hair, their pubic hair, right? Yeah. Well, it turns out, like, they survive on some shit, and I just fucking was able to remove that thing from being something that wouldn't just kill them when they eat it. And then HPV, which was a virus, so like virus got hacked to become like the opposite of that. So it's like we'll have that virus, and like that now does the opposite. It's like seek out and destroy things as a virus. Like I'm not even kidding. It's like this thing goes over here to then seek out and destroy any of these other fucking bad cells that we don't want. Like, look, this might be a cancer cell. Guess what? Fuck you, cancer cell. Like that's all it changes it into. And so like our immune system, instead of like being hidden from that, goes and says, now become a helper. Meanwhile, it's like, it's only gonna live for so long doing that. You know what I mean? So, like there are no cells that produce the darn thing. So, effectively, a lot of other things have, yeah, HPV, yeah, all that stuff. So, and then we get it, and then they help us. So that's nice. But then, like, actually though, like, it'd be nice if we could just have it all the time. But then our immune system's pretty good at fucking finding any cancer at this point, so it doesn't really matter. So, I don't know. But that was an easy way to get around it. Because it's like, nah, fuck the stupid sores and all the rest of it. Out. I removed everything that I'm aware of for any and all sexually transmitted disease, so on. Uh, except for genetic disorders. Like, again, like, I'm not able to remove your genetic disorder unless you want me to. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't want it passed down, I'm able to do that. But, like, unless you don't, then it can definitely get passed down. Okay? So, like, that's what that is. Beyond that, there isn't much else. I kind of altered some other things. It's like, look, I can make it so your cellular structures regress back to stem cells and come back some other way. So a lot of transsexuals were able to transition very well, then have fully functioning, complete DNA of whatever down to the cellular level. Now it takes a few years to 10 years to really kind of fully replace most things, but it was able to do it, right? Other hand, women have, like, not much in terms of sensitivity. They have kind of a wishbone in terms of, like, actual, like, sensation, right? For the clitoris. I said it weird, just said it was annoying to you. Anyways, yeah, that is something that I managed to figure out how to place throughout the entire canal. So it's like, it's not just there, but it's also deep all the way up to there, and then made sure that there are bundles of nerve fibers that are structured differently, so that way it helps transfer that information without being an overload circuit to areas of the spine. Kind of like popping a fuse, sort of thing. Like, nerves elicit an electrical response, because that's an ionic potentiation, kind of like a piezoelectric, right? So it's like, if I do this the right way, and I need to have, the blood come through and all that, it's like, well, I'm looking to make it a little less kind of terrible, you know what I mean? And I want it to be very pleasurable the entire way through. The hymen thing was like, oh, it's supposed to be this thing where it's like, preventing possible, you know, something from getting in that you didn't want, maybe back in the day when we didn't have underwear or something, right? But it's like, yeah, I mean, we can fucking just get rid of it, but then it's like, oh, this is a different type of thing. Like, the way it forms, first and foremost, with how that ultimately structures itself, thanks to, like, how stem cells are there, it turned into, like, oh, well, that's a perfect fucking, like, switch, a genetic switch. It's, like, really easy genetic switch, actually, to turn the clit into, like, what is effectively the reverse penis right next to for the vaginal canal. Like, it would become a ginormous, like, long vaginal canal tube that was always really happy to experience something. Well, shouldn't say always. Again, it can be painful, so, but it still existed a little bit. There's no skin in there. You can't do that. It's still the same skin, that kind of thing. But it's like, in order for that to ultimately do that, and that's why it's a genetic switch that's, like, fucking wonderful. I mean it. It's like, this switch turned into, oh, what makes it so you get your lubrication, women, that switch turned that into everywhere, like, multiple couple of places. That was really nice. Kind of thing, yeah. But it's like, only once you become a very horny individual, then you get a lot more sort of coverage, I guess, throughout the whole thing. No. Squirt is a whole other thing. They're apparently like it's a mixture of both urine and this other like gland fluid that's in there, right? And I'm like, well, that gland now kind of exists pretty much throughout the entire canal. So there's that, and then it changed like the sphincter, yeah, for the bladder as a result of what it does during that. And it's a real actual just genetic switch. I didn't really have to do much. I'm not even kidding. Like I literally did effectively a very small change in that area, and all of this happened anyways. It was a pleasant little surprise. So it's like, oh, that's easy as fuck now. But it's like, well, the sphincter changed to where it's like, right. So it tenses, but then it tenses into the gland. And so that's what now happens. Yeah, no, it pushes a lot of blood through, and then it like elicits a lot of vaginal secretion for lubrication. Okay. And men didn't really get a lot of fucking love, man. It was kind of annoying, actually. There was no like cool genetic switch that just gave me like all of this shit. I had to fucking build everything. It was kind of rough. I was like, I want to make more semen. I want to store more. I want to like and I want to ejaculate a lot more. I want much more coming out. Meanwhile, it's like, it takes a shit ton of calories, man. It's like, you're not kidding, man. No joke on that, yeah. To put it in perspective, you know how, like, women, if they start having milk produced, like, that's a huge calorie that they ultimately have to keep up if they want to be able to do that, right? And they'll often lose weight as a result. There's a lot of fat that they can take on during that moment of getting pregnant, and then they'll burn it off because they'll produce milk. Like, you burn more calories that way, right? It's effectively what this was, except I was always producing what is the equivalent of like 8 fucking ginormous milk jugs of milk constantly. Like, same standard too, and then the rod, same, all that same. Except for there's now muscles in the rod that helps flutter action. Very pleasurable sensation, by the way, of like pumping, because effectively that's what this is. It's a bunch of flutter from outside and inside that happens that allows for an undulation, kind of like the same, semen ejaculate, right? But it's like, now it's stored in other areas above, basically around, and is a part of the bladder. Yeah, no, and then it's like there's other muscles and other like around that, just like for the bladder too. But they're very soft, but then like they become very engorged and tense, like penile tissue, right? And then it's like, then they'll flutter with muscles, and so they'll undulate from top down and they'll push it. But there's also other fluid sacs throughout, like the intestines that run throughout the. There's also muscles there, okay? So it's like they have to run throughout all of that, but it's going to hold itself in place and it'll all push itself together where it needs to, right? Yeah. Well, it's like this now became like a weird scaffoldy structure that's lining all of that I had to build. To build all of it, even up to the stomach and liver, like the whole fucking body, the diaphragm, the whole thing, man. Like, even where the all of it holds sperm and seminal fluid. There's like a double sack, effectively. It's like sperm and then seminal fluid. And if it gets really full, you'll feel the pressure like you need to pee, but instead it's like a different type of, relaxed sphincter area, and that it'll just drain because it'll get so puffed up that you'll just look like a big bloated mess, and then you have to like fucking let it go, and it'll just drain out like peeing. Like if I'm honest, but same still, bladder, regular that. I didn't really do anything to like the womb or anything. I figured like women would be the one that would want to know anything about that. You know what I mean? Like they'd be the ones to do that sort of thing. But I was like, this is definitely a thing I could do. And then it's like a bunch of like, it definitely works. It fires off a hose, just never-ending stream, like hentai levels of ridiculous fucking sperm and ejaculate coming out. But I carry a gallon of sperm in seminal fluid. It's mostly like seminal fluid. It's kind of a half-half. Like it's sometimes it'll go more seminal fluid for a little bit, then sometimes it'll be more sperm. Like they'll work off of each other. Like seminal fluid will try and produce more sperm, but if there's too much, and then like that's its homeostasis, trying to balance and make it so that way it's very even, right? That kind of thing. But they're okay. So like how the testicles make things, right? Right. Like that's still there, right? It's still there. Same thing with all of these. It's the same kind of fucking like organ as a testicle, but it's throughout all of those sacs. And then it's cooled basically by the body temperature homeostasis stuff. So think it goes through a blood and then it gives like it expands into another area that helps change pressure, right? And then it like suddenly creates a cooling effect as it goes through. So it's like these sacs are cooled is effectively all I'm trying to tell you. But then they're like insulated, more or less, by like the muscle and so on. It's a weird system. Had to fucking figure it out, But it was like, alright, so now I basically can ejaculate like a hentai, main protagonist character. Just fire hoses is effectively what it was. Still got my same stuff, but it's like, I have a slightly larger urethra, and that's all that really changed. Because it's a continuous orgasm response. Because I got sick and tired of women like getting all of the fun on that one. Like they get multiple orgasms, they don't have a refractory period, all that shit. I was like, fuck that. Now my orgasm lasts way longer, and I don't have a refractory period. And it's fucking totally possible to have multiple orgasms at once. Because it's all pleasure. To a point. But again, it's like I have to send it through multiple nerve things. Yeah. Which, that was a whole other thing where it's like, no. Regular body stuff, diaphragm movement, all that, I can't have it affect this. In any pleasurable way. So it's like that one turned into another thing for the spine and filter bullshit for like fuse box stuff. For organic lines. For circuit stuff. It's like a circuit, and then this is a filter, and then that's that, and then, sends it differently. Whole thing. But it's like, the brain took it just fine. The brain was fine. But it was like, yay! Guess what? I'm gonna dump a gallon into you tonight. It's like the whole refractory period is so that way, like, that blood doesn't stay in there for too long, right? Well, that one turned into its own version of a pump system. Remember the whole undulation thing? And then it clears out the old one and then puts new one in. So it's like, it's good to go. So it was fun. For what it was worth. It was really, really, really fun to just have sex again. Like, there's a lot more sensitivity. I got a lot more nerves in that area. Like, you could honestly come from having your balls sucked if you were a man. You know what I mean? Like, you could do it, like, pretty easily. Like, good shit, man. You know. But the old, oh, your P button, which, by the way, you know, like the G spot, they call it the P button for men, right? You know, in the anus, right? Some people have it, some people don't. Some people experience pain from that shit. I'm one of the people that experience pain and I get nothing. So there's that, right? Or at least, you know, from my experiences and experimentation. So then it turned into, right, nobody has a P spot. This is, yeah, no, like, so, like, the nerves going through and all that, like, I had to change that for this to work. And then, like, that area changed, which is now much more of a stronger, huge pump. Like, it's like a big old fucking multitude of other smaller pumps, right? But then those all also condense. Like, yeah, and then, like, same thing with this. It's like this turns into a massive pump in its own right that undulates inwards and then outwards, right? So if you think about, like, how an eel moves, right? You know, like, through the water, and you see, like, the little undulations of its body. Same kind of thing. It's like it all works in unison together automatically, just fires it. But this has to take a big old turn, and, like, there's, like, a whole, like, you know, setup there that has to make it so that way it takes a bunch of pressure from above and then transfers it very efficiently and non-painfully, because, like, it can be a lot of pressure. So it has to have a high flow rate to allow for that to really work its magic, right? So it's like, that's kind of what that is. So it's like it's a version of a like kind of like a heart. So it's like it's got several chambers that then undulate, but then also squeeze diaphragmically and use valving. I had to build that. I had to build the scaffold. I had to make all of that happen for that to work, and then it fires off just wonderfully. It's for all intents and purposes a standard Big Bang screamer. So boom boom, like, you know, pump pump, and then it goes over and then pump pump, right? Like, 4 chambers, right? But then it's like, as it pumps on one side, you know, for excreting, it's also sucking in and pumping down on the other. So it's like Big Bang screamer, and it's timed, even though it's dun 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 dun, such that it's kind of like a constant hose, and there'll be gaps a little bit in between, right? But not much, because it's always kind of going, you know, a perfect circle of power. But then, like, there's 2 that are close, and then 2 that are closer, kind of thing, right? Anyways, fires off really fun, really, really quite fun. But you can also have it just do standard, regular. But that one's, you have to brain control your ass for that one. So it's like, you have to get good at, like, tensing and kegling and all that, so that way it fires like that. That's a large amount of control, because this is a lot of automatic processes that you have to take over and then modulate like that. Anyways, the point I did it for was a standard ejaculation would get you probably like a solid cup of coffee, like 4 to 8 ounces of liquid. If it was a really good experience, okay, to a pretty good 2 to 3 shot glasses, you know, like mostly 3/4 of the way full there instead of like full. Right, yeah. But fun stuff, you know. Most of the time, a lot of women were quite different after a while. It was pretty hilarious. It was like, do you understand what you're really asking for? This is gonna do a lot more than you think it does. No. Okay, so that was an entirely different thing I had to do for the whole cervix thing. We don't do penetration there, but like, it does. It's a pleasurable now thing if it ever gets hit, right? Sort of situation. It still has to be like a hard, rough thing for it to work the way it does. But what it means is like it allows kind of more springy because it's several hard, rough sphincter kind of connected tissue stuff that allows for, instead of you injuring, it has like what is the equivalent of the pump action during orgasm. So like for us, for men, it'll pump, right? This was more of an impeller sort of thing. It'll suck it in. Then the womb, it's like, well, there's a womb there, and it's like, yeah, I didn't do anything to that, for what it's worth. So it's like, you can handle that for what it's worth. What I'm describing, 4 ounce, 8 ounce, it can even handle 8 ounces. Okay, like it's gonna be a little fucking much, but it's still there, right? Yeah, and like it'll suck it in. So that's the whole like area over there that's nearby that basically turns it into that, and then it'll seal as a sphincter around that sort of thing, and then the cervix will go back to normal instead of pumping. Okay, and that's an all automatic process thanks to an orgasmic contraction. So that is an automatic process, but it's like it was for mostly reproduction, and for what it's worth, the genetic switch kind of helped that. Like it set it up. Like there were nerve endings kind of around. There were like possibilities of creating, muscle and sphincter tissues that were kind of sort of ish scaffolded to a degree. Not like really, but like pretty close. So it was able to be done fairly easily. But like I didn't do anything to the womb. I just added some muscle and some fiber and some tissue and allowed for sliding and undulation and so on for contractions, right? But what it means is that like you now hold that in your womb. So it's like reproduction wise, that's probably a pretty good thing. Like you've got all of the versions, every fucking one. You couldn't get more from all of us. You know what I mean? Like, all of the various testicle fucking structure, all the things. All of the things up in here. You couldn't get more. But I had a lot of fun with that one. Because, for what it was worth, it meant that, like, for me, because I'm polyfidelity, it's like, oh, yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. Like, I ramped up that a little bit more. I had to eat constantly. It was kind of rough. It's kind of rough. Yeah. It's really difficult to maintain if you want to ramp it up to the level I was, especially since I'm 6'4", and that volume area is a lot larger than you think. To constantly be eating. It was a whole thing. But what it meant was, as a polyfidelity, I could keep going. Just like that's always what I like to do. I could just keep going and keep fucking. All the people I'm in a relationship with, and I wasn't going to not satisfy. You know what I mean? So, it was fun stuff for what it was worth. And, I let them experiment on themselves. But by this point, America had had enough of like, oh my god, he's super good at engineering. I can't believe you're making it so that way sex is pleasurable and you live forever and you have no diseases practically at all. Because stem cell or something, blah blah. Like, seriously, I got kind of pissed. I'm like, I can make it so your penis is whatever fucking shape and size you want. Same thing with your vaginal whole area. Like, labia, vulva, whole thing. You can get that porn star pussy if you want it, honestly. So, same thing with dick. You want that ginormous, huge fucking, what is that, holy shit, is that a 2 foot long dick over there? fucking foot diameter bullshit over here. Why do you want this? You can't do anything. What the fuck? I got some bladders in it. It's prehensile now. It's got a trunk. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm not gonna do it. I liked my, roughly what I had. So I just kind of like made it more of what I wanted, sort of thing. That's all it was. But yeah, it's like, yeah, you can do whatever the hell you want, pretty much. It was done, yeah. And I just got kind of pissed at like all the fucking government after a while. It's like, this is all working. Yeah, but it'll go into the next generation. And they'll be able to change it pretty easily if they want to have it something else. Literally, it takes like nothing. So I never really saw an issue. But other people were... Anyways, let's move on to a integrated coil railgun suppressor smoothbore, undulatively smoothbore rifle. So it's like, all right, so there's a bunch of little thread, like, cylinders, right? Right? So it's like, this is for the barrel. So it's like you thread it on and it overhangs. It's threaded on and overhangs. And it like slightly undulates as a result. And so it again goes from a slightly wider to a slightly tighter, and then like they basically create a bunch of little pinch pressure, short little like points, So think like an ice skaters, sort of skates, like the single point, that kind of thing. Like they're now like kind of raily-ish, but they're really more points, but they're in a row. Instead of trailing off, they're in a row. Now, the reason why that this works so well is because it then creates a consistent, straight, smooth shot that doesn't need gyroscopic stability anymore. It's fired out like this, where all of it has to pressurize the rear anyways, and it can only come out like that, right? But then it's also got these rails in there that it makes, and then that can sometimes aerodynamically help. It's a very small amount, but it goes to like where the bullet point is, right? Like, and then it'll trail it down and tends to then make a little bit of an aerodynamic effect. Now, granted, it's not something that I really ever gave too much of a shit about, because I was like, oh, okay, it's now going to be a teardrop. I always use teardrops. Teardrops are like super easy, stupendously easy to use. So, and then it's like, well, now it's a suppressor, and that little overhang, or like that's the pressure that's coming out towards that, those little points, right? Like, there's slight little divots around that tip where it's doing that allow for that air to pass through, so the combusted gases to pass through backwards into where the vacuum area is of the rear of the barrel, because it's hotter, higher pressure, then it escapes, and then it blows through, and then that has a whole bunch of area for it to go through first, and then it's like, wow, it's rushing forward. Bernoulli principle, it's much hotter, it's traveling very fast. Then it gets sucked into the barrel, and it wraps itself around for a little while as it'll cool off. Because the little chambers I use, well, there's like a little overhang again, and then it's like, well, this is a version of the Jules Thompson, so it's like small to medium to large, right? And then it'll go through that cycle, and it'll cool itself off, but it's like, right, now I have coil and railgun. So coil is repulsive. So it's a coil gun, and it has a couple of coils, and then it'll try and push as it goes through. Well, railgun allows for a connect, like a circuit to be formed through charge field differences, electromagnetic charge field differences. So really strong charge fields, that's attractive, usually, right? And then it breaks the circuit, and then it creates the next attractive force forward, right? As it uses that kind of spin Z-pinch sort of collapse to help it push forward, right? Now, same sort of deal with the coil railgun. This is an attractive and then this is a repulsive together, and they modulate each other to repulse and attract together. Now, I use a ceramic coated, regular sort of like lead and some copper, alright, style of a bullet that allows for me to create that railgun effect that I need for a circuit for the fields for attractive, and then repulsive from the ceramic to the lead with a copper in between. It creates like an magnetic. As it creates the circuit, it then allows for a rotational opposing electromagnetic field to form. And so it'll repulse it. Anyways, the reason why I did it was because heat-wise here, it makes a vacuum as there's air that's already there, right? And so as it pushes that air, it's already moving the air back in and then trying to push that back into where the barrel is, and it can't do that, and it's going to overhang anyways. So then it's like going to push that air out. It's already moving very quickly, and then once it gets to the right little sizing of like speed and lack of pressure, right? This is about nozzle size now. So it's like that overhang has to have a certain size of nozzle. The diameter determines how much pressure is required to push it in. Okay, so like as it goes through, it'll start actually pushing some of that backwards into filling up that gap, right? But then it's traveling farther faster in the barrel, right? Then it'll snake through, destructively interfere that pressure wave, and then it'll move it in a kind of vortex, because constructive interference sort of stuff is great and everything, but conservation of momentum continues. You cannot resist my conservation of momentum. That's what it feels like. Yeah, these physics always apply. Suck it up. Yeah, okay, fine. Alright. Anyways, a couple of little stators there and a couple of little hole relief valves create a given change of consistent vacuum to pressure. So it's like, this is pressure, this is vacuum. It wants to go over there, and it creates a vortex spin that adds to it, creates higher degrees of pressure, and then that creates a small fast, but then it'll go into a larger area where it just dumped all that destructive interference wave pressure into moving this out of the way. And so like this is now hot, and it now rapidly moves somewhere else. Then there's a even faster but even larger as it goes into this chamber. And so it's like, this is a vacuum. So Jules Thompson, as it extremely quickly moved, it then goes into the little holes, and then it goes even faster out that, and it'll do that whole thing again. Now, because it's cooled by the gases, the rail and coil gun are now, because of those little separation pieces, are like capacitor and then battery coil stuff. So it's like, I can just simply insulate it with the right ceramic, which is what I always seem to do, and then have like a little bit of convection air current run through it and cool it off just fine. Now, it's meant for a single to burst fire style setup, like a 50 BMG, like a full integrated barrel, big boy, bullpup, and it's still fucking going out there. Yeah, no, it's a 6'4" long barrel. Because it's like, the batteries, right? It's like, well, the stock and everything has to hold the batteries. And then it's like, well, I need to fucking hold the barrel. So it's like, alright, so the barrel has to be held. And so, like, there's batteries in the barrel, sure. But then I need to also put, like, the freaking stupid stand thing to fucking hold this fucker. you know. Bipod, yeah, and then it was like, right, but then it's like bipod needs plate, kind of like, be able to hook into the ground a little better, so that way it's a little less just ridiculous to use when you actually want to use this. And then it was like, right, I'll just slide a bunch of magazines, which are also batteries now. Surprise, surprise. The magazines are batteries. Yeah, no. They use like so like the exhaust also happens to help rotate this to. So, remember the Chris Vector? It goes down, it pivots, right? Like a push rod, like a pivot, like a rocker arm kind of thing. Yeah, it's like, all right, so like that's effectively a version of this. This will push back, and then that'll rotate like a cylinder that will rotate this sideways, and then load in another round. And then it disengages once the round is loaded and then thrown in. All right, into the chamber. So it's like there's no springs there. Not really. It's a bunch of like little other versions of like little rotating cylinder things. So it'll just pull the round up. So it grabs it into the magazine again. And it'll pull up the round and it'll shove the round in. Fuck. It has to. There's a lot of exhaust energy from a 50 BMG. So it's like that gets captured very effectively to do that for recoil management control. But then also I have a big integrated fucking barrel, which is like, this is heat conducting, so it's like piezoelectric cooling convection, remember that? Right. And then it's like, right, thermoelectric was really great and everything, but I couldn't use it. And then thermal photovoltaic was like, how? Like, I can make plates, right, or, slight curve. Not that. And it's like, okay, so that's kind of frustrating. So I didn't really have a way around that until it was just like, can I turn, like, an excitation of light into, like, and then I was like, oh, right, I have my bladder, for the fucking airship. I was like, this is perfect. That's a pressurized gas, and then, like, there's the vacuum thing, right? And then, like, electron exchange, because there's already heat and makes it a lot easier. So it's like, done. Easy. And it'll just charge that off of that exhaust energy, and then that'll dump it into a bunch of fucking capacitors and batteries everywhere. It's like, look at all my magazines. They extend down the length of my barrel. Yay! Right? And then it's like, right, and then I have the 50 VMG magazine, which holds a whole whopping 25 fucking rounds in it. Each one of them does. I was like, what are you going to do with 25 rounds? They have 5 of them besides the one that's in there. Meanwhile, it's like, it's 6'4". Do you know how long that is? I have to walk over there. There's no way I'm getting to that. Go away. And then they're like, you can put a rail on it. I was like, alright, fine. I'll feed it with a corkscrewy, like, screw rail thing that'll just spin it in and there's 5. It'll just be like the freaking old style, like, lever actions. Doom, doom. And it'll just go and pull it back, and then it'll start from the one that it's got there, and then it'll go pull it back, and then pull it back, and pull it back. And fuck. Meanwhile, I'm like, this thing weighs so fucking... It weighs so... It's still a ceramic barrel, like one of those, like, hard... Remember the thermally conductive thing? Right? Like, that kind of thing. It's kind of a version of that that's just a harder, like, much lighter type of version. And then it's like, well, fuck making, like, the whole integrated suppressor, like, have to be on... It's going to be a part of this anyway, so it's like, screw it, I'll just make the whole thing a thing. And so I printed out all that. I printed the entire gun out, basically, out of a one-piece construction that you can still unthread and get everything out and put it together, okay? And then fire it as per normal and usual. But it was like, this is a machine gun. This isn't a sniper. This is a machine gun. So I then turned it into like, well, remember those magazines with 25 rounds? Yeah. No. Those are those big old box cans of belt feeding, effectively. I'm not kidding. It turned into, I now have 2,000 rounds of 50 beam G-L ready to rock and load. Super duper great. But meanwhile, it's like, also I have this long fucking teardrop thing. Right? Right, yeah. So it's like, that allows for a very effective bullet travel, because it's not going to spin, and then it's very teardrop, so teardrop shape is like super efficient in traveling through the air, right? Except not as much when it's this small and it's traveling that fast. I got up to 30% more than 50% the speed of light. Now, can you do that math? No! Tell us. Oh, fuck off. I try to have them tone it down. It's 80% speed of light? Yeah. Well, I mean, it was toned down. I could actually get into the 91, but I needed, like, way more electricity to do it. But then it's like, if I do this way, I have the entirety of it that'll run for 2,000 rounds straight into whatever the hell it hits at 80% speed of light. It's like, right, and so air is not as good that way. It tends to do particle accelerator, you dick. That's why you damn mother... It's gonna explode coming out of the fucking damn barrel. It's like, yeah, no, that makes sense for what it's worth. So I have to figure out something here. And so it's like, plug of air, weird scramjet looking thing. So it's like, I made a plug of air that, like, it's captured. It's kind of like a flat nose. So, like, that way, it then creates a boundary layer. But it's like, if I make it a weird scramjet looking thing, and then it's kind of round, it uses, like, the little divots there to, like, skirt that plug of nose of air over into the tail. But it'll resultively create a continuation of this shock wave inward and then outward, and it creates a pump action. So it's like the hot air then comes around towards the exhaust, but it'll create like this intake as it'll create like these little air streams. So it'll have this little slight degree of intake, and then it'll bounce, and then it'll come back inwards. And so what it does is it creates a really much colder style of air, right, that's coming in, that has a much hotter air that's coming in. And then it's like, this is basically a plasma mixing with our air that's burning. And so you'll see it burn and trace, no matter what. Like, you were always going, it's got to have enough air friction to do that, no matter what the hell it is. But it's like, I saved what the freaking teardrop was, and then it'll hit, like, so hard. It'll hit just ridiculously hard. But it's like, that air plug saves it. Like, it makes a literal, like, little capsule of saving, like, not gonna die and make the whole thing obliterate itself into a plasma ball kind of structure. Just manages it. Just barely manages it. Like, good enough for a full 25 miles downrange. Which was good enough, because it's like, that's like fucking curvature of Earth shit. To be pretty fucking high up to be able to, get around that, So it's like, that's good enough, and it's bzzz, is all it intended to be. It's like, I got my Gatling gun, single barrel, bzzz. You just hear it drop a bunch of freaking casings, just off to the side. It's like, the fuck is this? Yeah. 2,000 rounds later, and it's gone in like a few seconds. It's just so, Jesus. Yeah. Meanwhile, the barrel's like, can you do some more? Fucking no. No, I don't want to. What's this about? Fuck you too, barrel. You don't like it, taste the load. That's fucking. Ah! Not to mention those cans themselves have to feed it in because of the circular motion. You know, that's from the rotation of the air. So it's like the air, remember the exhaust for like the suppressor? Same similar type of thing. Like it has to rotate all that. So it's like if it's rotating over here, pushing the round out, right? And it's like capturing that degree of rotation, you know, backwards and then dumping it off to the side as a result. It's like, right, that's cool. Ooh, right, yeah. Same thing. It's like that exhaust has to go through something to rotate something. It's like this has a physical thing to rotate something, right? And that's still going to rotate that thing that's over there. So I did put this in. But it's like this then has it go downwards, not just through the barrel. It'll go downwards and then around the barrel, out the top, like a big ginormous V, you know, coming from like a funny car. It captures it rather effectively though. But it's also like, yeah, that's what feeds this fucker so fast. So fast. Ridiculously. And it doesn't sound very loud. That's like the best part. It's like, brr. That's all you get, like, brr. And it's like, it's done, it's brr. And it's done. 2,000 rounds downrange, just gone. Whatever the fuck was over there is probably not fucking liking whatever that was. We often had to use like a bunch of stones with a bunch of hardened steel, like plate armor. Then we had to layer. So it was like, this is lead, this is hardened steel first, lead, then hardened steel, then lead, then hardened steel, and then stone. And it was like, it's punching through that into the stone, but now it stopped in the stone. And that's good, especially when the stone is basically a bunch of Swiss cheese in water-filled stone slabs. It's like, this is definitely going to work. This is working. Boom, 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 boom. You can hear it all come back down. Whole thing. It was a wicked ride to fucking fire that fucker too. Like, you don't think it's gonna... It has practically no recoil. But it's like, you don't think it's gonna be like that. You know? And then you suddenly realize you're like, what the fuck did I just experience? I just heard, like, what is the equivalent of a bomb go off somewhere over there. You know, as you hear, like, this most ethereal, just weird sound of these rounds. They make such an odd sound as they go through. There's like a whistling groan moan. You know, like that. And they'll just show up and hit something and then you'll hear boom! Like one of them just murders something. But it's 80% the speed of light. So, you know, and it maintains that. It's like high 80s. It's like 85%. You know, by the time like 25 miles gets there. But like it maintains it like at 87 to then 85 at 25 miles. So like I thought it was like 80. I mean that's more 90. It's 80s. It's 80. It's 80. It's 80. You can tone it back a little bit. Please do. Any amount. I don't like miniature nukes coming from 50 caliber rounds. They weigh a fuck ton. Yeah, no, they do actually. I made them bigger. Wait, what? Yeah, I made them longer and bigger. It was more effective for the rail and coil gun with the teardrop shape that we had. It made more sense. How heavy are they? You know, equivalent of about 4 ounces of water. No, do you know how much that weighs? They're very big rounds, huh? They're quite long and big. It was the only way to get it to work. They're fucking flying so fast through the air. They have to make a plasma plug to make that work and not disintegrate on themselves and have enough heat thermal capacity to ultimately not die. They had to be so much bigger and longer than normal. They're not having it. They're not super happy about it. I don't sell them. So, there's that. Okay. They punched through all of our armor. Shut the fuck up, man. No. They do kind of explode into the stone and all the rest of the, steel and stuff. Oh, I should tell you, those are those are 2-inch thick hardened steel slabs. And the lead is another 2 inches. They're surrounded by water, though. Because, I need it to not ultimately separate. And when water gets in, it'll basically cool it off really quickly and then cause it to fuse together again. And it's a way to get rid of thermal energy, especially since I only have the one. This fucker's so expensive. I mean, the barrel was easy. I couldn't make I could make this. I just wanted to buy it. This is your stuff that you buy. Meanwhile, it's angled anyways because I had to arc it 5 miles away to get a fucking shot on it. So it's alright, this is an angled at 45 degrees slab into stone. It was fun though. Nah, I don't think you understand that you said there's no armor in the world that can handle this. I feel like you don't get that part. There's not a single way that this can not ultimately penetrate all armor. Resistance is futile. You will be penetrated. 2,000 rounds in just under 2 seconds. So it was 1.9 seconds. 1.998 specifically. Oh. 1,000 rounds? No, fun stuff though. I mean, the first one got into there. That's another reason why we had this in a big old fucking bucket. It was a big, ginormous fucking bucket. I'm really not kidding. It was suspended on this thing, a big netting, and it was full of water, a fucking ridiculous amount deep water, about 14 feet deep of water, as I was just firing 2,000 rounds. It was I'm pretty sure it's not gonna like the fucking 2,000th round. It'll probably go through. I think it's probably gonna go through. The first one dissipates into the actual fucking stone thing, and then from there was an explosion. So effectively obliterated everything. Because it is basically a micro nuke at that point. And then it boom, 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 and then constant more heat, pressure, steam, decomposition of gases, all this other fucking shit. Boom! Didn't really like it. But the thing still stood. The big, basin tub thing, that stood. That was good to go. That thing, the rest of it was pretty obliterated. There's a bunch of chunks somewhere, some over there, some over there. Most of it wasn't around at all. And anyway, I then set my sights on turning it into a tiny little, I'm going to use it as my standard M416. So I then made a barrel that is also supported, but it's a floating barrel, but it's that's actually the integrated suppressor kind of thing that then has the rotating big humongo magazine that fits all the way up at the top here as well for the buttstock. It's I need a lot of electricity to make this work. I have better batteries, but it's that's what I was allowed to really kind of use. It doesn't really matter. Point is, it was This will fire really fast instead of using 2 barrels or the 4-barrel concept that I had for one of my other guns in the creative content. This is just using the 1. And instead now it's like, I'm going to shape the barrel to oscillatively create, like, with the right thinness and all that, the thermal kinetic to actually try and push the fucker like an acoustic pump and then accelerate it. And also help with those charge fields for the railgun coil gun thing. Super cool. I got to 98% speed of light, which was pretty fun, in a standard 16-inch barrel. It's a bull pump though, so like, you know, pretty easy to fucking hold. It weighs a decent amount though. Like it's the same standard amount of 416, but you know, it's sort of what it is. You know, light components and all that aside, it's still going to be a dense fucker. You know, it takes a lot to make that happen. So, anyways, whee! Lots and lots of speed. And then it was like, right, 87%, but actually they were like 86 this, and I was like, alright, it's 86% for all of it now. And now, it's only 86%. And that's exactly what you wanted. So, but meanwhile, I was like, here's fucking 5,000 rounds of fucking ridiculousness. I got into high explosives, medium, ammo kind of styles, you know, low and all that, like smokeless as well. I had to do all that. That one turned into a shit show. I was like, I had to make liquid together with like pressurized like plastique and then like grain, so that way it'd create like a mortar that would burn correctly throughout the whole thing. Because like then it would create a pressure and then an electron difference that would then suddenly create like an actual burn and then detonation wave, as it would oscillate and then create the thermal and then kinetic as it went throughout the barrel. So it started off accelerating at near its max speed, and then it maintained near its max speed all the way up to the tip. Until kind of it didn't. You know what I mean? It's like, well, this thing has the coil railgun, right? And it's like, yeah, no. So like I dug into it using fields, like, no, it's actually this fast that it could go now. You know, you can be yanked a little harder, you can be pushed a little harder, and it's like, yes, you know, that frees up a lot more space for me to expand. Hey! And it just kept constantly, rapidly, exponentially gaining speed. Till it went out at the end, and more or less of a puff, like a woof, because most of the heat and explosive gases and all that got turned into the integrated suppressor barrel equivalent of a rotating turbine. All to just make it go, yes, so instead of you thinking you wanted this idea, I guess, maybe, but you were wrong, so suck it up. Of, you know, recoil of some kind. Instead, it's like a bunch of gyroscopic stability as the whole thing pretty much rotates inside, you know, and then like draws a bunch of rounds in very quickly. So it comes in single fire, 7 burst, 3 burst, and then full auto. And it's literally that. It's 1, 7, 3, full fucking fat. There's an in between, by the way, that's in the very middle, and it's like, that's a 30 round dump. It fires it so fast, though, in that 30 round dump, that it's the equivalent of about 1,000,000 rounds per second. So, like, that's really stupid, and the reason why that middle, I never really ever mention it, as my dog plays with the squeaky toy, is because I ramp up a bunch of, you know, spinning parts using the electromagnetic fields and everything, that then also create like the coil railgun, and so it's like built in automatically to start the process, and it's already moving insanely fast to begin with. Instead of having to work over that initial burst. It then goes 1, 2, like gets really fast. So it's like that first one was already accelerated. The second one was accelerated even further. Then the third one was accelerated, and so like 30 becomes a stupid idea for most people, but then you have 5,000 rounds of good old solid 223. That's right, folks. It's a solid. Actually, it's a 7.62 cartridge. No, it's not. Really? No, I can't. No, I really stop it. I can't make it a 7.62 just because you want it. It's already high explosives and all this other stuff, anyways. So no. I really can't. But I did go with the flow since they wanted it changed to a bigger cartridge. And I'm like, well, the 223 was 5,000, so now it's 2,500. And if you know anything about physics, that means I doubled it for the size of the cartridge. And I just made it longer and a slightly bigger kind of thing now. Okay, fine. What does that mean? It means it is a weird caliber at that point. It's a 5.2 instead of 223. Like 50 cal. Like that thick bastard. It's like that, but it's like it's a 5.2, right? There's a .52 instead of a 223. It's a .52. It's a huge fucking round. Yeah, no, and the cartridge is fucking stupid too. I don't know why you want this, but okay. Anyways, there was a genuine anger there, especially since it was like I got my V here that's basically right in front of my face, just pointing kind of sort of towards me and then away. It has a little vortex. No, I see the vortex. That's great. Keep the vortex. I like that vortex. Yeah, no, that makes it so it doesn't hit me in the face. And it angles me down. It's already spinning anyways, but still. Anyways, the 30 round burst makes no sense because you'll burn your batteries out faster than you'll have gone through your entire ammo. So it's like you really don't need it. But if you do a 3 or 7 or full auto, it'll be just fine, and you can dump an entire 2,500 rounds in some ridiculously stupid small amount of time, which is less time than you think. Alright, it's about 2.5 seconds to 2.7 seconds, depending. And so, it's like, you might not understand just how laborious it is to constantly keep sticking in the round, but we ended up getting an automatic feeder, so it's like, you stick the cartridge, the bullets in, so, you stick that in, it'll swirl them around, and it aligns them the right way, and then it goes in, and then and it feeds it in, like an automatic feeder, right? But it's like, it's all built in, like that magazine is built in kind of thing. And I was like, you have 2,500. It's supposed to be 5,000. But it's like, you have that many, you know what I mean? Just burst it. You have so many rounds. You have so many rounds. Like, why do you need that? They're like, can we make it so that way we can slide it in? Okay, sure. It's basically a separated body at that point, where it's like, this is a barrel, and it's like, here's a trigger and a friggin' handle, basically, and then the whole rest of it clips to the damn thing. Well, not clip, but magazine slides in and then slides and kind of latch clip thingy. So you have to do that. You have to pull this back, and then you have to slide it forward and then down, and then and then you have to slide it in. It's just such an annoying process, but I don't know. They'll probably be fine with it. It's like 2,500 or 5,000 rounds. It takes a long time to burn that ammo. Especially when the fucker's so heavy. I was waiting for anyone to talk about this, but it's like those cartridges are long, remember? Like the whole fucking thing's heavy. Heavy. It is like a fucking 50-pound to 75-pound, depending on what you want, bastard of a gun that gets lighter as you fire it. Now it's close in to your body. Right, yeah. And it's like, I've got straps for you to hold it that are like kind of suspension straps sort of scenario. So that way you can hold it to your shoulders, sort of like you're holding a big old, camera, and you're supposed to like keep it nice and steady. Same sort of thing where it's like kind of a similar system. Where it's like it's got straps that are going to use the weight at different angles versus where the buttstock is versus where the end of the barrel is, right? And then it's like some suspension from like little what do you call them, plungers, like their little cylinder that has a vacuum tension. And so it's like that way you can then use that as a way to support the weight throughout the entirety of your body. Because it was like, oh yeah, no, most people just don't want to ever use this. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why would anyone do this? This makes no sense. It's a 50 to 75 pound gun. And it's like all of the lightest components I can fucking get together. Literally. Okay? Like, I can't get it lighter for components. But, like, that's all just explosive cartridge. And then even the cartridge is like, guess what the cartridge is made out of? Ceramic, plasticized ceramic composite. Not because I want you to use it again, but because it's lighter and it'll hold just fine. Meanwhile, it's like, you know what lead turned into? Because lead, fuck that. It's like lead's expensive now. Now it's a different, denser stone ceramic thing. It'll work just fine like the lead versus like the copper, because I still had to use copper, but it was like, how expensive is it for all these other things? What's this? What's that? What's that over there? Anything over there I can use? How can I make this lighter? It's still going like so fast. It really wouldn't matter. It's 80% the speed of light. Like, it really doesn't matter. As long as it's with like in a certain gram amount, it will be just fine. So it's like, all right, fine. Nope. Not even kidding. I mean, I was like, ceramic, here's some glass, here's some fucking that's so expensive after a while. Yeah. Copper. Stuck copper in it. It's like, well, it's all lighter, but it's still 50 pounds. 50 darn. I have to pee real quick. Like, literally makes no sense to do kinetic after a while. I was like, if I could just make it so that way, I just make the basic thing happen with, like, kinetic for thermal with the railgun. Because I only need, like, a little bit, and then it can go really far as a result of that. And then it turned into, yeah, but actually I'm not going to do that. And so there's that problem. As I walk away from the microphone, because my dog has needed to pee, and I have not eaten, and I've only been recording. And now you know why ADHD stimulation of giving the creative ideas is not always the best thing, because I've been doing this for this fucking long. I got groceries earlier, so that's fine. But it's like, yeah, no, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I'm fine with it all. It's just, jeez. But I got a really cool gun that I love out of it, because it's like, guess what this thingy is? This is my 100-round fucking barely there pop, you know what I mean? Like a pop. It's literally like a pop gun. Like 22s have more, technically speaking, actual, like, for the green, the powder, like more energy, like they do.
right? And it's like, I have a way smaller amount, right? And then it's like, right, yeah, that's cool. But you have railgun and coil gun stuff, and exactly that. That is exactly what it was. I was like, I still got 80% in my little fucking 5-incher here. Bow, bow. Integrated fucking suppressor. It's like concealed carry, dump 100 rounds into someone from one pull of the trigger, and I don't even be able to stop it from happening that fast. Say, I don't think you know who you play with over there. Are you sure? This is 80% round, and it will dump all of its kinetic energy within a 2 to 8 inch total, like, distance inside of a target. It does depend though, because it's like, well, if it's mostly single fire. It's like a single shot, like, for what it's worth, but it can full dump 100, and so like that'll probably go right through like everyone. But a single one is like 2 to 8 inches, depending on like if it hits bone or something. So, you know, or from the side. And like that's a nice little way to go about making sure that like you just don't have a fucking body effectively. It's like that 2 inches, right? Like that cavity, the hydrostatic shock cavity, was larger than the body of the largest, whitest, heaviest person ever to have existed. They got massacred. It was like nice little subtle nod to kinetic light speed. You know, F equal ma square, whatever it was. Again, I forgot. You know, V I think is in there or something. Equals MC square. Pew. The plug of air creates an explosive for all intents and purposes, and then it explodes whatever the hell it is that the round is made out of. And since I was using the ceramic, it would heat it up, rapidly expand it to a bunch of dust, and deposit it. Now, the other one was a lead, copper, frickin', you know, cylinder slug, and all this other stuff. So it's like it would go for a lot longer before it would stop, right? So, alright, took the dog out for a walk. Alright, so let's just really quickly discuss this, because it's like it kind of can create fusion at the handgun and bullpup rifle, but it's really like not like it's maybe some, you know, it's surface area stuff. So it's like even with that pointy nose and everything, it really doesn't have enough kinetic, like material, right? For the pressure, heat, and all that. But you know what did? 50. Like the 50 has it. Like it'll travel fast enough. But it's like it has enough mass and it has enough surface area for that nose to create a continuation of that pressure wave. Then 20 millimeter is what it was that I used for like an actual kind of miniature micro gamma ray neutron kind of bomb sort of like fusion round. So the way to put it is that it's like, alright, as it goes through that little nose, it concentrates pressure and heat upon the tip. The tip, there's an explosive at the rear, is that it's special relativity stuff, so it's like it's still going to be traveling that wavefront relative to it quite quickly, but then it's also got conservation of momentum and a lot more pressure, so it'll explode a lot faster. When there's already electricity to a degree with heat, electrons wanting to move, right? It's like that tip is now also with that pressure wave divoted in, and it's like it's getting collapsed towards that highest hot part with a large amount of electricity, creates a Z wave, is what I was talking about for a Z pinch, as it'll oscillate towards, and it'll shear off, and then it'll dump back in, almost like it's a capacitor running for that plasma. And it creates a lot of heat while it does it, which is good. You actually want that. And then the explosive is also its own version of a electron redox, or whatever it is, flow battery, right? So it's like, super fucking die, essentially is what it was. Because it's like a bunch of Z press and then a bunch of like kinetic actual continual heat and pressure and light as it will reflect backwards
from that cone and from that plasma, and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and compresses, and we put in lithium and some hydrogen. Regular lithium, regular hydrogen. Although, we bathe them in neutrons. So it's like, they might be a little heavier. You know what I mean? Like, it's real hard, honestly, yeah. You know, it's like, we're pretty sure it's heavier, but it's you know, right. It's not going to really be radioactive or anything. It's really not, no. But what it does is it produces a gamma ray burst. And it produces a degree of fusion, actual real fusion now. Like ignition level actual fusion. Like, but it continues forward as the plasma, remember that divot? As it hits something? That pressure wave, the explosive, will create that plasma traveling in towards that divot, and it'll fill in that gap, creating more pressure, more seal, as it's a heavier mass, and then that was already, I'm getting bent in, and I'm already moving that way, and actually, you know what, I'm pretty hot, and I don't like this. And so it's like, explosive, neutron bombardment, and then I have a bunch of fusion, and then a bunch, mostly, of gamma ray. It's a lot of gamma ray. It's a gamma ray device, and it's a micro little nuke. Like, actually, like, several genuine degrees of a fusion bomb has occurred. So, kilotons would be in the mega kiloton. I know, because it's like, this is a capsule of lithium, and then this is like, yeah, it's the hydrogen, and then it gets forced into like a never-ending more pressure, more heat, more all the things, and it just collapses on itself. Kind of like the inertial confinement fusion that they're trying to do with lasers. You know, kind of a similar, but it's just like large amounts of pressure, large amounts of constant oscillating pressure, and then it gets smaller and smaller. You know, it's basically all the things I can do to try and force that fucker to fuse. It's even like, pinch your shit down, and then also give me all the electrons over here, and then I'll fucking send it back. Smack. Smack. It's effectively what it is. And it's like, so it's like I have a mega kiloton nuke from a 20 millimeter. To be fair, if I just don't do any of that, no explosive, no lithium, no hydrogen, it doesn't do any of this, and you get a little bit of extra fusion. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. You know, it's a good amount, you know. It's in the kiloton range. It's like a 10 kiloton, you know, explosive. That's about it. From just kinetic, you know. But if you do this, using physics to your advantage, yeah, it then explodes all of the things, pretty much. At least when we aimed it at a mountain. It certainly didn't make that mountain feel any better. Instead of it literally ripped open a fucking massive chunk of the mountain. But it got into the mountain before it did that, which was good, because otherwise it would have been really fucking bad and dangerous. But we expected that, yeah. Like, for what it was worth, it wasn't like, man, no way, it's not going to do that. No. We were lucked out to find that it did this. No. It's like, no. First off, there was a fairly decent tunnel we dug. Well, cave. But then it's like, right, and then it's still going to do that as it goes into the dirt and rock before it'll even do anything else. So it's like, oh, I'm going to heat up the tunnel too, which was nice. You know what I mean? Because like, it's pressurizing that air, and it's creating a greater and greater degree of resistance to it coming out. Boom! Like, we had a first initial explosion from that, and then we got like that as a... Well, we were planning on timing it anyways. Thanks, Phaser. Timing it anyways for that other explosion to send a pressure wave in by the time it smacks, should be, the end of the cave, right? And then it's like, boom, big boy explosion. But then we had to test it like without that, so that way it was actually safe, you know. Still though, that mountain, I like my new cave, I gotta tell you. It's good. Anyways, we pointed at another different mountains right next to it, and then we put a rock and a boulder there, and make sure it's just kind of roughly something. It was like a foot thick, so it's like it's not gonna stop it, but whatever. And boom, big old explosion inside, knocked a huge chunk of it down. Big molten shit just coming out. Gooey center, Wasn't like the other one. The other one didn't have the gooey center. The other one turned it into like an entire vaporization event. That's what it felt like. Because it like sprayed it so friggin' far as a reflective pressure wave. That's also another reason why it was so loud. The other one is much quieter. But then it also turned it into a lot of heat. Yeah. It just sort of gooed down. It's pretty cool though. I liked it. Yeah, but it was also like the only way that this can make this happen is around this, and then we used that, the one that didn't have the hole. Because that one potentiated it. So like, this one was like the megaton, kiloton thing. Megaton, so it's like mega kiloton, right? And this one is like 100+ megatons. It was like, there's no fucking way that pushed that. I honestly felt like it was a lie. Like, what I saw happen by my own fucking eyes, recorded, watched over and over, and it was like, there's no fucking way. No! 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 Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm glad I'm over the horizon and I fucking fired that shot in this little pocket in the bunker. It's like we figured it'd be a nuke. You know what I mean? And so it's like, God. That one was very dangerous because, yeah, there's still technically a mountain. It's more of a big cave now. There was, technically speaking, considered another mountain behind it or whatever, like a big old... It's not there. It's just a cave. With a big old overhang. And no one's allowed near it, because that's eventually going to fall. Even if it melted a little. So it's like, maybe it'll hold. We're all like hoping. But it's like, no. Because the answer it will eventually fall over and kill everyone inside. But it's so cool. The other one, though, like, you can go towards that. Like, it's definitely melted congealed. It's basically a brand new kind of formed structure with a big divot. That kind of thing. Right. But that was megaton range. This was like the scaling here is insane for exponentiation. Just ridiculous stuff. But it was fun. This is like, this is only a 6'4" length barrel, and it's 99%. And then it's like, well, there's 0.9, but those 9s is 10 to 10 to 3 to 3. So 10 to the power of 10 with a 3 above that 10 and then another 3 above that 3. Number of 9s, percent the speed of light. So it's like, wee! Fired it over the horizon, kind of shot. Just had to have a tower for that fucker. That was fun times, honestly. It was also very dangerous. It was so dangerous. It created a shockwave, for what it was worth, if we were not in our bunker and not where we were over the horizon where the fucking stupid pressure wave would have been like the least. And we had a bunch of like worming way, stair and so on stuff to try and stop any pressure waves from getting in. And then we solidified the bunker with a bunch of like water around it, and then rubber in that water with blow-off zones. And then like it's already like a 3 to, in some places, 6 foot in every way reinforced concrete with like all of my porosity removing sap mortar stuff. Like it's like I did all the things. Like there's steel in this fucker. There's titanium. There's like all the if there's current somehow, it's just gonna dump it into like something else, and no more magnet bullshit's gonna happen. Like I went all out. For good reason. Turned out, like, we just barely survived, for what it was worth. Because it's 100 fucking megaton... 100 mega kilotons. 100 mega kiloton fusion nuke that went off. That redirected most of its pressure wave our way. We just barely lived. Meanwhile, the pressure wave circled the Earth clearly, and we got different weather effects. It turned into this ridiculously... Well, to be fair, though, we actually kind of had to... It's like, we were only going to get the ability to test this the 2 times, if we're really, really fucking honest about it. So it was like, we're going to fire this and immediately fire, the second one. Boom! And it was like, yeah, no one heard anything, right? No, yeah, no. Anyways, that was a much larger, bigger pop, and this was a much longer, but just as big, whump, like thrum whump, right? And so like those two combined into a medium-sized, big, long, traveled, high energy, huge wind pressure wave. That had a convection pressure wave from all that as well that went up into the stratosphere, and then it carried a large amount of very non-radioactive, like no more than anything else, dust. Just lots of dust. Just it's almost like we had a volcano go off. Yeah, volcano go off. And then it carried it throughout the entirety of the hemisphere, and then it got colder. It was just nice in a way, but then also like not really, because it also changed our slipstream problem. So it's like we have a slipstream, right? And like that changed that. Like briefly we're there, and then it changed all the rest of it, and then it created like what is the equivalent of around America a just static fucking dust cloud that then precipitated out in a bunch of rain that was quite nutritious for what it's worth. I mean, it's a lot of nutrition. It's earth and minerals and carbon that it collected. Got rid of a lot of the nitric oxides and carbon dioxide and sequestered it in, which was good. That was okay. And it was okay that it was good rain because it was neutrally balanced, but it had a lot of nutrients in it, right? Good stuff. The problem was that that's with sleet to like glacial rain to like hail and like lots of snow. Just tons of snow in places that would never have had snow. Like the bottom of Arizona and New Mexico was covered in over 5 feet thick snow. Which, like, where the fuck did the water come from? Turns out, there is ways to capture the water when it just keeps building and building and building up. A big, ginormous storm cloud that covers, like, practically everything. And it's like, the air's clear now. That's nice. The air's nice and clear after it rained, sleeted, snowed, blizzard. Thanks, Phaser. All of that. Rain, sleeted, snowed, blizzard, all that. And dumped a lot of snow in a lot of places it just didn't have before. Albedo factor went way up, for what it was worth. We had it stick around for about 5 to 10 years, depending on where you were. And then other places it renewed our glaciers, which is good. We wanted that. So it was like, all told, like pretty good, except for the fact that we basically had no crops for a while. Like that kind of problem. Yeah. It was like, hey, that sounds really good.
But there's like snow everywhere where we have to eat, where we have to grow food, we have to do all the things. It's like, yeah. But you know, you have indoor farming, and that's what we did for what it's worth. It was like, well, it was done. What's done is done. We kind of have to do that. You know, it's like, what's done is done. We have to. So, you know, give it the times, I guess. We had a bunch of energy reserves, so, you know, and solar panels still work. It's not like they stopped working, you know. And then that's a global weather event change. Like the entirety of America, some of the northern part of Mexico and southern part of not California, Canada, became effectively very white. Like all of it was white. Imagine it's just white now. It's like one hell of a reflector, you know? Everywhere else was like, you guys are the worst. It's so cold over here. Meanwhile, it's fucking warm. And I'm like, yeah, no, well, you know. Sorry. Can't really change that, you know? I mean, it's for what it's worth, you're getting more rain, though. It is warmer, but it is rainier, that's for sure, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it was a wrong drought. It's big drought, like, for what it's worth, where they were. Are you really just trying? Yeah, no, I'm trying to join in over on that side. It was a huge drought. I mean, it is 1,500 years of drought, man. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the Sahara in the Middle East and everything. They're just like oases now. It's warmer, you know, on average, but like, you know, technically speaking, not really. You know. It's like your hottest days are gone and they're more temperate, and your coldest days are basically non-existent. So there's that. But it rains a lot more. Meanwhile, I'm looking at our sand dunes. I'm like, holy fuck, what are we gonna do about this? It's gonna just soak so much of the water from the glaciers. It's gonna be kind of rough. Yeah, and then Arizona turned into its own fucking horror show to a degree. It's like, look, we have a wonderful dam. We have all the dams. Oh my god! Look at all the wonderful trees. I was already planning ahead as a just plant trees every fucking where. You gotta start planting these trees. Tree, push, anything. You know what I mean? Like literally. Thanks, Phaser. Good boy. You were though. Anyways, I got a bunch of those trees, and it's like, well, it's pretty cold, but it's not so cold that they can't grow. Like, you know, it's pretty consistent, right? In most of the southern half of the United States. Like, there are other places where it was effectively a fucking frozen wasteland. Not so much for the Heartland. Are you sure? Well, there are certainly some places that are better than others, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah. But the farming was okay-ish, you know. Like, for what it's worth. They can still farm. But, that albedo factor and some mirrors really helped de-thaw the shit out of that. They had a lot of water to go around, so that's good enough. That's really what it turned into. It was like plant, lots of this, get a freaking. But it then meant that for the soil that we had placed everywhere we really could, because it's like, well, that will change albedo factor. We might get somewhere, you know what I mean? Geoengineering stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah. But for what it's worth, this sand shouldn't be here. We don't want this sand here anyways. It's going to soak up so much water and it'll be a bad thing. It'll ruin, like, so many areas around it. Arizona, Colorado, lots of places like that. Yeah, so it's like, just shipped it to certain places and then mixed with certain soil. And then, like, we planted trees and, like, we got their roots down. And then, like, we had other, and so, like, it was going to mix a lot of that water and then place it basically as a bunch of earth all around the trees and try and structure it so that way it'd be a little stronger at making not big ginormous mudslides and avalanches and so on happen, right? Which is a good thing. But also we basically lost our dunes. But we gained brand new forests throughout Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, to a degree, because, you know, it's dunes. Nevada had a time of its life, I'll tell you that much. There was a lot of places that were barren, just deserts, you know, and now they're not. Mexico loved it. Really, it was really nice for them. They got a bunch of water. They got forests now. It's good stuff. It looks good. It's great. They trapped in a lot of the heat in a different way that made it such that, like, it removed heat and it kept keeping a certain amount of rainfall in a given area, and it kept growing. So it's like we replanted a forest effectively, and it grew out. Like, it's only been 5 years, but it's gone pretty far. You know, 5 years, and some of these trees will grow fucking fast. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Yes, it will. Yeah, they will grow pretty fairly fast. We had to put the carbon that we sequestered from those cars somewhere, anyways. You know. Remember, like, all the interstates and everything? That has to go somewhere. Like, before we're like, oh, we're in the ground or something, right? It's like, no. This is the ground. Here's some soil already. It's called sand. We need to clear up all these forest stuffs from all the dry wood, and that isn't there anymore, but it's fine. It's whatever. I'll get it. Anyways, got a whole bunch of that, and pine cones, and lots of seeds, and all the stuff, you know, just ready to get going, you know? Sprouted up, there are already things there, lots of water for it to just evaporate, capture from all the trees and all the leaves, and then precipitate out, right? It creates its own forest island effect. To a degree. There's a certain point where it won't do that anymore. So it's like certain areas we really hardcored as much as we could. And it was like, so we're going to make some tunnels here and some changes around this place and like this higher altitude and then lower pressure but also way colder. Yeah, like there's a lot of different tunnels that have helped like the whole process because we needed to get the water somewhere anyways. So otherwise it would have overran all of our dams. It was actually bad. Like, very bad. A lot of this had to happen really rapidly. But, I mean, it's, you know, going to take time for it to melt anyways. You know? So it was like, we had to do this, and so it was like, but it's because, you know, I'm working with people that did. So guess who it fell on to? This guy, the guy that, you know, the company and all the rest of it, you know. But then I got help with other people in military and all that. And it was really fun. Actually, for what it was worth. Like, you had to do something, there's nothing you really did, you know. It's just a bunch of fucking snow everywhere. Anyways, all of the snow that landed in the heartland that they were able to remove for cattle and crop turned into a bunch of glacier stuff for the northern part of Canada and like proceeding, you know, other areas off to the east, to the west. So, I don't know what to tell you, but that's Canada stuff, you know. But I got that done, and it's like, well, Arizona's in New Mexico, like the Southwest, these just beautiful places, honestly. Like, it's an oasis, like, seriously, it's a beautiful, like, rainforest, forest, cold and stuff, you know, like, whole fucking temperate climate, kept constant amounts of water in the area, like, good stuff. I loved it, personally. You know, it's the place to kind of be because it's like, yeah, no, it's a little more humid in certain places, but the vast majority of the time it's never above 68-ish degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe you get to 75 on a bad day. Doesn't go below, however, 36 to 37 degrees Fahrenheit, except for in the winter. Then it'll go below. It'll go much further below in certain areas of Arizona. Like negative 30 to negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, it's like those tunnels are really helping us with that. That's going to pump a bunch of heat over there, and then that cold then comes down to the warmer area, which is good. We like that. So, Arizona was having a fun time. Same thing with New Mexico, for what it's worth. There's some of that we could do, some of it that we couldn't really do. You know what I mean? And Texas was like, get out of our state. I was like, okay, whatever, Texas. Louisiana was having a grand old time. Let me tell you, like the whole New Orleans, the whole thing, you know, Florida was like, so I can turn my swamp into something not so swampy? I'm like, well, you can, just, you know, just, it's a little, you know, a little. It's going to be drier. It's going to be less hot. Yeah, okay, well. Still swamp, though, but it's like, it's a lot drier for the air to a degree, you know, most places that people will live. Right, and then, like, the rest of it was, like, colder by far. Never going to go above, like, 72 Fahrenheit. On a bad day, you might get 77, really. Yeah. Which is nice. Still swamp. I can't get rid of a swamp, man. It's a swamp. They're like, we can get rid of the swamp. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I did kinda. It's still a swamp. It's still very swampy, you know. There's bogs. There's swamps. There's like forest rain style variety. You know, all this stuff. All the things are there now. Yeah. It's much more varied, but then it's also like, yeah, this heat has to go somewhere, which means it's going into the inland. The heartland is really what it turned into. It's like, look at all these clouds that just rain consistently all the time onto you, you farmers. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, you know. No, don't appreciate. I'm being evil. No, yes, no, sorry, no, oh, no, what was that, so... It's pretty consistent. They can grow better crops. It had a lot of, like, dust and so on to varying degrees in it, you know, from soil, right? And then it would come back down thanks to how the rain comes back into the ocean from that area, which was nice, you know. Texas didn't care. Texas being Texas again. I don't know why they didn't want me to ever work on their stuff. I was kind of pissed off about it, but I left it alone. California was like, I'll do this myself and I'm smarter than you. Meanwhile, I was like, what's up, New York? You guys want to work together? They were like, yeah. I was like, cool. Let's do this. I got some, like, you know, forests. They already have a lot of forests, if I'm being honest. But it was like, all right, I'll just, So the ground is going to be above the ground. You're going to be below the ground. There's going to be a lot of good light, though. Lots of cameras. That's what the government requires, so you're going to have to just deal with it. Trans system became like, we support a ginormous network of fucking Earth. Yeah, like lots and lots of Earth. Like seriously, like a damn good amount of Earth, I'll tell you that much. Lots of parks everywhere, effectively, in between all the buildings. Light, reflective bullshitters and, you know, fucking tubes and stuff. So it worked out. But it works. It's nice, it's temperate. It never goes above 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Really, that was they go with max. I'm like, that is a very unrealistic date. You basically burned a pile of carbon dioxide everywhere. The vast majority of the time, the average never goes above 72 Fahrenheit. And so, like, whatever. But 80, whatever, fucking, just, I was done. Over with that. I got a great number of parks. The buildings can be changed. It actually means that they're supported with the cranes in a better way now. So that way they can build it more easily. So it's like, all of it altogether managed to make it better, I would say. Yeah, we have a lot more colder air. Yeah, oh, well, you know, it stores a lot of the heat for a little bit, you know, like a month into, and then it's gone. You know what I mean? It's like there's a pretty significant drop off after, like, in that winter month area. It's like, and then it's cold. it's only, it's like, Meanwhile, albedo factor is all like, bright from my ceiling. Oh, there must be. Oh my God! It snowed yesterday. Look at all that snow. Look at that fucker just fucking making snow. They're all looking up at you. Yeah. It's like, fuck you too. We're all looking down. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense for what it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, no, because a lot of the heat didn't turn into like, well, that's what we'll use. Well, this is cold, it'll condense, it'll move it somewhere, right? And so, like, a lot of the building used that as a way to pump heat energy around. So it's like, it's going to use that cold from the outside, and it'll actually cool it even more, because it'll melt, right? And then expends energy, right? And so then, like, that goes off and then melts and into a certain area that we're passing, like, effectively this over a diaphragm. So it's like this air, and then this gets filled up with water, and then it'll drain down, and it comes, you know, through as a pump now, right? You know, so it's like kind of a similar thing as it moves heat from the top down of the building into the condense area, and then we'll warm it up using, you know, standard fecal matter, you know, hydrocarbon, hydrogen style setups, and then light concentration, and then vibratory, so it's like the wind and the blah blah blah, and then heat, and then dissipate into the air stuff, yeah. So it's like, it was warm, it was good. Meanwhile, it's like, the snow really goes away quickly, I'll tell you that much. It's like, we got 4 feet. 2 days later, it's not there. 2 feet a day, you know, to warm everyone, as using that as a cold pump. You know what I mean? Like a Stirling effect cold pump, right? So, works out that they really liked it, because it's like, it's nice, it's warm, and in fact, that heat then comes out to the rest of the, you know, the city, kind of traps it in a little bit, you know. Doesn't permafrost as much, keeps freaking growing food all year round. There's like, this is our farm area. I'm not even kidding. It's like, there's so many places that were just like, there's a tram that goes here, there's a farm area, there's a farm, there's another farm that goes into this fucking park, farm, this area above this fucking thing, because, like, you're not cleared, it's zoned for this now. So, like, I gotta say, I like the New Yorkers and their attitude on this. Now it's park, now it's farm. Yay! Meanwhile, it goes and heats up all that water and that steam, so, like, that's kind of like a hydroponic to a degree. So it's like, at the top, in certain areas, like, we were able to have layers and still get light down from the reflective property of the buildings, right? And then it's like, right, and then I have a bunch of hot air that's humid. That goes right off to this farm, and it's easy to get to. Super cool stuff, you know? It's just a bunch of wicking stuff is usually what it means. So it's like a shroud that wicks and it has a little bit of a dome and it drizzles on, you know, kind of thing. So that's really what it turned into. It was like, really nice. I'm growing crops in the winter. Who would have thought, right? New York was a fucking mecca. I gotta say, I love the New Yorkers sometimes. Yeah, like it's like, no, we're gonna push for this, and then it's like all of the farm. This is, you know, we're a collective of farm people, you know, that are in the city. Next thing you know, we've got a bunch of farms everywhere. There's like walkways, parks everywhere. It's in the air. It's making sure that it doesn't like fucking crash because it's got a bunch of supportive and suspension all hidden away and tucked. You know, that way it looks like it's just floating a little bit. And it's like, no. But like, yeah, I get you. And it's like really nice, great farm stuff, but also great parks, great place. And yeah, no, of course, there's a camera everywhere. There's no place there isn't a camera. There's just camera everywhere. You can't not get away from the camera. You know, it's what you feel, right? It's like, but no, you get used to the cameras. You know, like I want to get away from it. I can't not get away. And then it's just like, oh yeah, no, I it's just fucking whatever. Literally that, right? It's like whatever. They're there. Yeah, pretty much. That's all it turned into. It's like a bunch of really fast-moving air. Yeah, whatever. You know, put up the shroud. I guess. Still in the park, having a blast. It was like an ice skating rink. I made it as clear as I could. There's still clear, like, bottom surface, right? But it's like, even the sides are clear. And if you don't know that they're there, you'll run into them. I've seen so many people just go, bonk, fuck. I love the ice skating. It's just like, whee! Super fun stuff, honestly. That one was the funnest part for winter. Because it's like, it's only able to be done at winter. It can only be done at winter. Otherwise, it's like, what is this clear thing for? I think they hold concerts. They make it opaque, I guess, a little bit sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes they don't. You know, like, it's a real... Like, you're going to upskirt the whole thing, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. But it's a bunch of, like, screens at that point, and reflective, and you know, all that. So it's, like, fun. It's a concert place. But it's a big fucker, and it has, like, the best kind of acoustics, sort of, for that, up to a point. Like, there's an area where it's like, oh, yeah, no, that's where you have to perform. Because otherwise, then, you kill whoever's in that spot with way too loud sound. So it's like the reflective properties all have to diffuse, and then they have to diffuse outwards. But in a destructive, long wave format, upwards, that will travel through clouds and then dissipate, right? And that's why I have that there. It's like, it's meant initially as a way to allow for cold to come in and heat to rise away, but not be such that it doesn't allow for some heat to still be there, right? And it's like, then you switch this, and then now it's concert time. Now the whole thing's basically a big vibrating, you know, speaker, and then it reflects out, and then destructively and all that. Super fun stuff, because we got screens, you got the lasers, you got the lights, you got the whole thing. You know, I think that's what they use it for, because, like, I never really see it do anything else except for when it's an ice skating rink. I don't know what else they use it for. Fun stuff, though. You know, like, there's the parachute area. Parachute, quotation marks on that one. Really, it's just like the movie set, like, you get in a harness and then you fall, and then it slows you down towards the end, kind of thing. But then it's like, we have a parachute that suddenly opens at the end. Look at us. We're so cool. You know, there are cables the entire time. Yeah. I'm like, but it's still cool. Like, for what it's worth, it really is. It's like, it pops open, and then you feel the parachute, like, at the very last second. And it's super fun. But if it fails, you'll still live. So, like, whatever. Anyways, you have to go up on an elevator to come back. That's another pressure thing, you know, kind of tube thing. Whatever. But now it's like a bunch of parks, a bunch of cool stuff, right? And then all the other stuff. Then it came down to other cities because it was like, all right, so there's a lot of places that we're going to suddenly have a forest, and you have to be very okay with that. It's like the Southern California area was like, are you aware that this is going to basically become a mudslide avalanche zone? They weren't super happy about it, but I was like, right, have you guys really... and then they did some stuff. For other people that they were working with, they got it done. Meanwhile, Nevada, you know, and then like all of the southern southwest here kind of area is now like basically a rainforest forest area, like everywhere. Same thing with like the, you know, remember the park thing, like in New York, same sort of setup for Phoenix and the valleys and so on. Like, it was pretty good stuff. So I was like, well, if it works here, it'll work there, it'll work, and just built a bunch of that around. And then everybody was like, oh, their skyline's nice in California. And it's like, it's cooling it through the underground coolie cools. Big water area, reservoir stuffs. You know, because you had to store it somewhere, might as well, right? Yeah. So it's like, alright, then we got a bunch more of trees and foliage and that shade, and then we have a bunch of light capture, solar panel stuff. Good stuff, right? Got the metro, the tram lines, the subways. Good stuff. And it's like, we can get everywhere pretty much with that. You know? So Arizona got a major upgrade, same thing with New Mexico. Nevada was okay. They kind of didn't want as much. I don't know why. That was something to do with Las Vegas or whatever, people that control the thing. And then Utah was good. You know, they were like, yeah, let's go. You know, that was fun. And then Texas is Texas. So they did nothing. Is what that really meant. Yeah. So, most of the northern parts of our country, you know, northwest, northeast, like got degrees of upgrades to, if we're getting closer and closer in, like Wyoming, Montana. Anyways, all of that turned into like another version of, you can sometimes, and other ones didn't want to just no. I was just kind of floored about that after a while. I was like, really? Okay. That's bullshit, yeah. So you can have a whole forest. Like, nothing about this is anything but forestable area. Well, it'll do it itself. You make sure it doesn't. I don't want it. What the fuck is this? Not even a joke. I got kind of pissed very, very hard about a lot of that. Flint, Michigan, you remember Michigan? Oh, they got wonderful water. All the water. Fucking, I hate, you know, suburbia hellscapes. So, like, a lot of that got upgraded during this, because, like, we have to put this here anyways. So, why don't we do this? Let's do a little of that, let's do a little of this, you know, that kind of thing. It's like buildings spring up. We got apartments to actual houses that are layered on, you know, kind of each other, sort of thing, nearby, because of supportive how, you know, like, if we're able to put a park there, right, like, we can do a house, that kind of thing, but then there's also got to be a park, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So it's like, that has to be there. So it's like, if you layer it, then you, and, right. But it's like, that helps with cooling, because it's like, there's a park above you. Also helps your roof. I mean, normally. So it's like a lot of that started happening. But Earth has to come from somewhere, right? Sand dunes and carbon, and there's some other, all that. Remember that fertilizer? Well, they had just tons of storage of fertilizer after a while. I was like, this is, you could just, they want it. I don't know, it's anyways, they must have thought about like maybe making their own version or something, right? Is what I assume at this standpoint, you know. This is like, well, Earth is, there's a lot of it around for what it's worth that we can move. We had to anyways. I have a bunch of airships, a bunch of snowmobiles, great engines, all that stuff. So it's like, alright, I'll just fucking move it around, and I already kind of have it more or less in place and ahead of time. And then it's like, it'll just situate itself once everything thaws out. And then, like, it's good to go, kind of thing, right? But the main crux was more or less just, there was a lot of this that I wasn't able to use. Like, genuinely, that was one of my biggest issues. It's like, these are huge stores of sand. These are like, same thing with the carbon, fertilizer, like, everywhere, you know. It just took a while to figure it out. It was like, here's a bunch of fertilizer, farm people, if you want it. And then, like, we just started sticking it into forests, national parks, anywhere we could, really. You know, it's like seeds, well, hope that it grows, whatever. Seeds. Solved itself on that side, for what it's worth. It just took forever. Like, I never really thought that it would, like, really get to, like, that level of complexity in terms of, like, how you have to make absolutely the best kind of collective, you know, connective plant systems, you know, that are going to grow like that. And it's like, this needs to support this bird with this, and it's just fucking Jesus fuck. And I had to get into the really deep ecological roots of things, you know, and it's just like this, you know, everywhere. But I got it done, along with a lot of other people, and now it looks a lot better in a lot of places. Really nice. Other places are a little hotter, for what it's worth, or much humider until it rains. See, it's like, you remember Colorado? Like, well, now it doesn't have the sand litter box. Same thing with Arizona and New Mexico, right? And other places. So it's like, now it's more humid over there, and it precipitates out, and then it goes and travels in towards the heartland. And so it's like, they got more rain over here, and a lot of more consistent rain. Meanwhile, Canada's like, yo, don't, you bastards. It's just snowing constantly over there. It's just this constant vortex. You know, the Arctic vortex? It's just cloud cover. It's just like a little halo at the top that's just dumping large amounts of fucking snow constantly. And it rains down, and they get a big old monsoon, like the East Coast, and then the West Coast of Canada here are just getting boosh. And it's like, here's a bunch of glacier times. There's some more glaciers. I looked at Alaska, and I'm like, so you have a land bridge, I heard. Oh yeah, no, all year round too. Yeah, you guys probably like that, right? It's cold and they hate that. Yes, but it's easier for you to get all the stuff that you want, right? Yeah, no, that is nice though. Yeah, that's good. There you go. But it's like, you know, British Columbia, where Linus Tech Tips is, I think. You know, that's a glacier area. It's fucking, it's always snowing. To varying degrees. It's just like pretty consistently snowing. Then it rains and it like fucking goes into the gutter, wherever the hell, right? And then it's like, right, and then it's cold at night. Super. And it's like, summer comes around. Oh yeah, no, it's nice when it's like fucking 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That max, this is literally the max they ever got. Never goes below 33 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's good. Except for where it suddenly drops in pressure for certain areas as it, high wind or so on, right? And then it gets really cold. It's like negative fucking 25 C really fast. Like large amounts of fucking snow suddenly show up out of nowhere, blizzard happens. And it's a glacier. It's just like suddenly glacier over there. There are certain places for people where they live that they just couldn't live anymore. It was like, yeah, no, that's the glacier area. That's where that is now. It's always gonna be glacier. Yeah. There's a bridge. I don't know what happened to the bridge, honestly. I don't think the bridge got fucking destroyed or anything, but it was like always cold, so I don't know. Truthfully, what happened to that damn bridge? All I know is like it's basically water goes underneath and then like flat fucking constant ice, always there. It's so nice over there. It seems like it. They like it. It's always nice. It's not though. It's freezing. I saw that they broke down a little. It was hilarious. I watched it slowly over time. It's like, it's going to get better, it's going to get better, it's going to get better, it's going to get better. I'm like, who the fuck is telling you it's only going to get worse? Like, it's going to drop a lot of, like, water eventually. And then eventually there'll be enough albedo factor that, like, it'll shine. And it'll get a lot more temperate. Which is, like, not where we're at. That's another 5 years on. So it's like for another 5 years, it's just going to have to build up a bunch of white until it eventually goes like, yeah, no, go up further north. Go over there. Fuck that. You know what I mean? It's smooth enough, it just curves itself up there with the Rocky Mountains and so on. Go over there and deposit in the Arctic Circle. Just dump it. And that's kind of what it was already starting to do. Kind of like a torque converter. So as it moves it up, it'll come back down as it condenses and it'll rush back down to where it'll then get warm and then move back up. Kind of a thing. But it's like, that meant it was always stormy. Always. Always stormy. It has a never-ending large, huge cloud system that's just always pumping larger amounts of water further north. So it rains and then it snows and then it sleets and immediately freezes. So it's like, the Arctic Circle is now going to become a land bridge. It's like, yeah, no, that's probably a good thing, though. Especially after the 5 years of winter, it basically is. It barely fucking breaks during the summer. Meanwhile, good old geoengineering. Ching ching, boom, boom. Yeah, stuff like that, standard bullshit, really. So if it wasn't for the dust and the fucking wave of air that we made that thing a thing with the mountains that we were using, and the mass of tonnage of explosives, effectively, that worked together to help that at a very specific time in our season to really force it to work that way. You did this on purpose. Just a little. Just a smidge. Just a whittle. We need it anyways, guys. Come on. It was okay. You had everything else taken care of. We had the food. We had the water. We had the electricity. We had the transportation. Come on. It wasn't that bad. Come on, guys. It wasn't that bad. It's just a few explosives. They weren't super happy when they learned about that. No. Others were. It was fun though. It was really, really fun up until it wasn't. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it was really fun until it wasn't. Like, the Arctic Circle became like, oh, it's a runaway cooling event. It's gonna sequester basically everything. Yeah. And remember all the water that we lost? Yeah, no, that's not there no more. First off, if the entire United States of America was blanketed in snow, I mean, some of it was thinner than others, but like on average, you know, I mean, yeah. It's like that water was quite obviously sucked into that fucking place from the ocean that surrounds it. And it just rained and sleeted and snow, you know what I mean, for like freaking years. So, one hell of a mass change suddenly, and then like all of that had to go somewhere. Well, somewhere is the Arctic Circle. Yeah, and then it's like that movement created another version of the same event. Like, it's a runaway event that then creates a big, ginormous storm that was just dumping large amounts of ozone back into our atmosphere. It got rid of a large amount of the carbon dioxide and nitric oxides, and then forced them to situate themselves into the bubble and so on, frozen parts of that. But they are thick. We're talking over a mile thick of ice in the Arctic Circle. So it's like, we had a decent amount of carbon dioxide, right? You know, no, it's mostly oxygen now. Like, we freed up, you know, whatever percentage, we ended up at like 8.2% oxygen by volume in our atmosphere. There's almost no nitrogen left anymore. So it precipitated out as like N2s that would yank an oxygen out as a free, you know, like static charge difference thing. This is the polar caps and charge and all that whole thing. It doesn't really matter. I don't really care too much about it. Point is, it yanked it, put it in. No liquid nitrogen or any of that. Carbon got yanked out too. Right? And so it's like, oh, yeah, that's nice. What does that mean for us? And it's like, well, you know, carbon dioxide percentage-wise is not, like, nominal, technically. It's going to stop the thermal runaway problem, is really what it is. It's like in about 25 to maybe 50 years, it'll stop, like, completely, and it'll start thawing out really rapidly. Yeah, no, like, really rapidly is like a bad thing, right? Usually, this one's a different type of system. It's going to take all of that water and it's going to run it back down into where, you know, United States of America to Mexico is going to be. During that, it's going to carry a lot more of that back up. Same thing for our European friendos. And for what it's worth, during this runaway, it's taking a large amount of water and putting it into the atmosphere from the southern half, and then, like, you know, that whole, like, blank zone, you know, around the equator, that's kind of gone. It, like, used that as a swirl, you know, pump for humidity as it tries to, like, fucking equal it. And it accelerated its spin. And then it dumps it back down for a while. There's a bunch of, like, different effects like that, but what it meant was, guess who's getting a colder fucking winter in the summer? Guess who's getting a much colder summer too? Over in New Zealand and Australia land and Madagascar, and then there's the whole of South America, which was like having a blast actually. It was like, oh yay, it's no longer nearly as hot. Same thing when it comes down to this fucking place called Africa, the whole continent. It was like, look, we get land hurricanes. Well, the one. It only happened the one time, and it was brief. It was like fucking like an hour at most. In the middle of the rainforest. So it dumped it, you know. I don't see what the problem is. It moved the vast majority of the sand into the ocean. Like, in that entire region. Like, the Sahara and the Middle East turned into the ocean the sand goes. Mongolia was all like, yo, what happened to most of my sand? From another preceding, like, event after that. It was like, whoosh, all the way up into fucking China. And Russia just dumped all of its sand in there. And then it, like, froze a bunch of rain and blizzard snow onto them. And then it was like, I'm going to go back to being a normal temperature-ish, sort of. It's colder, but it's, you know, a little more humid, kind of, sometimes. You know, it's a lot of that started happening fast and rapidly. It was like, here's 2 years of this. And then it's like, this. 3 years of this bullshit. Up and down, and it's a little bit more even now. Yeah, a longer sine wave kind of thing. And then it turned into sudden rapid change. Of like, you know, remember that humidity? Yeah, no, you're just going to get more rain now. But also, you're going to get a lot less wind. And then all of a sudden you're going to have very dry wind. After you get dumped on by very wet, humid winds and rain. It's just like, and then dry wind. Like, Russia had a fucking not great time. Like, remember Serbia or Suburbia or where the fuck was it? It was the fucking whatever the fuck it was. Anyways, that's permafrosted as fuck. It's a big old glacier practically at this point. No, but like they do. Ukraine gets wonderful weather all the time. Consistent rainfall, great sun, all that stuff. It's not constantly cloudy, just like over here in the heartland of America. You know, there's wonderful spots in Russia and China that are like that still, for their farm. Like, you know, kind of just evened that out a lot. And then it pushed a lot of that. There's like, there's this, and then it goes, yeah, you're probably getting too cold. And then it's like, slightly above that, it's literally impossible to live there. Like the northern part of that whole northern European part is effectively a frozen glacier land. Hate to tell them, but it's like, yeah, no, that's what happened. Yeah. No, it's not super funny because it's like if you look at Italy and France and Spain, like they're like rainforests. Like they're you know, it turned into rainforest. Not a joke. And then it's like, hey, guess what? I'm in the United Kingdom and Ireland. I'm going to be a little bit warmer and I'm a lot less fucking cold and rainy all the time. But I get rain and I still get humid, you know, but a lot more sun more often and it's a lot more temperate all the time. Meanwhile, rainforest places. Thanks! Comes up with a cloud, then there's a bunch of sun, and then cloud, and rain, and sun. Just all the time. Never ending. It's not even a joke. It's wonderful though. For what it's worth, because it's like there are dry days, and like it's fairly windy, but it's not too windy. And it's like it's nice constantly. Like, all the time. It's humid, but it's nice. It's never above like 60 fucking 5 degrees Celsius. Yeah. What's the real temperature? I'm not hiding much. Never goes above 65 degrees C. Come back here! So it can get up to about that, 77 degrees Fahrenheit. The average, though, is like 65 Fahrenheit to 62, depending, okay? And then it gets really cold. Really, it gets really cold. No snow exists anymore, but you get a lot of stupid-ass rain that'll definitely freeze, especially with how sudden the dry water and no way air comes around. So the dry air just rushes in and it's just like, fuck, it's cold. It's so fucking cold. It's so ridiculously cold because it's like, oh yeah, no, I shall take away all of the humid air, with me, basically, right? And then it's like, yes, no, but also I froze all of the water around. Like, literally, it's like, hey, it's cold weather, yeah, it's a little, right? And then it's like, sudden freezing fucking wind. It's like, no, it's only like 40 out. You know what I mean? 40 degrees Fahrenheit, right? And then it's like, no, it's actually negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. What? It's below zero. Very far below zero. Then go to a nice place. It's like, oh yeah, no, well, it's a little nicer, kind of, but except for during the winter when it's very much less nice. It's more humid, which isn't good, that's not that bad, but it's much colder all the time. Like, it's negative 10 C, and then it's like 80% humidity. Like, all the time. Why? It never rains though. The snows the one, maybe 2 times, a little, and then it's just like constantly cold and fucking humid. It's so terrible. It's a little terrible. It's a little, okay? Like, I admit it's a little terrible, yeah. But, like, at the same time, Italy is growing great now, wonderful this time of year, because it's effectively the entirety of the country is this, of 80% humidity, about negative 10, except in certain places where it's not. It's like a solid 30 C. Because we're measuring this near some, like, hot springs. And it's 30 C. Okay. It's not 30 C. No, not in the slightest. No. But it won't go above, like, 10 C. It's not. No. It's certainly not ever going to do that. No. That's the southern half, or really the last part of the boot there, of Italy. That's like 10 C now. And as you go up, it gets colder until you get to the very top part of that boot. And it's like, that's the coldest spot. But it's like, it never is going to go really below negative 20 C. But it's much drier now, which is nice. Because it then rose in the air and so on, and then it dumps off into other places. Thanks, Italy. They got a lot of good snow those years. Great snow. Africa, though, is a much more it's like it's effectively the same as South America, right? It's not going to go above 30 C in anywhere ever. It'll never go below negative 20 C, so that's good. It's a lot more oxygen though, so you're going to be fine. The ozone's replenished. That's a good thing. There's great, wonderful amounts of trees just everywhere springing up. There's no more desert anymore. You know, me who knows things about fucking science and physics and meteorology. Oh, you mean the big ginormous cat litter box, huh? Where's that water going? Where the fuck is that water? It's dumping in the center as it just travels inwards. Starts rotating sometimes. Just spears fucking China, Mongolia, Russia. That whole area. Their seas are replenished. Their rivers are great. Their dams are full. It dumps massive amounts of fucking 20 feet plus, so it's about 20 feet. 3 divided by 3 for meters. I have to do that, so it's like, what is it? Is it 6 meters? 6 to 7 meters of snowfall on them every day until they get a good day and they don't get anything. And then it's suddenly very dry. Suddenly very dry. And it's very cold. You don't want to be around there when it's that. Because it goes very fast, the wind. How many kilometers an hour? About 150-ish kilometers an hour. And it goes to about the negative 100 C. It can go above 120 C, negative 120. But most average, 100, negative 100 C. I want to leave this place so much. Yeah, no, it's effectively a never-ending pump now. Like, the algae blooms help, too, from all of that, you know, dust and debris and mineral just going right up into the oceans. De-acidifying. And then, you know, creating a bunch of great plankton, algae, and all of that. And then the rest of it, you know, fed the bottom of the ocean. That's good, you know. And then it fed the coastlines of other places. It was great. It had a great problem, actually, to be honest. It had a fuck ton of oxygen that just sprang up. Like, the highest concentrations you probably ever see. It's like 55% in that area. To be fair, though, at that point they were trying to grow a bunch of, you know, all that stuff in terms of plant life and so on. And guess what happened? It worked. They had a great number of farms, and then they burned a bunch of stuff, and we had to go over and be like, don't do that. You're pumping a bunch of heat and carbon dioxide into making a whole bunch of other people suddenly have to deal with even colder weather. So we ended up working on the whole area a little. I mean, you gotta remember, there's a lot of terrorist activity around there. So it's like, you can't really totally do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, we had to like kind of shoehorn a bunch of bullshit into it. That's literally what it was. It was like, hey, so this, hey, you know, hey, yeah, oh, yeah. Got a lot of that going. That being said, it also kind of killed a few people. Like, high oxygen environments are not exactly super conducive to life, turns out. Yeah. Wasn't doing very well. It's like you think, like, you need more oxygen, right? I can't fuck. I'm super high. I'm so fucking high. I basically might as well be on oxygen. You know, it's like smokers and people that need high oxygen, right? Oh, let's just breathe outside. I'll turn it down a little bit today. Anyways, point is, a lot of that happened, and because the oxygen happened to rapidly accelerate up into that Arctic and then wrapped over to where we were coming down from Canada. And so it's like that 55% algae bloom that happened, yeah, oxygen content in the air that we measured, turned into, well, we went from like, 28%, right, to now we're on that 32%, depending on where you are. Like, our vehicles ran on very little gas, I'll tell you that much. Brr, 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 brr. Bang, bang, bang. It was stupid. I mean, most people had electric motors at this point, they still exist, but it's like, my goodness, Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. Especially when it's like, we need a little bit of like, dude, is there any nitrogen left? Where's the nitrogen? Do we have nitrogen somewhere? Meanwhile, the farmers are like, go the fuck away from my nitrogen. My nitrogen's my nitrogen. That's fine. For what it's worth, I wasn't going to get too upset about it. No, and we'd stored all that carbon into the fucking ground at that point. So, those things were popping off. Nitrogen, minerals, vitamins, carbon. Got all the things, man. I have mycelium networks growing everywhere. Got all of it. It's like the most supported ecosystem for the greatest rapid growth possible. Literally the fastest growth. Ugh. Got it done though. Roots really held. It was not going anywhere, I'll tell you that much. I didn't ever think that bedrock could break into a bunch of little granule sands. You dig underneath the fucking, trees, and oh boy, does that exactly end up being what you find. So, it's bedrock. And it's like, yeah, no, there's just enough trees that just basically destroyed bedrock. Roots are very, very profoundly good at that, it seems like. To be fair, though, the mycelium helped, too. Because it's like mycelium came, and then we had plants. So it's like, they worked together to break down very hard rock, and then eventually they were able to eat it. That's how they eat rock. They break it down, and then they eat it with stuff in the atmosphere, and then they make themselves. But that's the thing. Alright? And then it was like, well, that water had to go somewhere. And that oxygen has to go somewhere. Like, all of it has to go somewhere. But the carbon's not going anywhere, you know what I mean? It's like it's getting sunk down. It's getting, like, made to help break and get more nutrients out of bedrock. So, by that point, we were unsure of, like, how the fucking hell to handle this. It's like the thermal runaway is pretty much starting to slow down. It's a big, ginormous glacier, good to go, right? Never-endingly, just all the time land bridge. So, like, that was fun, right? Yeah, okay. And then we made a bunch of, like, trains that go to and from the Pacific Ocean in certain places, so all that stuff. That's nice. Yeah, no, I thought so. Northern European areas are never really all that far away. They're about the same distance as from LA to, like, New York, kind of roughly. Right? And, like, from there we spread down into the Africa, and then we got into Australia, and then we connected back up from there to South America, and then we went from South America to North America. We hopped, skipped, and jumped everywhere. It's fun stuff, actually. That stuff actually made me happy. For what it's worth. My acreage hasn't seen much use in a while. I still visit there. I still use that. It's fun stuff. But it's like, it was fun. I was having a blast at that point. To a point. Like there were some seriously scary fucking things that happened with that oxygen problem after a while. I just kind of dodge it. There's like a lot of people suddenly got much more oxygen than they ever had in their life. Nitrogen oxide was gone. Nitric oxides are gone. Carbon dioxide barely exists in the atmosphere. Like, yeah, they grow from the carbon in the ground, but it's like they eventually have to get it from the atmosphere. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, poopy to a degree, you know? It's like, what do we do to, you know, help ourselves out here? All I know is that Canada was real happy to burn carbon. And I'm just letting them know. Like, Canada might as well have been called We Burn Carbon Here. Same thing with other places. It was just like carbon is burning the hell out of Northern Europe. And then, like, Antarctica got bigger. You know, remember, like, it got colder. It started getting, like, more moisture, and then it would, you know, kind of store it, and then it'd send it off both ways. Right? And so, like, oh, it's not going to rain. It's going to get colder. You know, Australia, it sometimes has a lake in the middle of it. It's always a lake. And now it's a swamp, bog, rainforest. With a forest. Just always there. Just never-endingly. Same thing with New Zealand, same stuff. Madagascar, same thing. It's like, look at Antarctica. It's like it touches New Zealand. And then it's like South America was like, yeah, I want to get on in that action. And it was like, it touches South America. So it's like, then we just made a train into that area. And then same thing with the Arctic Circle kind of stuff. You know, and then it's like, it's all connected. Look at that. Whee! Meanwhile, it's 5,000 miles an hour. Take it or leave it. You're going to make it happen. For these trains, it's sending 15 miles long, right? And it's like, it's a 5x5 shipping container. Sectional, right? That can hold just passengers that have like enough to be able to eat and drink and piss and all that, right? Right? To, it's kind of like a cruise line to a degree. To, it's hauling cargo. There's never-endingly large amounts of this stuff just going everywhere. So like Australia suddenly is like, so how much does that? 30,000. 30,000? Yeah, 30,000. 5x5, 5 vertical and horizontal shipping containers, 15 miles long, of people just gonna dump into some place. Just like there's multiple places for it to do that. So like there's west, there's east, there's north, there's south, all that stuff. Right, yes. Right. Well, yeah. No, I know. There's like, then there's the X, and then there's like, there's the lake, guys. Goes through it. There's a little circle, like the double, so that way they can get off on that, and then they can just keep going, so that way they don't have to like worry. Ugh. There's like, how many of you want to be here today? Please don't say 30,000. Meanwhile, they said 30,000, and then there's like, this is a triple train coming in. They're just basically stacked next to each other, ready to just offload 90,000 people into an area. New Zealand was having no fun for a while, although they had some fun. I'm not gonna lie, like they had fun, but it was like, God, fuck. 100,000 people just ever, you know, roughly, right? So they'd go in and out all damn day. You know? It's like, oh, tourist industries must really enjoy this fucking, you know, boom, right? It's like, you'd think, right? Oh, yeah! What happened? They have airships. They just fucking park themselves into, like, they'll just fucking, they'll store some battery juice, they'll fucking like have a little bit of carbon, you know, whatever the fuck, really, honestly. to burn, and it's just like wee, and then I have a blimp, a fairly damn rigid blimp. I'm just gonna live in. I have to attach it to like something, ground, building, doesn't matter. Nobody ever gave a shit. They didn't have any laws at that point. I was like, what the fucking hell? Because again, it's a vacuum style thing with the whole like bladder and all that. It's like, yeah, gravity. No, that's fertilizer. It's just gonna go off into all the forest and the rain. Good stuff, right? Except then you eventually realize it's like 100,000 fucking blimps up there. They're just capturing all of the light, and then it gets still down, to the ground. But it's like. It's like, look at all the wicking effects of the water and the urine and the fucking food and all the fertilizer. It's just like super blooms. Lots and lots of carbon, and it still reflects the vast majority of light because they only need some of the light back onto the ground. It was terrifying after a while. Like looking at Australia, Australia was the big thing along with New Zealand. Everybody wanted to go to Australia and New Zealand. Yeah, for what it's worth, they're cool places. So, I can see it. But, it's still that thing where it's, big, huge desert, now not desert. All of the places that are there are now just really cold and rainy all the time. Because of all the blimps and shit that they have. I know. It's like, oh, I didn't know I wouldn't turn into the United Kingdom over there, I got away from that. From the start. What the hell? Anyways, they were having a fun time, most Aussies were fine. But then it's like, eventually you get a little pissed. That's why most of them are all in the, little circle lake area. That kind of thing. Because otherwise it's like, well, just go to the fucking massive number of all of the hotels. Like, what in the fuck, man? Anyways, that was more or less that one, to the end, kind of on that side. Like, it's like, it then turned into a bunch of, we're going to collect some water, we're going to wick it, and then we're going to spray it with some fans as it'll push through and it'll accelerate. So it's like, fan shroud goes through, spins, and then then we'll have water as it'll act as a pump. As it spins, and then it goes sprays it. And I'm like, why are you doing that? You have more than enough cloud stuff, anyways. And for what it's worth, it made sense at the time because it wasn't going to be as blimp heavy as it is now. And then it was like, clouds! That's nice. Clouds are good. You want clouds. You want the water. Because, that's all the ocean, that has to go somewhere, right? Yeah. So it's like, right, well, what you're not using, and then, it'll eventually come back anyway, so screw it. Yeah. Anyways, enough clouds started happening. It's always kind of rainy. Especially the blimps. All the time. It's a whole thing. Yeah. And then it was like South America was just not having any of that. There's like, fuck you. Seriously, they were pretty kind of fuck you about it. And I was like, I can see that. Yeah. Africa was a very different story. Yeah. It's effectively blimps everywhere. All the blimps. Go to Africa. Blimp, blimp, blimpity blimps. Train, train, train. Cloud, clouds, clouds, cloud, clouds. Everybody lives in blimps now. Nobody lives on the ground, I guess, anymore. They still got more than enough light. They're sequestering a fuck ton of carbon. I was like, thanks, Africa! Just all the carbon. We might need that whole... Yeah, but they did it, and they bloomed a fucking huge forest at that point. Massive. big forest. Huge. Middle East might as well be called I'm a rainforest forest place. There's no sand anymore. To put it in perspective, it's like when you think of the Middle East, you think of sand, right? And it's like it's gone. There's nothing but like earth and then growing trees everywhere. Just bush, trees, all the things, you know, anything really. It's a wonderful Mecca oasis, you know, great place. Granted, the albedo factor went way the hell up again. It's like, look at all the things that are capturing all of the sunlight. And then also, where's our carbon? What happened to our carbon? Oh, I mean it. I actually don't know anymore. We're kind of fucked on that one. I know. Yeah, no, because like we have all of the water now at the top and the bottom, this North and South Pole. It's effectively just stuck there. It's not going away. And it's finally stopped, right? Like, you know, slowing down, really. Yeah, but like, this big, huge forest just sprang up. And it's not like it sprang up, it's like we put in the work, and it works, which was the whole point. I didn't think it'd be that good, though. But, you know, it was still good, though, in that sense, yeah. It's just like, what the fuck is this? I'm trying to be nice about it. Because it's like, the world's, you know, needing forests and all that, right? But we don't really have a lot of nitrogen, mostly oxygen, like everywhere. Like it was like 28%, right? Like, you know, and it's like, no, it's solidly 30 all the way around the world. And it's been climbing. It's been climbing, yeah. We're like trying to burn lots of like fucking carbon again. It doesn't make any sense anymore to do. It's like all of the sunlight we capture and all the recycling and, you know, renewable resources of energy has made it such that it's like we don't even need any of that to begin with. And so it's like, really, are we good with that amount of oxygen? Do humans live with this amount of oxygen? Is this a thing that we can? No, I didn't. I'm pretty sure we can do it. You know, I'm pretty sure. Like, we're gonna figure this out, you know? And then I left the planet on a spaceship and a rocket. As I then was like, burn fuels if you want it to be warmer or something. I don't think you should have to have it like that. I mean, the plants, everything else, you'll get, you know, and then I left. It was like, I've already geoengineered this planet into, like, equilibrium in, like, 100-year span, basically. And it's like, it's good. The oxygen's good. Carbon dioxide is working. You can burn that, you know. There are still dry places. There are still hot places. There are still all that stuff, you know. It's basically that, and then I left. It's like, why am I doing this anymore? And then I left on a ginormous, huge fucking ball of a spaceship. Like, fucking huge. Not even kidding. It was so good. It was like, look, I have a fusionally-ish core, right? And then it was like, I have a bunch of artificial kinda-ish gravity. It's really more of like a directional kinetic, you know, change where it's like, oh, yeah, no, this is thermal that's going back towards the central, which is like, then that's going to help with the fusion. And then it's like, that helps power things and all that. And then we left off to another galaxy, and that was fun, you know, because it's not just me, and not just my family. You know, all of the rest of us really kind of did that, yeah. It's fun, though. You know, it's basically the size of the moon, if I'm being honest. Slightly under. Yeah. We collect hydrogen, you know, every so often. We belch out in fissile, much easier. All of the fused material, you know. It's nice. actually, to do that. Yeah, we learned how to capture neutrons and neutrinos, and then use them and separate them as like heat. That was fun. Yeah, like kinetic and then electrons. Like electrons were great too. Yeah, and then vacuum stuff. Remember the vacuum stuff we talked about for like the, the processors, transistor stuff. Yeah. Well, that helps. Yep. That helps with the whole thing. It worked out, pretty well, ish. It was a lot harder to slow down a thing like that than I thought it was going to be. But it's like, alright, I'm in orbit now. Hi, what's up, New Earth? What's going on? There's nothing on it. To start the whole geoengineering process again. It was fine though. And that's the end of all of that. There you go. Bye.